The U.S.-Mexican border is the most heavily used corridor for human trafficking and drug smuggling in the United States. The job of a Border Patrol agent is one of the most dangerous law enforcement jobs in the country. Moments of high tension can quickly escalate into sheer horror.
Manos en la cabeza.
Unpredictable captives can turn on the agents at any moment. Border Patrol agents work in extreme conditions, endangering their lives under a scorching sun in order to save people in distress. Hot zone operations consist of capturing dangerous drug smugglers. Every minute of every working day, agents have to make critical life and death decisions that will determine the outcome of events. The Sonoran Desert is one of the deadliest terrains on the planet, with blistering temperatures of over 120 degrees Fahrenheit. This unsettling yet beautiful landscape walks a razor-thin line between life and death. This harsh environment preys on the weak. The desperate family of an 80-year-old American man have reported him missing to local authorities. Every passing minute without water reduces his chances of surviving. When someone is missing in the hostile environment of the Sonoran Desert, Yuma's elite search and rescue unit, Borstar, are called into action. Borstar are Border Patrol agents who specialize in tracking people down and are used to working against the clock. As soon as the crew are safely buckled in, the pilot starts the engine and the Earth slowly begins to fall away. Within seconds, the engines hit full power and the Black Hawk helicopter begins to sweep through the desert like a typhoon ripping through the sky. In order to quickly survey the vast landscapes of the Sonoran Desert, the pilot has to fly the Black Hawk helicopter at dangerously low altitudes, at speeds of over 160 miles an hour. Due to the increase of traffic in the skies, the pilot has to maintain a high level of awareness about his environment at all times. Maneuvering a 2-ton Black Hawk helicopter requires great skill and concentration. One mistake, one error of judgment could lead to a deadly crash. When working in the blistering sun of the Sonoran Desert, Borstar agents have to be in top physical and mental condition in order to perform fearless rescues.
You just got to be aware that your environment is not friendly. If you get in trouble out there, you're going to become the next person to be rescued. You got to be a step above that.
Say somebody's got to make it 5 miles on foot. Well, we have to go not only 5 miles, we have to go that 5 miles back. We got to be able to walk in and walk out. So we got to go twice as much as the next guy.
I switched it on. I've had it on.
Once the helicopter is in the vicinity of where the elderly man was last seen, Agents Emblem and Smith get in contact with ground agents who serve as their guides.
I'm up here looking for track. I'm going to follow the line straight ahead, see if anything comes of it.
Border Patrol agents are specialized in tracking the fresh shoe prints of distressed people. From treads in the sand, Border Patrol agents are able to determine the size of their group, their age, and even the direction they're headed.
Right here. Okay, I got the man right here. Bring Black Hawk right where I am. Hard left, hard left. The Borstar guy's down. This guy is down hard.
Within seconds of locating the elderly man, the pilot skillfully maneuvers the Black Hawk helicopter into a secured landing position. Agents Emblem and Smith quickly move onto the scene. This is the moment when the adrenaline and years of training kick in. Sprinting over 200 yards in life-sapping temperatures of over 120 degrees Fahrenheit is both physically and mentally exhausting. One slip on the uneven terrain could result in a broken leg. Agent Smith's lungs and heart are ruthlessly working overtime as he has the extra burden of carrying a 100-pound bag of medical supplies. As soon as Agent Emblem arrives at the scene where the elderly man is lying, he realizes that he has died through heat exposure and dehydration. Outcomes like this are a harsh reality of the life of a Borstar agent.
Unfortunately, this stuff happens. This is probably everybody on the search and rescue team's greatest fear, is getting here too late. This is the part of the job that sucks.
Tracking someone in the scorching Sonoran Desert often takes time and patience, but Borstar agents know all too well that every passing second counts.
There's been times where we've literally showed up and it's been, a minute or two, 5 minutes, 10 minutes make the difference. So, yeah, it's pretty common.
We're gonna be way too late to this guy. This guy was obviously in trouble at this point. He's got his pants down, he's trying to cool himself off. He took off his shoes at some point. This is his last minutes right here. If we follow his foot sign south.
Before handing the scene over to medical investigators, Agent Emblem tracks the elderly man's last steps in order to see if he can find any of his belongings that may be of value to his family. It will also enable the agents to get a positive identification on the man.
One of his footprints here, he's barefoot at this time, he's actually in his socks. Took off his shoes, moved around on the ground a little bit, looking for shade. Not a whole lot to be found out here if you look around. We'll continue to push him back south from here. See, he's staggering at this point. His steps aren't real coordinated. He might have been going for a morning walk, got lost, disoriented, couldn't find his way back to his vehicle. He might have bad vision, might not have been able to see as far as his vehicle when he got away from it. And it might have been nice and cool this morning in the 80s, but once that sun comes up, it gets hot quick. And if you're not prepared to be out here, this kind of stuff happens, unfortunately.
Once they have finished assessing the scene, Agents Emblem and Smith head back to the base. Although their faces are unknown to many, the exploits of Yuma's Borstar unit are legendary. Agent Emblem reflects on a mission that he will remember for the rest of his life.
Several years ago, we had a kid out here on his motorcycle. I believe he was 14. He was riding his motorcycle at the end of a busy holiday weekend, and the kid got in a real bad accident with the dune buggy. It ended up ripping his leg off, complete avulsion of one of his legs. Our guys are out here just getting ready to go. They treated the kid, they stabilized him. Helicopter came out, transported him to Yuma Regional Medical Center. That's probably one of the most rewarding things. The kid lost his leg, but surprisingly enough, he was out there a year later.
The U.S.-Mexican border is 1,951 miles long, crossing through the states of California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. The Tucson sector includes the border stations of Douglas, Naco, and Nogales, and it is the highest illegal alien and drug trafficking corridor in the U.S. Nogales is a dusty border town 60 miles south of Tucson. A 15-foot metal wall has been erected from salvaged aircraft carrier landing mats. This iron curtain cuts straight through the middle of the town, separating Nogales from its sister town, Nogales, Sonora, which lies on the Mexican side of the border. Illegal immigrants will travel hundreds of miles to Nogales, Sonora, hoping to be smuggled across the U.S. border. Day after day, they try to crawl under or over the wall and illegally enter the United States. In order to apprehend any terrorists, drug smugglers, and human traffickers, Tucson's Border Patrol have installed high-tech tracking devices, low-light TV cameras, and ground sensors. Border Patrol agents are stationed on hillsides looking down at everything and everybody on both sides of the border. Routine arrests can turn into life-threatening situations as numerous agents have been attacked with knives and other sharp objects. Chasing undocumented intruders can be seen as a game of cat and mouse. The stakes are high, and neither side can afford to lose. Agents Bob Bushhill and Jim Hawkins are two of Tucson's most experienced Border Patrol agents. They have been called in to check one of the cameras that's installed in a sewage tunnel running from Mexico to the U.S.
Probably too bright.
The tunnels are often breached by brazen, armed drug smugglers who take deadly pot shots at Border Patrol agents if they think that they're going to be caught.
Might as well check it.
You go down there and check it out.
Taking no chances, Agent Bushhill gets his M4 rifle ready and moves into position with Agent Hawkins. They slowly move into the dark corridor and position themselves at the entrance of the sewage tunnel door. One of the greatest dangers that any Border Patrol agent can face is being blindsided by armed smugglers. Unaware if there is anyone in the tunnel, Agents Hawkins and Bushhill brace themselves for what could be a fatal encounter that could cost both of them their lives. Once in position, Agents Hawkins and Bushhill quickly push the door open and shine their flashlights towards the camera.
Both open. Shine a light at the camera.
Okay.
They realize that the camera has been smashed. Agent Hawkins quickly enters the tunnel. He has to stay alert at all times as his visibility is restricted, narrowing his window of safety.
There have been people through here very recently. And then typically they'll come up and they also go up these side tunnels here. And then they'll come out of a storm grate on a side street, hoping our cameras don't see them. We wouldn't go any deeper than this normally without support, because it's a very narrow area, and any kind of fight in here, you're in an enclosed area, and it can be very dangerous.
After inspecting the tunnel, Agent Hawkins radios the Tucson headquarters and informs them that a maintenance crew will have to come out and fix the camera. Within an hour of leaving the sewage tunnel, Agents Hawkins and Bushhill get a call to chase down a group of undocumented immigrants that have triggered one of the ground sensors while walking through the Sonoran Desert. The job of a Border Patrol agent is not just risky, it's life-threatening. A routine search can often escalate into a perilous situation.
I was just finishing up a midnight shift, and I was out tracking in a canyon. And I ran into a group of about 30 people, and the smuggler told them that to pick up rocks and basically kill me so they could get away, because there was only one guy. If they got past me, they thought they'd get away. So I had 30 people trying to surround me and basically smash my head in with big rocks.
Tracking a group of illegal aliens often takes several days. However, it does not take long before Agent Hawkins notices some fresh footprints.
This is really fresh.
Once he identifies them and locates what direction the prints are headed, he begins his pursuit.
November 286.
Tracking a set of fresh footprints for several hours requires a great deal of knowledge, skill, and concentration. Border Patrol agents are taught ancient tracking skills called cutting sign. These hunting techniques have been used by tribes such as the Sioux, Navajo, Lakota, Kickapoo, and Chickasaw. Agents Hawkins and Bushhill can look at desert vegetation and tell you how recently a blade of grass has been touched by a human. They can spot a hair snagged on a low branch, twigs bent or broken by a passerby, or even a single fiber strand left by a marijuana-filled sack. They can quickly discern faint footprints in the desert dust.
These are old. You can tell by the way the rain has textured the soil inside. There's a new track. There's an old one. You can see how it's dimpled from the rain. November Bouchelle, November 286.
After tracking the illegal aliens for nearly 3 hours, Agent Hawkins calls for assistance from one of the air units. The pilot of the helicopter flies ahead in the direction of the footprints to see if he can locate the fleeing suspect who is trying so desperately to get away. Years on the job have enabled Agents Hawkins and Bushill to gain a great deal of knowledge. They know that patience and persistence are as important as technical tracking ability. They can't push too hard in the unforgiving Sonoran Desert, or else it will be them who will be in need of medical attention. Within a few minutes, the pilot is able to locate a suspicious-looking person only a few hundred feet from Agents Hawkins and Bushill.
Bob, I got sign here.
As the helicopter hovers above, Agent Hawkins quickly moves and digs a 36-year-old man out of the bush.
When you're in a foot pursuit, it is kind of dangerous. You see how rough the terrain is. So you have the risk of personal injury, just falling, breaking bones, that sort of thing, going off a cliff, which I've done twice already. But also, you can't see the person's hands or the front of their body, typically. And you don't know if they have a weapon or not, and they can turn around and open fire on you in a matter of, 1 second. So it is dangerous. And again, if you have to put your hands on the person and physically subdue them, you don't know if they have a knife on them or a gun. So it can get very hairy.
The pilot of the helicopter calls for transportation. Agent Hawkins hands him over to a fellow agent who will take him back to their Nogales headquarters, where he will check to see if he has a criminal record. The UH-60L Black Hawk helicopter is 64 feet long and almost 8 feet wide. This powerful aircraft is fitted with 2 twin turboshaft engines. Within seconds, the pilot can be racing through the Sonoran Desert at speeds of 180 miles an hour and can climb to a height of 3,000 feet in the air. This gives the Border Patrol agents the advantages of high-altitude surveillance, peripheral vision, and a rapid speed of response. For the pilot to get a clear view at night of terrorists, drug smugglers, and human traffickers, he uses lightweight night vision goggles. The light amplification device takes available light from the moon or stars and intensifies it. This gives the Border Patrol agents an element of surprise as they can emerge from darkness and be on top of their assailants before they know it. For Yuma's Border Patrol agents, the night shift is the busiest and most dangerous time to patrol the U.S.-Mexican border. Smugglers of drugs and people will stop at nothing in order to ferry their cargo to its drop-off point in the U.S. They will dash across the desert with little care for anyone who gets in their way. "30 minutes after takeoff, and the radio is already buzzing with urgent calls for assistance. Agent Emblem responds to a high-speed chase between a ground agent and a driver in a white van who is traveling at 70 miles an hour down the highway. The van contains a smuggler and 10 undocumented immigrants who are packed airtight in the back.
Right now what we got is a large group down here. Just came in on the west side of San Luis. They're down here in the sedan grass. We're going to see if we can light up the area and find them for the ground unit. Okay, yeah, we got it. Okay, moving. Okay, guys, vehicle is northbound on 10 Echo. It's going to be a white four-door SUV west of Foothills Boulevard.
As soon as Agent Emblem spots the van, he illuminates it. This permits the ground agents to lock onto its location. Suddenly, the smuggler takes a sharp turn to the right and heads off into the desert. The dangers are rapidly heightened when the smuggler turns off his headlights in an attempt to get away from the oncoming Border Patrol agents. Such reckless action puts the undocumented immigrants in immense danger. The smuggler can't see more than a few feet in front of his van. If he hits a divot, then it could catapult the vehicle, killing everybody inside it.
Yeah, they said there was a group of agents.
Agent Emblem has been a Border Patrol agent for over 9 years. And still to this day, he can't come to terms with smugglers' utter disrespect for human life.
It's a business to them. They need to get their human cargo, if you will, from Mexico to the smugglers on the U.S. side as quick as possible, and then they go back and they smuggle another group. If they lose a few on the way, I don't think they'd care less. I think what they do is despicable. It's the best part of our jobs when we catch them.
Even though the smuggler is aware of the pursuing helicopter, he continues to press on the accelerator, barreling through the desert at over 50 miles an hour.
This is where they were throwing rocks at us. Oh yeah. Okay, he's coming up on that first dirt intersection there, guys. Right underneath the Hawk.
He suddenly makes an abrupt right turn and heads for a suburban area only a few feet from the desert highway.
If you guys can get into position just underneath the Hawk here, eastbound underneath the Hawk on the blacktop.
The police and land agents come swarming from all directions.
Okay, I'm gonna light the guy up now. Yeah. Light him up. He's going north, 1 block west of Fortuna Road.
The chase comes to an abrupt stop, and the occupants make a run for it.
Okay, guys, they're bailing out. They're bailing out.
Agent Emblem relays the information to the ground agents, who then begin to chase down the smuggler and illegal immigrants.
We need to get some people over here ASAP, guys. They're running. Okay, I got a guy in the front yard. The guy's in the field, too. Tell them to stop. They're going to come out in the field.
The Black Hawk continues to hover over the housing estate, allowing Agent Emblem to comb the nearby gardens, fields, and alleyways, flushing out several of the illegal immigrants.
I just had a flare out on the night sun. That's horrible. You just got to keep hammering on it. It'll come on. All right. Yeah, there. Turn to your right. Right there. Turn right. Turn right. There you go.
When one of the ground agents heads into a nearby field, Agent Emblem illuminates it with the beam, providing him with enough light to safely apprehend 4 illegal immigrants.
Charlie, how many bodies did you have?
Perez, Alcaraz.
As soon as the last of the illegal immigrants are in custody, Agent Emblem knows that his job is done, and he and the rest of the crew head back to base. Agents Boone Smith and Tyler Emblem finish their shift by checking in their M4 rifles. Tomorrow brings another day that will put their survival skills to the test as they continue to secure the U.S.-Mexican border. The following morning, and the Sonoran Desert seems at peace with the world. It covers a region of more than 100,000 square miles. An arid, rugged place riddled with hundreds of deep canyons and caves that offer superb coverage for the hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens that cross the U.S. border annually.
Back, no turbo.
The Borstar team start their afternoon shift in a relaxed manner. The mood changes when Agent Tyler Emblem gets a call to survey the Colorado River, as there has been a sighting of several intruders attempting to cross into the U.S.
We've got a group of aliens that jump the border fence and they're skirting the edge of the canal. There's usually 2 routes that they can take in this area where they cross. It's down along the water, along the edge of the All-American Canal, or up and over this hill up here called Garcia's Hill.
Also en route is Agent Boone Smith. As temperatures rise to 125 degrees, the state of Arizona is currently experiencing one of the most severe heat waves in the last 10 years. Agents Smith and Emblem arrive at the river and are joined by Agent Michael Bailey, who is carrying an M4 rifle.
Yes, I do.
What's that?
Which side are you to be on?
Once they are ready, they head upstream. Agent Smith and Emblem know these waters like the back of their hands. They know every trail where illegal aliens hide out. Although the water looks quite calm, the Border Patrol agents never underestimate their terrain. The river is notoriously known for its deceivingly fast undercurrents and steep, non-negotiable banks. 10-foot reeds restrict their view. Without being able to see what's on the other side, Border Patrol agents run the risk of having rocks thrown at them or even being shot at.
Right here, guys, on the right. Pulling right over here.
Agent Emblem spots movement to his right. He carefully steers the boat towards the bank.
Want me to grab a line, too?
Once they hit land, Agent Smith and Bailey head through the thick, dense, snake-infested bush where temperatures rise to over 140 degrees. Throughout a 12-hour shift, each agent must drink up to a gallon of water if he is to avoid severe dehydration. The border terrain is no place for the faint-hearted, as Agents Smith and Bailey are constantly bitten by mosquitoes. They also have to walk and crawl over land that is littered a foot deep with broken bottles, soiled disposable diapers, clothes, and syringes. When pursuing illegal aliens, Agents Smith and Bailey have their senses on full alert. They know they could be ambushed at any time with little space to maneuver.
Right up around that next corner, there could be a group, or there could be, people waiting for you, or, just dug into the brush. So it's really risky coming through these trails like this. And this maze of trails and trying to find the group that you want to find. Not to mention that it's real tough to cut sign on this. It's almost near impossible. So the best you can do is know where the aliens went in and just pursue them.
For many illegal aliens, the journey to the U.S. is the ultimate dream. Unfortunately, for others, the road leads to a parched, everlasting hell.
But a lot of times the smugglers will give the aliens medication, essentially speed, which increases their heart rate, increases their body temperature, causes dehydration. They act as diuretics, and it'll dehydrate the people even more, but they can keep going without stopping to eat. And, they get that kind of rush. They get the rush from the speed, so they keep going. The smugglers will give them medication and not even tell them, what it is. They're like, here, take this pill, here, take this pill. They'll keep giving them speed as they go, so that just compounds the fact, the heat factors on them and the dehydration factors on them. So a lot of these people are, have taken medication and stuff, and we'll find caffeine pills and ephedra pills on aliens all the time, aliens and smugglers all the time.
After tracking for over an hour, Agents Bailey and Smith are unable to catch up with the group of illegal immigrants who have been squatting in the reeds. They take a few moments to pay their respects to a fellow agent who perished while trying to capture a smuggler and save the lives of several illegal aliens.
This right here is a monument to Agent James Epling that died out here on December 16, 2003. He was chasing a group of aliens right off of here. It was the winter time. The aliens were, I believe, Chinese immigrants. And so he was yelling at them in Spanish and English, and weren't understanding them. And they'd been out in the middle of the river on a sandbar for quite some time. Well, Agent Epling went out, rescued the aliens, and was passing them up to his partner and said, I'm gonna go after a smuggler. And he was standing about knee-deep water at this time. So he took off after the smuggler, who was on an inner tube and starting to float back south. He took off running in this knee-deep water. And the depth changed, kind of fell into a hole nearest we can tell, and ended up drowning in the line of duty.
Coyotes are individuals that are secretly hired to smuggle illegal immigrants into the United States. Mexican drug smugglers will often use them as decoys, so that the Border Patrol agents will focus all their efforts trying to capture them while the drug smugglers ferry their cargo into the U.S. without being detected. The coyotes will transport up to 100 illegal immigrants at a time. If any of them fall behind, the coyotes will not think twice about leaving them to perish in the desert. Pregnant women and children have been found severely dehydrated, only a few minutes from death. The life of a Border Patrol agent is a never-ending drill. often with life and death stakes. Agent Jones spends over 10 hours a day perched on a hill that overlooks the U.S.-Mexican border. He is constantly on the lookout for terrorists, drug smugglers, and illegal aliens trying to cross the border, as well as snipers who use high-powered weapons to fire at Border Patrol agents. Just when they thought the day was coming to an end, Agents Hawkins and Bushhill get a call to say that there has been a sighting of around 20 illegal aliens who are being escorted across the border by a coyote. As soon as they get within a few miles of the group of illegal aliens, Agent Hawkins hits the gas. He tests the truck's every component to the maximum as it picks up speed around every corner. When pursuing someone at high speed, a Border Patrol agent needs nerves of steel. There is no room for hesitation when hurtling your truck through the desert's narrow roads and traveling at dangerous speeds of over 50 miles an hour. It only takes one mistake to catapult the truck into a ditch. Several Border Patrol agents have already been killed when their truck hit a divot in the road and crashed.
I'll drop you off and I'll go up here.
In order to corner off the illegal aliens, Agent Bushhill jumps out of the truck and heads off into the desert, while Agent Hawkins speeds off towards the border, flying over bumps and skidding around corners. Agent Hawkins has to stay alert as he chases down the coyote who is trying to make his way back to Mexico. Despite all of his training and protective equipment, Agent Hawkins never knows how the situation is going to play out. Agent Jones is supporting tactical operations by watching every move that Agent Hawkins makes.
No te muevas. Mira a la puerta. No te muevas. Manos en la espalda. ¿De dónde eres, señor? Sinaloa. ¿Qué estás haciendo aquí?
As soon as Agent Hawkins handcuffs the coyote, he hauls him to his feet and marches him back to his truck.
Camiseta, sí.
Agent Hawkins has to constantly scan the area as he never knows who else is out there. One thing is for sure, Border Patrol agents are constantly watched by drug smugglers on the Mexican side of the border.
The immediate danger is the person you're dealing with. You don't know who you have until you get them back and screened and put through the system. So you have to treat that individual as if they are a threat until you have them secure, handcuffed in a vehicle, properly searched, and they no longer pose a threat. But while you're doing that, you also have to be aware of your surroundings. There could be somebody else out there, somebody trying to come up behind you. If you don't have a partner or a camera watching your back, it's up to you, and you have to be aware of your surroundings, because if you focus on that one person too much, you'll get what we call tunnel vision. And at that point, somebody could walk up behind you and take you out while you're trying to deal with the other person.
With the coyote safely secured, Agent Hawkins drives a half-mile downhill to help process the 17 illegal immigrants that were caught by Agent Bushhill. Arizona has become the principal and deadliest gateway for illegal immigrants. It accounts for nearly 1/3 of the 1.5 million people captured illegally crossing the border each year. An average of 400 people die every year while attempting to cross the border from Mexico to the U.S. They are willing to risk everything, even death under the scorching sun, to get to their destination. Agent Tyler Emblem has been tracking a large group of illegal aliens throughout the Sonoran Desert for over 3 hours.
We're going up to the North River area on the Arizona side of the Colorado River. There's a lot of people crossing in this area. It's one of the busiest, if not the busiest area in the United States right now for illegal border crossers. This is pretty much ground zero where we're at.
While tracking at night, Border Patrol agents do it from their Hummers in order to cover more ground in less time. Agent Emblem is able to track a set of prints by shining his flashlight along the ground. Working alone at night can be daunting for even the most experienced Border Patrol agent. Agent Emblem has to keep cool at all times, especially when moving through the narrow reeds near the water's edge. If he was ambushed by armed drug smugglers, he would have little room to maneuver or escape.
Just checking the water's edge to see if there's any groups that have crossed here on the rafts. Might be making their way up along the river trail here. As you can see, it's real easy for them to hide down in here. You wouldn't know they were here unless you got out on foot and came down here looking for them. So you can't just stay in your vehicle. You got to get down here and beat the brush with the aliens down here. You can see right here where they came out of the water. There's a barefoot right here and a couple running W tennis shoes. They'll either swim across or raft across right here. And then they'll make their way along the edge of the river through the thick brush here. It's real easy for them to get right back across the river. It's only maybe 50 yards here to my left.
Agent Emblem picks up fresh foot signs and is able to locate the direction the group of illegal aliens is going in. Once on the move, Agent Emblem radios Agent Boone Smith for assistance.
10-4.
He then heads back north into the heart of the Sonoran Desert. Tracking illegal aliens can be a frightening experience, especially when it's a large group of people.
Well, when we're out here working in the desert, we typically come across, it's usually groups of people, large groups of people. It's not just, one-on-one or one-on-two. It's, there's one agent for probably, 20, 30, sometimes, 40 people. I think one of the biggest groups I ever had, it was me and two other guys, and we had 99 people out here. If a group was really willing and really aggressive, they could turn on the agent, and then you're in a really bad situation. You're outnumbered, and your nearest backup would be, 20, 30, 40 minutes away. That's if you can get to your radio to call for help. When that happens, you kind of gotta control the situation. If you offer a strong, confident presence, a lot of the time, that's good enough. The important thing is to go home at the end of the night. Go home safe, and do your job to the best of your ability.
Agent Emblem has to pay attention and focus on where the tracks are going, as there are various footprints heading in different directions.
You really have to concentrate on this stuff out here when it gets into this harder ground, because there's so many other groups that have crossed out here. You lose concentration just for a little bit. You go to pick up your radio or take your eyes off them for a little bit, get on the wrong stuff, and spend a little bit of time trying to straighten things out. So if you get up here into the softer sand, it'll be a little bit easier.
Even though tracking down illegal intruders can take a long time, Agents Emblem and Smith are working against the clock. They can tell by the footprints there are small children in the group. If they do not apprehend the group before sunrise, then by midday the young and the old will stand little chance of surviving the penetrating heat of the desert.
Got him up here, Boone. Yeah, I'm gonna throw him my overheads, let him know that I got the foot sign up here. All right, the chase is on.
Agent Smith hits the gas and his truck accelerates through the desert. He knows that he is Agent Emblem's only backup within 10 square miles.
Here they are. Okay, Boone, I got bodies here. Can just light up. Pongo las manos arriba. Manos arriba.
Once Agent Emblem catches up to the group of illegal immigrants, he stops his truck and instructs them to stand up slowly and put their hands on their head.
Todos que están escondidos en el monte, levántanse ahorita. Levántanse. Los otros escondidos en mi luz, levántanse. Háganse una fila aquí enfrente de mi vehículo. Una fila, una fila.
He then tells them to get into a single file. Agent Smith arrives on the scene with a 50-year-old man that was hiding behind a bush. Illegal immigrants are willing to risk everything in order to get to a safe house in a U.S. border town. They will often travel through the sun-seared terrain for numerous days on end with little water.
¿Cuántos años tienen? 4? See? And this little one here is 4. This is a perfect example of a group. You'll get out here. Right now it's 1 o'clock in the morning. If you look north of here, there's nothing but open desert. This group gets out here. It doesn't look to me like they have much water, and we'll check here in a minute, but come sunrise, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, it's gonna be 90 degrees at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. By 10 o'clock, it might already be 100. So you need a group like this with these kids that can't keep up. You're just looking for problems here. These are the groups that it's important we catch before they get too far north and they get into the danger zones.
When we have kids, the parents overcompensate. You know, there's women out here who will be carrying their kids and they can't, you know, what's up, heat distress, heat illness, dehydration, and like, you know, I had mentioned earlier that, you know, there's times where you'll find the children and they're still alive and they're still doing fine, but the mother's dead because she's been carrying the children across hot desert all day and giving the children all her water. You know, the young males that have made this, you know, trip a couple times, they're healthy, they're in good shape. You know, they can usually fight through this stuff. But it's the young kids, the women, the older people. They're going to have real problems crossing this desert in day or night. You know, I have a daughter that's, you know, one of those kids' age, and I'll tell you, I would never, ever put my kids through what these guys are putting their kids through tonight. Not in a million years.
6, 2, 3. So we got nine bottles of water here. That's total maybe 4 gallons of water in whole for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people. So 4 gallons for 12 people. That's this is an accident waiting to happen out here.
After Agents Emblem and Smith have checked that the group are not suffering from dehydration, they begin to search the bags of those they suspect are smugglers. When apprehending smugglers, Border Patrol agents have to interpret their actions in a fraction of a second as events can spiral out of control. While Agent Emblem searches the coyotes, Agent Smith checks their bags for concealed weapons.
This guy's got a cell phone battery. He's got it inside his bag there. This guy's probably a smuggler. We'll talk to the FOS on duty tonight when we get back to the station. This guy's a little bit shady. Okay. Arrodíllese aquí. Arrodíllese aquí.
They're young, they're in the front, they don't really fit in. You know, you got a bunch of young kids and families and stuff, and then these 2 guys, or this guy right here. I think this guy is. I don't know. I have to look into it more.
¿Qué está? Y niños, por ahí. Eduardo, that's it. Okay. Cuida los pies.
Once all of the illegal aliens are in the truck, they are taken to a holding center in Yuma, where they will stay overnight before they are deported back to Mexico. On a quiet road less than a mile outside the city of Nogales, Arizona, Agents Hawkins and Bushhill are sitting quietly in their truck. They are awaiting orders to assist fellow agents who have been tipped off about the illegal import of over 200 pounds of marijuana into the United States. They gear up, testing their night vision goggles that turn the night from dense blackness punctured by stars into an eerie, green-tinted landscape on which they can see every bush and on which people show up like glowing ghosts.
November 583, 1098.
As soon as they've been informed that there's been a sighting of several mules who are responsible for transporting the marijuana, they move into action. U.S. Border Patrol agents are a special breed of law enforcement officers. At night, the U.S.-Mexican border can become a place of incredible violence.
You need those extra mags, Bob?
No.
Okay.
Agent Bushhill quickly checks his M4 rifle as a split-second decision makes the difference between life and death. The Border Patrol agents begin to comb the hillside in search of drug smugglers. While some agents search for the drugs, others stand guard, as their biggest fear is the sharpshooters that work for the drug smugglers. They only have to pop their heads over the fence for a split second, and it could result in the death of an agent.
This close to the fence is especially bad. They know we can't chase them into Mexico, and they'll stand on the Mexican side and shoot at us. So that's why we waited till we had critical mass and a lot of support agents. And when we come up here, we come up in force. You notice none of the guys have their flashlights on, so we're using light discipline. None of them are really talking very loud, because we don't want to give our positions away. We're still very hard to see at night. Typically, we wouldn't jump narcotics as close to the fence, but they're only going to this neighborhood right down here to a safe house, so it's a matter of 2 minutes before they get to where they need to go, so we had to jump them as quickly as possible. And it's a very dangerous situation for us.
Agents continue to sweep the area, unearthing every hiding place, searching for the mules and the shipment of drugs.
The cameras picked up 2 more of the mules, and they're running to the east. They were just down right here. We picked them up on our infrared cameras. And Bob is actually the closest one to him, so he's going to go try to see if he can't find them.
There is no room for error or second-guessing a fellow agent's actions. Everything has to run smoothly and without a hitch, as their lives are on the line. An agent finds several containers of marijuana. The smugglers have abandoned their cargo and headed back across the border. As soon as they feel their job is done, Border Patrol agents start pulling out of the danger zone.
He's going to run his dog again.
Although no arrests were made, the agents seized over 200 pounds of marijuana. If they did not take control of the marijuana then, within days it would have been sold on street corners throughout the U.S. It's estimated that nearly half the $65 billion U.S. worth of narcotics bought by Americans each year comes through Mexico. As much as 90% of cocaine sold in the United States is smuggled through the Mexican territory. Mexico is also the #2 supplier of heroin and the largest foreign source of marijuana. It's 3 a.m., and Agent Emblem has caught his 5th group of illegal aliens. Even though he understands their quest for a better life in the United States, he is bound to his duty to uphold the law.
You just never know who's coming in. Yeah, it's true, a majority of the people want to come and earn an honest living. I understand that, but people need to come through the front door here. We have immigration laws that are set up for a reason, and they should be followed. We need to assure that people that wish to do this country harm, and the people that live in this country harm, we need to make sure that we're there to intercept them as they cross our border. That's what everybody does out here day in and day out, night in and night out. There's people working this border to intercept everybody that comes in. Some do get away, and we hope that they're not the bad ones.
Got a bit of a technical problem here. Come get me. Do it quickly.
Jim Oltersdorf has a job not many people could do.
Up a little higher. Affirmative.
He's a high-risk photographer, putting his life on the line every day to get the shots no one else would dare to take.
This is a full-grown Alaskan brown bear with cubs. It's a sow. She could kill me with one bite in a second or horribly, horribly mangle me.
It's what nightmares are made out of.
Fighting his way through one of the most violent environments on Earth, Jim pushes his limits to the edge to do the best possible job.
This water is so frigid, if you were to fall in, it's just a matter of a couple of minutes, and you're dead.
Every job is exceedingly dangerous.
Gary.
Hey, Gary, this is Jim Oltersdorf.
Hey, Jim, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine, buddy. Hey, listen, I got your email, and I appreciate you getting back with me on all of this.
High-risk photographer Jim Oltersdorf just landed a contract from a large American corporation.
How would you like to coordinate this, then? What works for you best?
I don't know, how much time have you got?
They want photographs of Alaskan brown bears, one of the world's
Thank you
most
very much. I
fearsome and
appreciate it.
dangerous
Great.
predators.
Okay, bye-bye.
There are over 35,000 brown bears in Alaska, and all of them are dangerous. In the past 20 years, there have been over 250 bear attacks in the state. Over 50 people have been killed. Brown bears are twice as big as the more common black bears, and 20 times more dangerous. In Alaska, the brown bear is the ultimate predator. To make things worse, these killers live in one of the most violent atmospheres on Earth. For Jim, just getting to where the bears are will be treacherous. And once he's there, Jim will be face to face with one of nature's most fierce killing machines. Glenn Allsworth Jr., an expert bush pilot and guide, will fly Jim out to Funnel Creek, where several Alaskan brown bears have recently been spotted.
The bears are usually pretty antisocial. They're usually not all hanging around each other like they are in this place. So it's the one time of year when you get all these big bears all in one place. But it's also the one time of year where the bears, a lot of them are kind of edgy because you have all these sows and cubs where the boars will come in and kill the cubs.
These are wild animals, and they have to be treated as such because, in a sense, they, if you misread it, you're asking for some problems.
Even if you take all the precautions, you don't have control over all the different factors that can come in.
The damage they can do in a matter of just a couple of seconds it can lead to fatalities, no doubt about it. And there's many people that are lying in their graves today that took them as a joke.
Getting up close and personal with wild bears will be very dangerous for Jim. But first, he has to get there. Float planes are the only choice he has. Cessna Beavers are very safe when flown in normal conditions. But out here in Alaska, normal takes on a whole new meaning. There are no weather stations anywhere near Funnel Creek, Jim's destination.
These winds are picking up down here off of the lake. You see how the waves are moving.
The planes are flying 160 miles into the wilderness, through mountain passes and over glacial waters. Yet in Alaska's uncertain environment, the weather can change on a dime. Almost constant cloud cover means they have to fly close to the ground to maintain visibility.
Okay, we're good.
If anything goes wrong, the pilot won't have more than a few seconds to react before the plane crashes to the ground.
Okay, we're coming in for a landing here on this lake where all these bears are. And it's a real tricky landing. Time to time, we got to get these winds right. As you see, there's a huge amount of bear population out here. I probably counted at least 50 bears just then.
Wow, that was pretty exciting. Thanks.
Jim is met by professional guide Jeff Duck. He will be everyone's bodyguard for the next day.
Couldn't get it any better. What do you think?
Perfect.
I like it. Let's go find some bears.
For this assignment, Jim chose to go to Funnel Creek, out in the middle of Katmai National Park. At this time of year, Funnel Creek is oversaturated with sockeye salmon coming back from the Pacific Ocean to spawn in their natural stream. It is one of nature's most spectacular phenomenons, watching salmon swim upstream as tons of gallons of rushing glacial water push against them. A lot of salmon also means a lot of bears. Professional guide Jeff Duck has been scouting the area for a few days. What he saw makes everyone nervous. The Alaskan brown bears are everywhere. They are big and they are hungry.
What we're gonna do is just stay in a group and keep our eyes open, keep looking around 360 degrees.
Also along for the ride is Jim's assistant and fiancée, Lisa Perzacino. She trusts Jim with her life, but she knows this is dangerous.
What scares me the most is things that could happen that are beyond our control or his control.
It's a very potentially fatal environment. It's very harsh, it's very hostile.
You know, you can walk in right on these bears, and that's the one thing that you have to be really careful, because he might be laying down up there.
He's sleeping.
And about the last thing you want to do is take that bear and wake him up and surprise him.
Bears are not social animals, and too many of their own makes these creatures edgy. Nobody wants to deal with bad-tempered Alaskan brown bears.
Here we have a sow and a
Oh boy,
cub
look
over
at here.
She's only got one cub, and you can tell that's a smaller bear. That's a 500-pound bear or so.
A mature boar will go between 750 to 1,200 pounds. And they'll outrun the fastest Olympian.
They have a speed capable up to a 30-mile-an-hour burst. From that distance there, they could outrun a horse.
It's unbelievable. Something of that size can come at you with the speed of lightning, and before you even recognize what's going on, you're in his jaws. He will tear you apart and you will be gone. It's what nightmares are made out of.
But that certainly won't stop Jim Oltersdorf. He will go right to the limit to get the best possible pictures.
Absolutely incredible.
This is as close as we're gonna get, Jim. She looks like a nice, cuddly bear, but you've got to give her all the respect in the world. That's the most dangerous animal right there. Sow with her cub.
Like most animals, this female brown bear will protect her cubs at all costs.
It's hard to say what could set her off, but the better thing is to never set her off.
If that sow decided that Jim and the crew were a menace to her cub, she would charge the group at full speed.
That is a big sow up there.
Reflexes would send everyone running for their lives, and that could be a fatal mistake.
Never run from a bear. Many of them will make a mock attack. They'll make a charge at you. Oh, it'll take nerves of steel to stand there. But if you move back, that will incite his aggression and cause him to absolutely attack you.
There's no predator on Earth that's any larger that will take those guys on if they had any brains. So it might be a little prudent to work our way over this way because she's going to be coming here.
That female Alaskan brown bear and her cub are not alone. To Jim's delight, the brown bears are everywhere. Although their name doesn't strike fear in one's heart as much as grizzlies or Kodiak bears, they are the same animal. The difference is purely geographical. Alaskan brown bears live within 200 miles of the coastline, while grizzlies live inland. Since the Alaskan brown bear get to eat a great deal of salmon, they are actually bigger than most grizzlies. As for Kodiak bears, they are simply Alaskan brown bears that live on Kodiak Island.
That's a big boy down there. Oh, look at this one.
Jim just hit the jackpot. Right off those bluffs, several bears are feasting on salmon. He must approach them as stealthily as possible. He doesn't want to surprise them out of their lunch or incite one of them to become aggressive. Among the feeding bears is a sow trying to feed her cubs. She could become very agitated if Jim invades her space.
She looks really unsure if she wants to leave those cubs alone down there.
He'll try to get as close as possible to the bears. He must find just the right spot that will enable him to get the photographs he needs without provoking the wild animals.
These bears are absolutely unbelievable. This footage I'm getting here is extraordinary. These aren't park bears, these are wild bears.
To get those incredible pictures, Jim must take risks. But that's what high-risk photography is all about.
To go to the edge and to peer over is an extraordinary experience that absolutely makes me as alive and vibrant as I ever could be. It's extraordinary.
So I'm standing here, or sitting here, I'm on a cliff, and it's certainly without question breakneck if this should give way. In order to get these shots, I have to, again, put myself in the best opportunity. Come on, big boy, get that fish, will you? And it's all loose here, so you got to be extremely careful. You have to be aware of what we call situational awareness, of not only the bears that could harm us, but the actual physical part of it. That's a young sow, and she's learning herself how to fish. And as she progresses in age, she'll become more proficient, where just about any time she dives in, she's going to get a salmon. Well, I got a sow that is trying to assess where she's fishing to see if it's worthwhile for her effort or she'll move. And so patience is a virtue in this. I like to get the teeth into the fish. I like that drama of the successful meal gathering, you might say. So what we want to do is catch it just like what she's doing right now. She's coming in, nice splash, miss the fish.
I love color. I've shot color all of my life. It's a vibrancy of our earth. And I like to, in my imagery, draw the scent of the surroundings. I want that vicarious experience visually to be brought to those people. Kind of an irony of things. I want them to be lured by what I do, to bring them in. Maybe to say, oh, I wouldn't want to do that, but I sure felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up when I saw Oltersdorf standing on the edge of that cliff with maybe that much of his foot hanging off of it.
Jim often has to push himself to the limit of his physical and mental abilities. If anything goes wrong, experience is his best ally.
It's not luck that pulls you through. It's you thinking your way through in microseconds, because those decisions will yield whether you live or die. If, of course, you miscalculate, you're not going to come home.
Now, this bear that I'm shooting, the nice thing about his behavior is he's in this brush, and you could walk 5 yards from him and you'd never see him. You never want to go into those areas like that. You'll just see a tuft of fur, and then you're a dead man.
That bear will attack you as stealthy as a cat stalks a mouse. You'll never hear him, you'll never see him until the last second when he comes charging out of that woods at you. When he makes that attack on you, especially with an Alaskan brown bear, one of the things you have to understand is why is he making that attack? And if he's viewing you as a food source, you have to fight him.
Jim has got both feet planted in loose rocks inches from the edge of a ravine. If he falls down, he may very well kill himself instantly. That is, if he's lucky. Because if he does fall, he'll fall right at the foot of a sow and her 2 cubs. Jim would be ripped to pieces by the protective mother. Even the cubs would take a bite.
I can see the claws on this animal. And these claws, without question, as I fire on them, and I'm only shooting a foot right now, are absolutely devastating to anything that comes within its grasp. I wouldn't go any closer because then I'm pushing a limit on this bear. And that's the difference between being a professional and being an amateur. And my knowledge says that you don't want to get any closer because she will attack. She'd come on to me without a problem with those cubs. There's not too many people in the world that get that close to those cubs and a sow in a wild environment like this. She'd clamber up right here in a matter of just a couple seconds. No more than 2 seconds, she'd be on me. The likelihood of me being able to produce my weapon that I'm carrying on my side here and drawing fire on her would be pretty well removed because it just happens too quickly. And she'd maul me, she'd bite me, and I would suppress my behavior where I'd just stop any kind of movement. And in other words, I'm going to convince her, if I did get attacked, that she's neutralized me. So that threat now is eliminated, and she'd simply walk away from me. There we go. Okay, there we go. This is the most dangerous situation that one can place themselves in on planet Earth as far as a giant Alaskan brown bear in the wilds with her cubs. And in essence, I'm kind of in between them. I don't particularly like that, but it's better that I just stay here and not move.
Going to those extremes is risky enough, but Jim also has to concentrate on taking great photos.
Well, that's the double whammy. I think that's what separates the boys from the men. I have to have that situational awareness of my surroundings because these animals may come in and attack me. I might fall off the cliff because I've been so sighted in with my camera. I'm looking down this tube. I don't have peripheral vision. It's very narrow. So I have to rely on my hearing, even sometimes my smell. It's like 2 different books that you're trying to read at the same time. And sometimes it becomes very complex. I feel both my eyes are like a chameleon going in different directions. I have to be the best out there. When I'm doing the front covers of these magazines or books or taking and creating imagery that is going to symbolize a multi-million-dollar company, there's no doubt that pressure is there. And you have to realize that there's a definitive line that you must not cross. And it sometimes is almost invisible.
Even if Jim won't consciously cross that invisible line, he might try to stretch it.
We got one coming right at us.
The pictures from the top of the bluff were very good, but Jim wants some eye-level action photos of these bears.
These are just young boys.
Yeah, but we got no way out, though.
Every bear has cubs here.
I know it. That's a big one down there.
You mean the one on the left?
Yeah. And we are surrounded by them.
That's good. That's a good thing, Jeff. That's what we came here for.
Yep. I'm glad you got some bears today.
He managed to convince professional guide Jeff Duck to accompany him down into the water. They basically will be walking right into the bears' buffet table.
I want to get out of here as quick as I can.
Oh, Jeff, these are beautiful pictures. You know, you wait a lifetime for these kind of opportunities.
Even though he's an experienced outdoorsman and hunter, Jeff is still nervous.
Oh, hey, hang on a minute. Let's see what the sow's doing.
In his mind, they crossed that invisible line between safe and sorry.
Let's start backing up a little bit, Jim. She's working her way through that brush. Okay, we're holding them up now. We'll have to get going. They want to get up here again, I think.
Why don't we go over here, give them a little room?
Do this quick, Jim. Well, we're blocked from the other group, though.
Bears normally don't attack groups of people because they find them more intimidating. But two lone men trekking through a salmon-filled stream might be a different story.
Yeah, that one, the little one I don't mind. It's the big sow there.
That one right there, that's a beautiful bear. I want to get a shot of him. Hang on.
And right now, they've got 6 Alaskan brown bears coming right at them.
Those other 3 are going to push him up here.
Yep.
I'm scared all the time when I'm up there. If I didn't, that's the day I probably or should quit.
They look much bigger down there, don't they?
They do.
Woo!
They do.
Man. At the end of the day, I swear, Jeff, these packs weigh about 750 pounds each.
I think some of the dangerous things that I do, if we want to call them dangerous things, I call it a job description of, it's just like taking out the garbage or delivering newspapers or going down to the office. My office is a lot different, but to me, it's my life. It's the style of which I approach it. So every job is exceedingly dangerous, and I recognize that. Therefore, I try to make it undangerous, if such a word exists, that I try to eliminate all of those things that occur that cause a fatality. But even then, obviously there's things out of control that are going to happen.
The earth here is very, very unstable.
And that's where the crux of it is, that you have to be prepared. I cannot become overcome by the emotion that I'm going to lose my leg, or that I'm going to have a rope go around my neck and I get strangled, or that if I fall, that the fear of the falling keeps me from thinking rationally, because it is absolutely panic that will kill you or cause an injury every single time.
Once again, Jim is pushing himself to his limits, riding that invisible line that separates safe from sorry. If he loses his footing, he'll fall just a few feet from hungry bears that might just prefer fresh meat over salmon. This is too close for comfort, and Jim knows it. The beauty of these animals in their impressive setting can be mesmerizing. It is almost calling out to Jim to come just a little bit closer. That lure, that illusion of safety, can be a killer.
The lure is a fascinating emotion. It tries to bring you in. You don't feel that in any other condition in your life. So it just starts to, almost like a fish hook on a line, draw you in farther and farther until maybe you're past a couple of these windows that you didn't perceive. And then when you realize that you're past them, the door closes.
Jim and his crew just started walking along the edge of the ravine when a large bear appeared out of nowhere. It was sleeping in the tall grass when Jeff Duck stumbled upon it.
It's a big game of chess trying to dodge all these bears.
Yeah.
What's going around, Mr. Bear?
Jeff backed up, letting the bear know that it is superior. Jeff's 12-gauge shotgun is loaded with a rubber bullet in the chamber and deer slugs in the magazine. The rubber bullet would not kill the bear. It would only sting it and hopefully send it running away.
You always keep your eyes open in this tall grass. They just appear out of nowhere in here. It's amazing a 700-pound animal like that can hide in nowhere.
And of course, high-risk photographer Jim Oltersdorf wants a photo of that bear.
Okay, we'll stop.
The pictures I've taken in my life are countless, but when you get that one, You've earned it. You sweated, you bled for it. You've trained for it. Not only creatively, but you've trained in your heart for it and in your mind to get you into that environment. That's where the greatest fruits are.
There's two sleeping right down there.
The wild beauty of the Alaskan landscape makes a jaw-dropping backdrop for Jim's photography. A single click from Jim's camera over 100 yards away is enough to wake the sleeping bears.
You gotta be careful here because you can get fixated on these animals because they're so close in proximity, and without you knowing it, another bear can come up behind and sneak right up. If he's a rogue bear, he's gonna take you out. He'll attack you. He'll look at you as a food source. These guys here, if they're pressed and they're pressured, even though they're young bears, they still have a very capable defense. They will attack you if you press it. Just photographically, it's just really, really cool. They will walk on this kind of ground, and they're absolutely soundless. You will not hear any noise emitted from their padded feet. You may hear the click of their claws, which can probably be about this long on some of the more mature bears, and they'll stand upwards of in the excess of 10 feet tall.
For Jim Oltersdorf, the bear shoot is a complete success. He got several hundred beautiful pictures that his clients will love, and more importantly, no one got hurt.
What an incredible day.
Time to go back home and get ready for the next assignment. It's going to be a long week for Jim. He's got several assignments that will make the bear shoot look like a walk in the park.
We got a bit of a technical problem here. Come get me. Do it quickly.
When it comes to aerial photography, high-risk photographer Jim Oltersdorf is a world-renowned specialist.
All right.
He has taken pictures for almost every aviation magazine in the country. This time, it's Pilot magazine that wants pictures of a 1943 Stinson plane in action. To take the shots, Jim rented a small Cessna and had the pilot take out the right side door. Jim will be working half in, half out of the airplane. This is not a job for the faint of heart. Jim has tied himself to the plane's frame using heavy-duty ropes and clasps. To keep his balance, he must maintain pressure on his restraints. If anything breaks or comes undone, Jim will fall right off the plane, and he is not wearing a parachute. The bright, flashy yellow and purple suit is to give rescuers a better chance to find his body. Jim has been a pilot for over 30 years, so he knows exactly what he's getting into. He knows the dangers are not always where you expect them to be. While on assignment some years ago, he flew his airplane through high-voltage power lines.
They were 27,000 volts, and it was a blinding flash of light and a sound that only dead men hear. When they separated, it hit my fairing on my wheels on the right side, and then they snapped into my wing. I was helpless, and we sat in that aircraft over those mountains at breakneck speed, and my aircraft was burning, literally burning. And the next few seconds of what your decisions are will yield whether you live or die.
Jim never panicked and miraculously landed the damaged plane, saving his life and his passengers. That close call did not stop him. He took it in stride and learned from it. It taught him firsthand that the fear of dying can be controlled, and even turned it into a very powerful asset.
You know, when the chips go down, when you're looking at the other side, you become very uncomfortable. I'm scared as hell. Your mouth becomes foul tasting. Your breathing becomes labored. You sweat. But scared means that it's part of the the backpack or the goods in a backpack that you carry. It's part of the performance. And if you understand that, then you can deal with it. You can almost invite it. You can say, come on, bring it on. Let's challenge me. That's why I'm here. And that sharpens you. That's when you become very focused at the task at hand to provide excellence.
The task at hand is to take air-to-air pictures of this small 1943 Stinson plane. To get good shots, the Stinson and Jim's plane must fly in close formation, something that is not recommended in the best of conditions. But out here in the Alaskan mountains, the ferocious winds are giving Jim and the pilots a hard time. Getting good pictures is what it's all about, but staying alive is their #1 priority.
Okay, good deal. If you hold it right there, we'll keep adjusting, try to keep the same distance here. I'll do it.
Radio traffic between the planes is non-stop. Both pilots always need to know what the other one is doing.
25 to 30. 25 to 30.
Affirmative. Hold steady.
Hold steady.
Any sudden gust of wind could have fatal consequences. In this extreme environment, you don't get second chances.
The wind's making it a little bit tough to hold an altitude here. We'll let me try to reposition back in again.
Copy.
They constantly have to adjust their altitude, trying to find smoother air, but also to give the high-risk photographer better angles for his imagery.
The photographs that I produce invoke emotions in people. And many times, especially for an example, in shooting this type of imagery, when I'm hanging out of an aircraft, and maybe I'm shooting a vintage aircraft, when that gets published and millions of people around the world see that, I'll get phone calls and I'll get emails from people, pilots who had, back in 1940, had flown airplanes like that. And so when they read that story about that aircraft that I had photographed, it brings it right to the day that they were flying their own at that moment.
To get those meaningful pictures, Jim has to work very hard.
I work in the most violent of atmospheres in the entire world. I'm buffeted. I'm attacked by 200-mile-an-hour winds.
Tell him he's got good light on him, too.
And so you can only begin to imagine that feeling that I have very deep in my heart when I am challenged by all of these get-yous, yet I walk away and the picture, after I look at it on my computer, is razor sharp and it's going to be a front cover.
And front covers, Jim has done a lot of them. He started his career almost 30 years ago in LA, shooting high fashion and glamour photography. He quickly built a solid reputation that landed him some fabulous contracts. Single and good-looking, Jim had it all, or so it seemed.
It was exciting. It was flirting with danger in a sense. Beautiful women, exotic locations, Rolls Royces, limousines. But I always felt empty at the end of the day. Made good money doing it, but there was something that wasn't feeding my heart. It wasn't touching me.
One day, he packed his things and left for Montana. No one could comprehend why he left such a seemingly perfect life.
You answer to your heart. There's no other way of saying it. And so I realized that I was at my happiest shooting trout in a stream.
Jim quickly realized that he worked best in difficult, more challenging environments, shooting pictures where other people wouldn't even think of taking a camera. Today, Jim is one of the world's most respected high-risk photographers.
Don't do the mundane. Go to the extraordinary. Seize the greatest opportunity. And all of the while, enjoy it, because then you become exuberant about your work. You become energetic, and that will show in imagery that you create.
After his air-to-air photo shoot, Jim rented a boat to fulfill 2 other photo shoots. He wants to go to a remote waterside location where he will escalate a steep mountainside and then rappel down. Hanging 100 feet over the frigid water, Jim will take photos of the astonishing landscape. But first, he'll use the boat to get as close as possible to the Holgate Glacier. He wants to get eye-level shots of it. Those photographs will go in Jim's photo bank and will be offered to anyone who might need them. Those waters are saturated with icebergs of all shapes and sizes. From smaller ones the size of a basketball to larger ones that can weigh several tons, they are a captain's worst nightmare.
A lot of accidents. People wreck the bottom of their boats. They hit the ice too hard.
Sam Bullion is focused on those floating chunks of ice, doing all he can to steer clear of them. This quick sightseeing tour could turn very ugly in the blink of an eye. The small inflatable lifeboat the ship is carrying is not large enough to hold everyone on board. We could have a small-scale Titanic-like event right here. In Alaska, cold water immersion is the second leading cause of death. But Jim won't settle for long shots of the glacier. He's always looking for different perspectives, for images that no one else will get.
Pretty soon you'll be able to hear the ice calving.
The captain of the boat has found an iceberg-free channel and is navigating closer and closer to that breathtaking ice wall. What looked from a few miles away to be no more than a slowly rising pile of snow is actually an ice wall several hundred feet high. It is one of the most spectacular landscapes anyone could see. Glaciers are very dynamic, almost alive. You can hear the ice crack and rumble as giant blocks of ice grind against each other. Millions of tons of ice and debris are pushing down towards the water, making the iceberg calve almost continuously, causing large pieces of ice to break off and fall in the water. This is exactly what Jim is hoping to catch.
I'm waiting for one to be spectacular where it will just fall right off and into the water and get this. Something kind of like that.
Captain Sam Bullion has done a fine job. The boat is getting closer and closer to the glacier. The breathtaking scenery is grandiose. If a large piece of ice was to calve, something that happens on an almost daily basis, it would create a tsunami that this boat is not equipped to ride.
That wave could be 30 feet in the air and just come right over and turn the boat right over. This is very dangerous to do something like this. This water is so frigid, survivability, if you were to fall in, is just a matter of a couple of minutes, and you're dead. Just balancing yourself on a boat like this right on the edge, you get one wave, you hit an iceberg here, you're going to lose your camera, all your gear, and you could lose your life doing this. But that's the way you get these kinds of pictures. You have to go to that edge. You have to take that risk. Here we go, right? Oh, yeah! That's what we wait for.
The ice cracking sounds like small explosions, and they seem to be more and more frequent coming off the left side of the glacier. That gets all of Jim's attention.
If this whole thing should happen to fall, we just hope it doesn't. I think what we need to do is we need to swing around and go back down to this other chute that I'm gonna do.
It's time to go. Jim still has the rappelling shots to do today, but the incredible beauty of this natural theater makes it hard to leave it behind.
Some of those sounds are scary though, man.
Moving away from the Holgate Glacier, Jim will take a few minutes in the underdeck to mentally prepare himself. He knows that his next photo shoot is going to be one of the toughest he's ever done. Jim scouted this place a few weeks ago. He wants to climb on top of this mountain and rappel down right over the opening in the rocks. He believes he'll get a unique perspective by shooting photos through the hole in that rock formation.
I think I want to go right into that cove and then work up all the way up through there. It's going to be a pretty good climb.
All right, we're rocking and rolling, boys and girls.
I've been accused of insanity, complete nuts, crazy, you name it. You have a death wish. That's the biggest one that comes up.
I'll be hanging from that rope probably a good 20 minutes or so.
The irony is we all have a life wish. People like myself, we participate. There's an old saying that I absolutely love that strikes me dear to my heart. And it is, for I would rather live a day as a lion than a century as a lamb. Certainly applies.
The lion in Jim Oltersdorf is about to climb what few people would even attempt. The first 50 feet or so is all granite wall. It's an almost vertical climb that offers very few solid handholds. And keep in mind that Jim is carrying his equipment on his back. His backpack carries roughly the same weight as a fully loaded golf bag. The rock quickly gives way to dense and thick underbrush and loose soil. Jim has to fight for a secure hold through every single inch of this vertical climb. What started out as a tough climb quickly degenerates into a battle for survival.
I can't traverse this. I gotta go straight vertical. 25 more feet, and I'm on the first ridge, I think.
The brush is so thick that Jim is virtually invisible to the boat.
Nope, I'm dead end. Ooh, ow. There's a nice one to break my leg on.
I'm 54 years old, 5 grandchildren. I do notice that there's times where physically I'm much more challenged than what I was when I was 25. But I also realize too that I'm a lot smarter. I have a lot more experience.
I gotta tie myself off here because I'm gonna fall if I don't. That's not a heavy tree to bet your life on.
After almost an hour of constant struggle, Jim is near the top. He's got no room to maneuver, and the rocks are crumbling under his weight. One wrong move, and Jim could fall 200 feet into freezing water.
Oh, I love freehand. But not this high.
In my industry, you don't have to have biceps of a bodybuilder. You don't have to have legs of a sprinter. You don't have to have the breath hold of a world record deep sea diver. What you do have to have is what's between your ears, the ability to use your mind and to think rationally as you're met with the opposition.
Jim has finally reached the top of the mountain, but he's not positioned over the hole. He'll have to move sideways so he can come down on his mark.
Oh boy, it's the worst I've ever climbed.
Jim is exhausted, and that's when accidents happen. That falling debris is a very realistic reminder of what could happen to him if he lets his guard down.
You can get killed in a millisecond. And when it will happen is when you think that you've gotten on top.
Almost 2 hours after he started his climb, Jim manages to position his rope where he wants to rappel down. The hard part seems to be over, so this is where the fun should start. But problems often arise when you least expect them. As he starts his descent, only seconds away from pulling out his camera and reaping the rewards of all his efforts, something goes terribly wrong.
Okay, I'm not gonna get the shot. You're gonna have to come down and get me, boys. We got a bit of a technical problem here.
Hanging 60 feet above the rocks and freezing water, fatigue sets in for Jim, causing both of his hands to cramp up.
Come get me.
He is not using climbing equipment that would allow him to let go of the rope. If he does let go, he'll fall straight down.
Do it quickly!
The water is freezing cold. It would instantly knock the breath out of him. Unable to use his cramped up arms and hands and weighted down by his photographic equipment, Jim would sink like a rock.
Quickly!
Hanging onto that rope with his last shreds of energy,
Quickly!
Jim knows that he cannot allow himself to panic.
Because it will get you. It's an invisible ghoul that stalks you every second of the way.
Please hurry!
Help is on the way. Lisa, Jim's assistant and fiancée, is getting there as fast as she can. With only seconds to spare, she manages to get the boat right under Jim. He can slowly release the pressure on the rope and start to go down.
Had a malfunction. Get right under me.
It's a controlled fall, right into her waiting arms.
At the last one.
It happened very quickly because at one point, 1 minute, I thought everything was just fine, and there'd be 20 minutes of him just taking pictures and enjoying himself. And all of a sudden it turned. And yeah, that was pretty scary.
And then pin that one back. Oh! I can't put my fingers out. I can't move them out. Oh! Okay, pull them out. Oh. All right.
Lisa is one of the most inspirational people that I've ever encountered in my life.
Oh, yeah. Pull them out. Pull my fingers out. Oh! Ow!
She was there for me.
Oh, God. Let me put my hair down.
I was just glad he could hang on long enough for me to get there. I was just really thankful. It was just a stressful time, I guess, and just an emotional.
I had a couple things go wrong on me right as I went off.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, look at my hands. Oh, bend my fingers back out, will you? Oh. Oh, my arm. Oh.
After going through hell, Jim finally gets back in the boat, shaken but safe and sound.
13 things went wrong right at the very last part. It's extremely frustrating. My fingers they just cramped right up, both of them. I couldn't even open them. I couldn't do anything with them. If you gain it all, then it's not high risk. There's always that element, no matter what I'm doing, it's elusive. You all right?
Yeah. You all right?
Yeah, of course I'm right. All right, let's go home.
Peaceful?
No loons out today. They'll be here tonight, though. You think?
For Jim Oltersdorf, going home at the end of the day is just a transition between adventures.
Great day to go out on the water, isn't it?
This gentle soul will always be happier playing outside.
I believe absolutely in fate. And I think that my fate, what's said to my heart, my spirit, is simply said, go out and take all the pictures you can. Show the world what they really have. Look at the purse, the extremely magnificent earth. It's all there for everyone, and it's up to me, in many cases, to show those people who have not been exposed yet to that rawness, to that beauty. That's my responsibility.
bounty hunter Walter Fernandez has one key mission: to track down and catch wanted criminals and bring them back before the courts.
Fugitive recovery. They tell you, if you don't open the door, we're gonna kick the door.
Walter and his bounty hunting partners will stop at nothing to catch their prey.
If I'm looking for you, I'll stay on you until I wear out the very last lead I can get. I will stay on you. I'll flip every stone. I'll chase you from one end of the earth to the other.
Guys, come on.
Going after drug dealers and murderers alike, bounty hunters never know what kind of fugitive might be waiting for them behind those closed doors.
Take it down, take it down, take it down.
And to what extreme they will fight to stay out of prison.
Let's see what else we got here.
It's 5 a.m. and the sun is about to rise on the streets of New Jersey.
He gave us a Redmond Street address.
This is Walter Fernandez's hunting ground, and he's about to strike.
There's a young kid. We got to be careful with him. You know how these young kids are. Tend to want to run. Yeah. All right?
Working with his regular crew, Walter is on the hunt for a man in his early 20s who's wanted in court for skipping bail on drug charges. Now considered a fugitive, the drug dealer is being stalked by professional bounty hunter Walter Fernandez and his highly trained crew, the Metro Fugitive Recovery Squad. Walter has been tracking down fugitives for the last 14 years, and his experience makes him one of the very best. If you jump bail, you better hope that your bondsman doesn't send this guy after you.
Right now, we're going to 11 Gardenia. We're gonna go try to see if we grab this guy up. If you get arrested, you get out on bail with a bail bondsman. You're scheduled for court. If you don't show up to court, the judge considers you an FTA. They send out a failure to appear notice. Henceforth, you get a warrant. And it's called a bench warrant, actually. You get a warrant for your arrest, and at that point, you're a fugitive.
Which means that for Walter and his crew, you are now fair game.
There's a green Cougar. What year is this Cougar? 2000? That's got to be it right there, that green Cougar.
And make no mistake about it, for these guys, it is a hunt.
I became a bounty hunter back in '92. I'm pretty aggressive at getting what I want. And it helps me when I'm hunting because I don't give up.
As daylight breaks, Walter and his squad strategically approach a house where they suspect the fugitive is hiding. At this early hour, the bounty hunters are confident he's still in bed.
The house is right there, bro. That's his car right there. That's the co-signer's car. So, right, you see with the lights on? That window upstairs, that's there. So don't get in the view of the...
The crew stealthily move towards the house, careful not to give away their presence. For bounty hunters, a surprise attack is one of their greatest assets. With the squad strategically positioned around the house, Walter makes the first move to assess the activity going on inside. No one is more dangerous than a fugitive running from the law, so if the drug dealer saw them coming, Walter and his men could be in for a dangerous surprise. Whenever drugs are involved, there's always a threat that the situation could turn violent.
In my 15 years experience, I've been on the staring down the barrel of a weapon before, and it's not a pleasant experience. We wear body armor, and that's probably the best protection you can have. Hopefully they don't shoot you in the head.
Check it out, check it out. I want to talk to her some more. They're always in there. We just don't know if they're inside right now or not.
The Metro Fugitive Recovery Squad is a blended mix of speed, strength, and smarts.
I'm a runner. I'm a great runner. You know, I'm a very healthy guy.
Walter must utilize each agent's specific skills to successfully capture his prey.
If someone has to go through a window or something, they'll be me. You know, no one else, that'll be me. You good?
In New Jersey, currently, there is no law yet governing bounty hunters.
If a bounty hunter is sure that a fugitive is hiding inside a private residence, he has the right to break in and make the arrest. This right dates back to an 1872 U.S. Supreme Court decision.
The way to make entry if someone doesn't want to open the door, First thing that comes to mind is, you know you have the right to enter. If I know you're inside, then yeah, I'll do what I have to do. If I'm not sure, then there's other ways. You can look through a window. If there's a window that I can boost my partner up into and look in, if the window opens, I'll push my partner right through the window, let him go inside. And believe me, once people see you going through their window, they're gonna react and they're gonna come out and say, hey, what are you doing? Act like, oh, I didn't hear you knocking. And you know they're lying, but at that point you know something's going on. Then you have two choices. Kick the door down and go in if you feel that your partner may be in imminent danger, or wait for your partner to come open the door for you. That is a game time decision that you make at the moment.
You should have kept his radio.
That's how he'll be good. Trust me, if you see someone flying out the window, it won't be him.
If anything goes wrong inside the house, Ali will have to take on the drug dealer and his backup crew alone. As a result of a court ruling, New Jersey bounty hunters cannot carry firearms, so Ali must rely on his baton, pepper spray, speed, and strength.
Guys, come here. Yo!
Take it down, take it down, take it down.
Turn the sound off.
Back up, let's not crowd this room. Turn the shower off.
Like a shot, Walter and his crew storm the house with lightning speed, giving their wanted fugitive little time to react.
Cover yourself. Let's cover yourself. Listen, either you cover yourself or we gonna cover yourself.
This quick arrest was a textbook intervention. Unfortunately for Walter, bounty hunting and its unpredictable game of cat and mouse is not always this easy.
No, I just want to make sure, because you don't want us to take you in there with
After 15 years of hunting down fugitives, Walter knows who he is up against.
Your general fugitive is usually a drug dealer. They tend to be aggressive. They're usually carrying guns or knives. They're the violent type. They're usually runners. So we're going to be transporting him now to Cinnamon's, and he's not too happy, as you can see. But we got to do our jobs.
Now in custody, the fugitive drug dealer will be escorted to the county jail, where he'll wait to face justice once again, this time from behind bars.
I became a bounty hunter back in '92. That was my first interest in bounty hunting. I had a bounty hunter who was supposed to come into the high school for career day, the high school I go to. What happened is he never came in, but I did so many things to get into his class, to listen to him speak, that I had to try to get in it somehow. So I spoke to a few of my friends that are on the police force. They told me I had to talk to a bail bondsman, and one of them knew the local bondsman, so he made a connection for me. And I spoke to him, and sure enough, he got me a few cases, and I got my first try at it. I wasn't very successful, but I got my first try.
Bounty hunting is anything but simple. Finding a fugitive who's trying to escape the law is a delicate and challenging task. Unlike the police, who have Miranda rights and probable cause to assist them, bounty hunters have no formulas for success, and certainly no guarantees. Every case is different and requires its own plan of attack.
My best advice to a young guy that wants to be a bounty hunter is simple. At the beginning, don't quit your day job. It's gonna take a lot of time and perseverance. Like any other business, you're gonna have to develop a clientele and develop a reputation before you can make it in this business. And there's no guarantee you're gonna make it.
Carjacking central. Hell yeah. Careful when you go through an intersection, because somebody may ride a stolen car and may hit you.
The one thing in common between all of Walter's cases is the action and danger involved in chasing down a fugitive. Whether he's hunting down a drunk driver or a suspected murderer, Walter always prepares for the worst-case scenario. He knows the minute a fugitive catches him off guard, his life is immediately put at risk. For Walter, every new case starts out the same way. Someone gets arrested and hires a bondsman to help them post bail and remain free until their future court date. When the defendant fails to appear in court at the prescribed date,
This is the new one?
the court issues an arrest warrant and holds onto the bail. At that point, the bondsman hires a bounty hunter to bring back the fugitive and help him recollect his bond.
Steve, give me the file for David Acosta.
The bondsman gives the bounty hunter all the relevant information about the fugitive, but it's rarely enough to locate him.
The basic information that we have on this file is the person that signed, all their information, where they work, They have a few references number, the car information, where they work, how long they've been working, the supervisor's name, and basically, in the other sheet, we have all the defendant's information, which it tells us his weight, his date of birth, his address, previous address, where does he work, and, you know, if he'd been arrested before that.
Although this is a good starting point, the chances of finding a fugitive at the address listed on the bond agreement are slim. So when Walter gets a new case, he'll have a lot of research to do before finding his prey.
I don't think he wants to talk tonight.
Working out of his home office, Walter reviews the fugitive's public records online for any clues that will lead him to his whereabouts. In bounty hunting, this research is called footwork.
What I do there is I have a website I go on where we can do, you know, we can run social security numbers, name searches, basic skip tracing. You know, phone numbers, cell phone numbers. Anything that is a public record, we can access it through that website. So that's basically what I do, is skip tracing on the computer. See if I can get a better location. Usually through the social, with the name and date of birth, we can track down, I would say, probably about 70% of people. The other 30%, you gotta work a little harder and go different routes to catch them. Sometimes on a street level, different things.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hi.
We may get an address as an empty lot. You don't want to go out at 3 in the morning, go to an address and find out, oh, it's an empty lot. So you do footwork during the day to verify information, and then at night we do our hits.
Like
okay,
this.
wait a minute. What vehicle do we have for him?
When the information from the computer turns stale, they have to trade up their home office for the streets of New Jersey and physically search out the leads they need.
How you doing? Bail enforcement, ma'am. Can I ask you a question? Bail enforcement, fugitive recovery. Here's my ID.
They're looking for a man called Stephen Caldebra who was arrested on drug-related charges. Caldebra was suspected to be out of the state for the past few months, but reliable sources now tell the squad that he's back in town. Walter and his crew meticulously check out every lead they have. That includes questioning the neighbors. To gain their trust and willing cooperation, Walter and his men use a high degree of tact to get the information they need.
How you doing, bro? You live here? Neighbors have a tendency of not talking, but it depends on the neighborhood you're in. If you're in a bad neighborhood, predominantly Hispanic, and not only Hispanic, but say predominantly, for instance, I'm Dominican. Say the whole neighborhood is Dominican. Dominicans are a very tight-knit group. So it'd be very difficult to get a neighbor who's Dominican to give up a Dominican. So a lot of times, and this might not sound right, but you have to play the race card. If you're looking for a black guy, you try to find a white old neighbor, and they'll probably give him up, or vice versa. Sorry about it. All right, let's go. Nah, negative.
As soon as night falls in Jersey City, Walter is getting ready for the next phase of this operation. By cross-checking the different information he's uncovered today, Walter has managed to pinpoint Caldebra's whereabouts to his mother's house.
Oh, shit. Right near the laundry room, you know. All right, let's go for it. We're going for it right now.
The air is filled with tension as Walter and his troops are about to raid the home of the fugitive's mother. Everyone's wearing full body armor for protection, as they can't be sure how Caldebra will react. He may very well be armed and dangerous.
I got movement. Lights. Fugitive squad, ma'am. Metro fugitive recovery, bail enforcement. Looking for your son. Take a look around.
Can I get it?
Sure.
Can I pull somebody down? I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. You understand, if we find him here, you can be charged, right?
Oh, he's not here.
Okay.
He's not here.
You usually want to do it early in the morning, and I'm talking between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. That's usually when you do your hits, because that's when you're going to catch people in bed, sleeping. They're usually less prone for violence at that hour in the morning.
While one bounty hunter speaks with the defensive mother, Walter and Ali make use of this valuable opportunity to search the house for helpful clues.
I only saw this 2 days ago.
Wait, I asked you today. Did he ever? When was the last time he stayed here?
A couple days ago. I just asked her.
How many days ago?
This time, the search doesn't yield any tangible results.
I bet you anything, he wasn't there tonight because there's only 2 beds and they're both sleeping on it. And the couch wasn't
Yes, so he's not there now.
So he's not there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put on the front to scare her. You see how shook she got?
That was good. I'm glad because when I took her in the back, when I took her in the back, I softened her up. So it was good that you got her worked up because I was able to soften her up. It works perfectly.
You know, sometimes the frustration, you have to deal with the frustration in this job. Sometimes people are horrible liars, as she was, terrible liar. And, you know, the trail could go cold, but I have enough information to where if it does, I can heat it up again. Because I got into his mother's mind, and that's key for this job, is getting into the minds of the people involved. When you get to them, they start thinking about what you said, and I had the right words for her. I won't tell you what I said because I like to keep that to myself, but I had the right words for her to open up to me and tell me what I needed to know and get her to agree to do certain things for me so that we can catch him. Playing mind games is simple. It's a psychological war. Half of bounty hunting, half of tracking down and catching your skip or your fugitive is psychological. If you can trick them into believing whatever it is you're saying to them, you're gonna get them. You can promise them, you tell them whatever they need to hear. That's what I call it. Once you get to know who you're looking for, you'll figure out what it's gonna take and what you have to say to them. Once you trick them into believing whatever it is you're telling them, you'll catch them. 60% of the time, they'll come to you. All you gotta do is be convincing, have a golden tongue.
Back at the office, the Metro Fugitive Squad is about to tackle another fugitive.
You know, what company
This time, Walter has his sights on a man wanted for a driving under the influence charge.
Bardales, remember him?
Playing hide and seek with the authorities for some time, this fugitive has been bouncing from one state to another, trying to escape justice.
Because I got a snitch that knows him.
Luckily for Walter, one of his closest informants knows the fugitive personally. Bounty hunters rely on their network of informants for the hidden clues they can't find anywhere else. Purchasing useful bits of information from them when necessary, Walter knows informants are often the only way to obtain fresh intelligence on wanted fugitives.
He knows everybody in town. He's a savage. If he don't know him, nobody does, especially in the Latino community. Right here.
Walter secretly contacts his informant by phone and arranges to meet with him.
Pull up a little further.
Walter is hoping that the informant will share with him the lead he needs to apprehend his fugitive.
When dealing with informants, first of all, they're looking to make a buck. So what's on the line for them is making some money because they may be broke as hell. Maybe they need some extra money to go get their next high. The other thing, from my aspect and for their safety, is we really have to guard their safety. When we deal with them, we usually see them somewhere outside of the neighborhood where they might live. They might, you know, call me and say, hey, listen, you know, the guy is here at such and such place, you know. So they tend to hide, and you have to help them hide because you don't want them to be seen. You don't want the neighborhood to know that who the informant is because you can get them killed. ¿En qué casa que ellos viven? ¿La amarilla aquella?
En la última casa.
En la última...
De la amarilla a la otra.
La que está al lado de la amarilla, al costado.
The informant tells Walter about a house where he saw the fugitive a couple of days ago.
Bad thing is we're not sure if anybody's home.
Wasting no time, Walter and Ali quickly rush over to the location to investigate this promising lead. While Walter approaches the front door and talks to the owner, Ali covers the side alleyway in the back of the house in case the fugitive tries to escape.
It's a good place to be in the backyard, is to always corner the house so you can see all the windows and stuff. Make sure, you know, and the other guy, his job in the front is to corner the other side of the house. The best thing is, you know, when you usually sneak around the house at night, you know, you never want to face the window in case they see you. You don't know, you don't know what these people have. So, you know, best thing is cover yourself, you know, the best you can, you know. the job is dangerous. I mean, anything could happen, but, you know, there's certain things you could do to pretty much cover yourself. So I believe this is the best position to be.
The fugitive isn't there. In fact, he's already left New Jersey.
All right, just found out the guy's in Florida.
But fleeing to another state will certainly not stop Walter and his team. The gray buildings of Jersey City give way to the palm trees of Daytona Beach as Walter and his right-hand man, Reggie Tyler, fly down south in search of their prey. News sources put the fugitive at his sister's house in Florida. Jumping across state lines, Walter knows this man has no intention of returning to court, so it is up to him to get him and bring him back to justice.
Okay. All right, Reggie, our target tonight, Norman Bardalis. Okay, we got him on a warrant from New Brunswick. Okay, we got everything we need right here. We got the address from Florida. Got our authorization. We're good to go. Hello, Norman. Hello?
Walter double-checks his information by making a mock phone call to the house he is stalking.
Teresa. Okay, perdón. That was him. Let's go. That was him that answered the phone. Let's roll. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Walter moves towards the front door while Reggie checks out the back. Although the suspected fugitive doesn't have a history of violence, Walter isn't willing to take any chances. Desperate people can sometimes resort to desperate measures to stay away from jail.
I treat all cases the same way, in the sense that they're all dangerous to me. ¿Cómo está usted? Bien. Necesito ver a Norman. Norman? Sí. He's not here. He's not here. Usually, it turns out you get more resistance from a DUI or something than you do from these big gangbangers. Was it you I just spoke to on the phone? Yeah. Okay. Where's Norman at?
Norman.
Sí, ¿a dónde está? These little cases, they're not smart. If they skipped out on a little case to begin with, that's not very smart. So I find I get more resistance from the small ones rather than the big ones. A person wanted for DUI can come out and stab you with a knife, just like a person wanted on a murder. So to me, everyone is the same until you show me differently. I treat them all the same.
The fugitive is not at home, but is expected to return shortly.
All right, do me a favor. Park somewhere where you can see, because what we're gonna do is when he gets here, actually just park close. When he gets here, he'll be here between 11:30 and 12. I'll hit you on the radio. I'm gonna stay in here. You wait outside. When I hit you on the radio, just come on.
This unexpected delay gives Walter the chance he needs to perfect his operation.
All right, yeah, let him walk in. Once he walks in, you come on in behind him. All right, but otherwise, stay out of sight. Try to be as inconspicuous as possible.
By effectively talking to the fugitive's family and getting inside their heads, Walter is able to secure their trust and cooperation.
¿Cuál es el número de celular de él?
For Walter, the power of mental persuasion is an essential weapon. A few hours later, the fugitive returns back to the family home as expected. Facing DUI charges in New Jersey, the fugitive did not expect a bounty hunter to be waiting for him inside his sister's Florida home.
Norman, ¿cómo está usted? Tiene un orden de arresto usted en New Jersey.
The man offers no resistance as Walter explains to him why he is being arrested.
Okay. Lo que vamos a hacer es, nosotros vamos a ir, vamos a pasar la noche en un sitio aquí, mañana vamos directo a New Jersey, a las 7 de la mañana. Lo vamos a entregar a la cárcel. De viernes a lunes, usted va a ver el juego. Y ahí se encarga el juez de usted, ¿ok? ¿Quiere pasar por acá?
Being caught completely unexpectedly has left this fleeing fugitive speechless.
¿Está bien? All right, well, let's go. Okay. Gracias. Perdone la...
Que vaya con Dios.
when we make an arrest out of state, deep south, where we have to go, maybe if you drive, it may take you 10 hours to get there. Usually I'll opt to fly because I don't like to drive far. So in a plane, when transporting a prisoner, first of all, you have to pick what airline you're gonna put them on, because not all airplanes or airlines let you have them handcuffed. Secondly, to clear security, you have to get there a little earlier than everyone else. And in our case, we go through the usual security process. Then the prisoner goes in the back in a separate office with airport security and us. They do a more in-depth search of the prisoner. They verify the documentation, make sure he is a fugitive, and then we go on about our way into the plane. When we get to the plane, we have to alert the check-in desk that we're there. What they do is they board us first, and we get off the plane last. And the only seats they give us are the very last ones, all the way in the back of the plane where the seats don't even lay back. So you have to sit straight up in the last row of seats, and that's pretty much how it goes.
After delivering the fugitive to the local authorities in New Jersey, Walter pays a visit to his bondsman to collect the rewards of his efforts. Recovering fugitives can be a very lucrative business.
I normally pay Walter 10% of the face of whatever the bail is. So for the bail in Florida, he gets $500. I cover the flight fees. I cover any expenses that he inquired, the hotel, and the car. And, the flights, that's my responsibility to take care of.
It's a good deal for everyone involved, because if the fugitive is not caught, the bondsman could be forced to pay the whole amount of the bail. And once in a while, they come across cases with enormous bonds that can range between $50,000 and $1 million. The potential for a 10% cut on these types of cases is a very appealing payout to a bounty hunter.
There is no bond I will not touch. The bigger the bond, the more motivated I am. Okay? The big bonds, there's one thing. When you're looking at $1 million bond, you know right away that's not gonna be an easy case. You know that right away. It's not gonna be something you're gonna knock on a door and boom, there he is. Those are usually what we tend to call hoop dreams. You hope to catch one, you work on it because you don't turn it down because you don't know what could happen, but you're not gonna catch one of those every day of the week. So when you get it, it's a beautiful opportunity and you work it until you run out. Norman Bardalis.
To be able to go after such lucrative cases, Walter first has to get the bondsman to call him and hire him as the bounty hunter for the job.
In this business, your reputation is paramount. Your reputation is the #1 thing you have to guard, because the better your reputation, the more work you're gonna have.
Bounty hunters have to work very hard to have their work recognized and respected. Some of their most ferocious critics are police officers who have had their opinion tainted by a few bad seeds.
The relationship with the police, between police and bounty hunters, it's an iffy one. Some places you go to and they're great. Some places you go, they'll kick you out of their town. It's in our opinion, an envy thing. They feel that we're doing a job that they had to train for years or months or whatever, go to the academy to be able to do. We're doing it, and in their minds, we're not even trained, and that's the first mistake, is that we are trained, but we're trained in one specific thing. The police are trained in a wide variety of things. They have a lot of different people they have to be. Us, we're one person. We are the bounty hunter. We're coming to arrest you. So we deal with one thing and one thing only, that's the fugitive. So it's an iffy one because of that. In our opinions, in our industry, it's an envy thing.
Fortunately for Walter and his partners, their spotless reputation has earned them respect in the field and helps them get information from places where others would simply hit a brick wall.
Guys, this is gonna be a good one, man. Cops know him. He hides in the crawl space. This guy, we don't have a photo. He told us he's a little shorter than me. He weighs about 150 pounds, so might make it happen,
I come out here making you ready.
The police gave Walter a photo of a man he's been looking for a few weeks. The friendly officer even gave them an address.
He's 20-something years old? I don't know about that. This guy looks a lot much older. He got 2 earrings, so one on the inside, so a little goatee in the bottom.
We'll see what we can do.
Shouldn't be bad. Goatee in the bottom. That's not common. That's not common. Goatee in the bottom like that.
Once we get there, if he's not out on the stoop, as soon as we pull up, are these high-rise or low-rise buildings?
Dude, they're just gonna be projects.
They're just project buildings.
Yeah, so people are gonna see it's one way, one way out.
One way in, one way out.
That's it. So
keep
once
your eyes
you come
open
in
to the sides. As soon as you see him, just jump out at him. All right? There's no time to do nothing, no drive-bys or nothing. If you see him, jump out at him.
So which address you want to pull up to?
We're gonna go to the one the cop gave, 3-2. Well, that's all gonna be in the same section. Right, so let's do it.
All right.
103, 103. When we pull in here, we're gonna make this left. All right, if he's sitting on a stoop, we're gonna pull just ahead of him. You guys need to stop just behind him. And we're gonna try to limit him on which way he can run.
Walter and his partners waste no time. As soon as they get close to the address they're looking for, they spot a man who matches the description. Ali's quick reflexes allow him to jump out of the car and catch the suspected fugitive in seconds.
We need some ID. I don't live out here.
Yeah, he got here.
On both sides?
Yep. Everything with this arrest seems to be going perfectly, except for one small detail.
No, that's him, bro. Look at the eye.
I can tell you if that's him.
That's him.
Hell no!
They've got the wrong man.
That man look old. That's not me, man. I'm trying to tell you, what's that name like? For real, like, I'm back here playing Madden. I wouldn't even be here if y'all was...
Hold on to it for a second. Just hold on to it.
Walter double-checks his intelligence and confirms the man's identity with the neighbors. Everything points to a case of mistaken identity.
I ain't never been hopped out on like this. I'm back here playing Madden. I see these Jeeps pulling up. I'm coming out front to see who it is. And y'all had me scared as hell. All right, my fault. I'm just, look, let me shake my...
Yeah, you was looking shady, chilling in the corner like that.
You know what I mean? I wanted to see who was turning the corner. Oh, my God. I need some drink. Scared as hell.
You see that? You know what I'm saying? So it's not him.
That was close, though.
Yeah, that was.
The bounty hunters will take a few minutes to check the neighborhood and talk with the locals. But if their fugitive was here when they showed up, chances are he fled the scene when they arrested the wrong guy.
All right, nothing going on at the front door. We're still knocking, trying to make entry.
Copy that, 101.
Walter's job sometimes draws him to the seedier parts of town. In Jersey City, the gang-infested projects is as violent and dangerous as they come. The Crips and the Bloods, two very powerful gangs, are fighting for territorial supremacy.
You don't want to mix Crips and Bloods, and let alone in the same projects. So that's dangerous. To go through these projects here, man, you have to have your balls well in place here because anything can happen, and if you're scared, you're gonna be up shit creek. You're gonna get hurt. They have a tendency of shooting off the rooftops and the windows, so it's really an unpredictable environment. You got drug dealers in all the buildings because they used to hold stash in one building, get the money in the others, deliver the drugs to a customer in another building. So you have a lot going on in a closed area. And if you are, quote unquote, the law coming through here, you're pretty much surrounded. So anything can come at you from any angle. And what are you gonna do? You know, so the danger is in not knowing what's gonna come at you and when it's gonna come. You just have to be ready and have a little bit of luck. Hopefully nothing happens and you walk out unscathed.
This is the place where one of Walter's fugitives, a drug addict with a history of violence, has last been seen. The fugitive has been eluding Walter for several weeks in an attempt to avoid jail time. Coming into the projects to investigate cases like these is extremely dangerous for Walter and his men.
This is what I'm talking about. Okay? You come here at night, you'll find them getting high. This is a dime bottle of crack. Those types of cases could be my most dangerous cases because you don't know what to expect. The young kids are real unpredictable. And most of the Bloods and the Crips in this area are teenagers. And they're unpredictable. You don't know what type of reaction you're going to get from them.
With the threat of violence as real as it is, the crew wears their bulletproof vests underneath their street clothing. The last thing Walter and his men need is to be mistaken for cops. In the projects, wearing a cop badge is like wearing a bullseye on your chest.
He's not home now. You might catch him later. Come through about 3 in the morning, you'll catch him in bed.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, guys.
Like most law enforcement personnel, bounty hunters form a tight-knit group. They regularly see each other outside of work with their families. Today, Reggie has organized a picnic, and everyone from Metro Fugitive Recovery Squad is there.
No, it was a hill.
Oh, shit. No.
It's a time to rejoice about their best-solved cases and a time to reflect about the ones that didn't have such a happy ending. This is also a good time for the bounty hunters to get to know the people they work with every day a little better. Ex-policewoman Tammy Ellis has been working with Walter for over a year. She's one of only 2 women on the team and one of the few female bounty hunters in the state.
It's exciting, you know, knowing that something we have to do, somebody we have to get, and knowing that other people are safer on the street once we get these guys. Once we get the guys or women or whoever it is that we have to get. It's exciting. I love working with the guys, you know.
For Reggie Tyler, it's all about helping people make a better life for themselves.
I get an enjoyment out of about just being safe, trying to do the right thing. The right thing is people that just jump bail really shouldn't be out there. Handle your responsibilities, basically. You don't want to walk all day looking 24 hours over your shoulder. You have kids, you have family that worry about you. Nobody should have to go through the ordeal of having to come to jail to come visit you inside a cell. And we're trying to keep you out of there. You may have to go back sometime, but our main goal is to try to keep you out of there and get you on the right track.
The only ones who seem to suffer from this lifestyle are the ones staying behind.
The job can be very stressful in my family life because a lot of times work tends to overlap with home life. There may be days where I may have promised I'm gonna take my wife out somewhere, and the day or time will come and all of a sudden, boom, I gotta go on a job, and I'll be gone for 2 or 3 days, and then I gotta come back and make it up. You know, so it's stressful because I don't have that much time to be home when I'm busy. I may go away for a week, may go away for 3 days, come home for 1 day, and I'm gone again. So it can be real stressful at home, and it's sometimes hard to manage.
Walter's wife, Wendy, loves her husband, but hates his work on the streets. When Walter becomes focused with his work, he often forgets to call, and Wendy can't help but fear the worst.
I don't like Seattle. I don't like it. Too dangerous. I don't know if he's coming home or not. So.
A lot of ups and downs because the job is hard. And it causes, at times it crosses family with job. And I mean, there may be days where I may have said, we're gonna go out at a certain time, and I may not even come home that day. So she's all ready for me to come home, and when I get focused on work, I get tunnel vision, and it's just work. So the right thing for me to do on days would be call and say, I'm not coming home. I'll just forget. I'll just keep going and going and going. I don't call, I don't say anything. And that's just me. When I'm on a job, I'm 100% focused, and I don't like to break my focus. And I just forget about calling anybody. It's just all about work. And a lot of times it takes away from family time. And this one here and these other 2 takes time away from everybody.
Bounty hunting isn't a job, it's a way of life. There's no clear line between what's work and what's play. The moment the barbecue comes to a close, Walter and his friends are back on the streets, doing what they do best, catching fugitives. They have a new lead in the Stephen Caldebra case. The elusive drug dealer has recently been spotted in an apartment complex on the outskirts of town. This time, bounty hunter Tammy Ellis is part of the strike team.
I don't treat women any different than the guys. The women on the team are the same as the guys. They have a job to do, they have to execute, and they have to execute to the fullest. So they get no different treatment than anybody else.
While Ali Mustafa covers the back door of the complex, Walter and Tammy try to sweet-talk their way in the front.
The use of women in strategy, that's another story. The women, they're able to get in and out of situations and places easier and more effectively than one of my guys would. So the women, I tend to use them a lot in bar scenes. If I want to get a guy out of a club, I'll let them go in there. They'll dress real sexy and turn the guy on, get him thinking he's gonna get some, walk him out of the bar or the club or wherever he is. Once we get him outside, it's another story. And you should see the look on some of these guys' faces when they realize they got had.
They got your camera and shit.
How you doing, bro? All right. Looking for Russell. The advantage to using a woman when you're in a house is a lot of times if you're dealing with somebody's mother, a girl might be able to bring a mother down much easier than myself or one of the big guys that work with me because it might be more intimidating. A woman can talk another woman down, or even another guy, if it's a bad situation, a woman may be able to talk him down.
The intel they have on Caldebra leads them to believe that he will not go down without some form of resistance. He might try to run, or he might choose to fight back.
856, right?
Either way, Walter and the crew need to be alert and ready for whatever's thrown at them. They are not taking any chances. The fugitive might be hiding anywhere in this apartment, and they do not want to be caught off guard.
I think they're in the 3s. But this one, he wouldn't have enough time to get in. We came in there.
Once again, it seems that Caldebra was one step ahead of the bounty hunters.
Sorry to bother so early. Have a good morning. Thank you.
So it's back to the office for some footwork. Walter's got a truckload of cases on his desk, and his partners are eager to score some points. Walter decides that he wants to go after a young woman charged with drug possession. She's been on the loose for a few days now, and his sources offer some good information about her current whereabouts.
When I plan an arrest, we usually get together in the office first, or we'll get together on the street in a parking lot. We'll go over each file. I'll give the guys a rundown of every case we're gonna be doing. I let them look at the mugshot. And then to back that, when we get to the area, to the house that we have to, so quote unquote, hit, we'll look at the file one more time. I'll remind the guys this is who we're looking for. Look at the picture again. This is what he's known for. He might come out of a back window. And I alert them to the dangers of each individual that we're looking for and what they're capable of.
In this case, as in most drug-related cases, they do not know what to expect.
Hello? Fugitive squad, sir.
Will they find a passive, drugged-out woman or a maniac in dire need of a fix? Nothing can be assumed, and every possibility should be considered.
When you're doing a hit, you usually want to do it early in the morning, and I'm talking between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. That's usually when you do your hits, because that's when you're going to catch people in bed, sleeping. They're usually less prone for violence at that hour in the morning.
Open it now. Let's go. She's not here. She was here yesterday. I don't know exactly now. I don't know if she's coming back at all. How did you get to your basement?
Move it aside.
Derek, get one guy outside and stand by in the back.
Yeah.
Listen, if I find her here, I'll go to jail as well. Yeah. I swear to God, she's not here, and I have nothing to do with her. She just happens to be my girlfriend's daughter.
The woman they are looking for is not there. The only one present is her mother's boyfriend.
She was here yesterday. That's the room she stayed in.
Which room? This room?
Yeah.
How much did she weigh?
He says he knows nothing, but Walter is not buying any of it. If this guy wants to play mind games, he picked the wrong guy to play with.
You think her mother will tell me where she's at? Yeah, probably. She wants her to probably get her.
It looked like a spot that people used to hide up there.
Jason, yeah. That's the boyfriend?
While Walter continues to try and untangle the man's web of lies, Ali and Reggie search for evidence leading to the woman's current whereabouts. What they find will give Walter the final leverage he needs to find the fugitive.
Yeah.
The owner of the house is about to sing like a canary.
This is in our bag. That's what, see that? And the UPS sign. That's funny. Look at the little straw that she does her cocaine with. There's another bag. She probably did a fix before she left the house.
Oh, it's in your house.
There is drugs then?
Yeah.
What's in there?
So, the way to get someone to cooperate with you is get something on them. We had a case where we went in the house, we found drugs in the house. The person we were looking for wasn't there, but there was someone in the house. So at that point, we took advantage, because at first the guy was acting like he didn't know anything. After we found all these drugs in the house, found a few dope bags, I tell the guy, I'm like, wait a minute, what's this here? This and that. And I pressured him with that, and all of a sudden he knew everything. All of a sudden she gets home after 3 o'clock, and her mother lives at this address, and you can stay if you want to wait for her. So a lot of times what you want to do is you want to get dirt on the person you're dealing with, and then use that as leverage to get them to cooperate with you in what you want to get done.
And who else lives in Jamesburg?
Her grandmother.
She is either. So you're saying there's a possibility she could be staying at her grandmother's house?
It's not warm.
Let's get out of here, guys.
Okay, we're gone.
Have a good night. All right.
Okay, I'll be in touch with you if I hear anything.
Give me a call as soon as you know something.
Like I said, I'm sorry I couldn't have been more helpful.
Okay. I need a listing for this number. 609. The reason parents will give up their child or loved one, a lot of time it may be because they're just tired of their child constantly being a problem. You may have a child that just is always getting arrested for possession of drugs or getting high. They may feel that that's the way to help them, because they may have spent years trying to talk to them in and out of rehabs, and it just doesn't help. And they feel sometimes that, you know what, my child needs to be in jail. This is where he's at, go get him.
And that's exactly what happens here. The grandmother knows that the fugitive has got an appointment in the morning at the Office of Motor Vehicles. For Walter, it's only a question of getting there on time and setting up a trap to catch her.
We're gonna go in to see if she's inside. We'll be right back out.
With his men in place, the waiting game begins. After a long, sleepless night, the hunt is in its final stage.
There she go in the back seat. That was her in the back seat.
Where'd that car go?
Where'd that car go? My approach to arresting a male or a female is always the same. They're all criminals. I'm not interested in what your offense is.
Do you know where there's a MoneyGram?
Put your cigarette down, honey. Put your cigarette down. You got a warrant for your arrest.
For what?
You didn't go to court.
Okay, what court? What are you talking? Okay, all right. What is this?
From Plainsboro. You want to take her purse? Take her purse. Is it okay that he holds on to that?
Yes.
Okay. Who are you?
My name is Guy Frazier.
Okay. All right, you missed court in Plainsboro, honey. You got a warrant for your arrest. Where the bail bondsman? The cuffs okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Be careful, don't hit your head. There you go. 14 years I've been bounty hunting, and I think what drives me is the adrenaline, the adventure of it. There's no way to explain what it feels like when you hunt someone that doesn't want to be found. And you hunt them for, it could be a few days, it could be a few weeks, a few months, a few years. When you finally catch them, it's the biggest high that you'll ever get in your life. As long as I can walk and think, I'll be hunting. This is all I know how to do.
These aggressive killer bees have attacked and killed over 1,000 people in Latin America. Since their arrival in the United States, they have already killed 24 people.
These bees will live in anything. I mean, literally.
Reed Booth works as a professional killer bee removal expert in Arizona. It takes only a few seconds for thousands of angry, ferocious bees to launch an offensive attack.
This many bees and how insane they are would have killed us.
I'm an adrenaline junkie.
He's always taking risks. You just can't change someone's personality.
Oh, damn it.
Reed's bee suit can't always protect him from getting stung.
All right, you little bastards, you're done for.
Let's get him.
Reed often works under dangerous conditions. He risks his life on every job to keep us safe. As the sun rises in Arizona, it's the start of another busy day for Reed Booth. With his assistant, Jim, aboard, he heads off to go remove killer bees that are disrupting people's lives. Reed lives on the outskirts of Bisbee, a town nestled within the Arizona Mule Mountains, a mere 15 miles from the Mexican border. This town used to be a busy copper mining town. But when the facilities closed down their operations 30 years ago, Bisbee became a haven for artists and retirees. Today, the entire state of Arizona is saturated with killer bees.
In the state of Arizona alone, they estimate there are between 4 and 5 million wild Africanized hives, with each hive containing an average of 40 to 60,000 bees. So you can do the math.
Reed's first job today is in the neighboring town of Sierra Vista.
I can tell this is a big one.
Reed and his assistant, Jim, put on their protective bee suits to avoid being stung.
My husband works around out the barn and out there, and he's noticed a bunch of bees flying around.
Yeah.
And then when he showed me the other day where they were, you can hear them underneath.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
Lord.
can hear. So.
All right, we'll just meet you over there.
Okay.
All right, great. Can't hear him right now.
I can't hear them, but I'll tell you what, day before yesterday, you could hear, oh yeah, you could really hear them buzzing.
Well, I can see a couple of them buzzing around, so they've got to be under here somewhere.
Oh?
Whoa, there they are. I'm not getting any closer. Well, my bee suit on. You can, if you want to watch, pull a car up and sit in a car.
No, I'll be far
You'll
away.
be fine.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
You're smarter than
He's way over there.
Smarter than I am, my dear.
Yes.
So I'll go ahead and tie into it, and we'll take care of it, and then I'll come and knock on the door when we get it wrapped.
Okay.
Reed never knows how aggressive a hive is going to be until he actually starts to remove it.
Crazy bunch of bees. Okay, bees. Well, let's be sure to keep an eye out for snakes and centipedes and black widows and all the other friendlies, as opposed to the bees.
First, they have to remove these construction supplies to find the beehive.
Oh, they're getting off the chain a little bit here. If you see any bees over there, skedaddle, they're getting mean. Oh, Lord. Here they are. They're attacking. Oh, man, I can smell that venom. Woo!
The strong smell of venom reminds Jim to make sure his suit is well zipped up.
Oh, she's still standing over there. Don't think she should.
While lifting these sharp objects, they have to be extra careful not to rip their suits, or the killer bees could get in.
Wow. They are off the chain.
They're really unhappy with us at this point. And of course, I can't scratch my nose. God dang it all. Oh, they're nuclear, dude.
They're not coming in, so.
No, you're good. Can you see? I mean, I can see on your mask how they're like,
I know.
trying to sting.
I can smell that venom.
Yeah, I can smell the venom big time. I mean, actually, do this.
Since Jim is new on the job, Reed explains to him how your breath attracts the bees to your face.
Oh, these guys are off the chain. Yeah, look at that.
Help me.
What they do is they go for the CO2 coming out of your nose and mouth, Jim.
Okay.
The whole thing about that is it's combined with why they go for dark colors. is because their natural enemies are bears, right? And bears are dark.
Okay.
And then over the eons, they've learned that the most sensitive part on a bear, nose and mouth. CO2 comes out of the nose and mouth on all mammals. In fact, I've done an experiment where I'll have a tube going down my suit to my boot from my mouth with a screen on the end, and they attack my boot because of the CO2, and then it kind of keeps them off the face, but it's also cumbersome, so the heck with it. But
wow.
Amazingly enough, they're still looking for the hive.
Well, they're not under there.
Maybe they're in one of these.
I don't know where the heck they are. Oh, boy.
Wow. They are crazy. Oh, I think they're in here.
Oh, you could be right. That's why this was so heavy.
Yeah. Oh, there.
They think they've located the hive.
Yep, there it is.
Look at them come. Look at this is off.
Wow.
Look at this.
They're off the chain.
This is completely cuckoo. This is one of the worst I've seen.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
This is one of the worst I've seen. This is unbelievable.
All right, you want me to get a bucket, boss?
Yeah, let's get a bucket and a... amazing how calm I can remain. Let's get a bucket and a putty knife.
Okay.
And bring the smoker over, too, so I can kind of calm these little sons of guns down a little bit.
This is the beehive. Reed normally tries to save the honey, but these bees need to be calmed down first.
Come on out, let's party.
For a brief moment, his nose touches his screen.
Oh! Damn it. Right on the nose.
They want you dead, period. They do not stop. Once they've driven you away, that's not enough. They want blood. They want blood, and they get it.
Damn it, that hurts. Right on the end of the nose is one of the worst spots you can get it, and I got it good. You little monsters. Oh, God, making my eyes water. That's one of the worst spots you can... And now, of course, they're attacking that spot because of the venom. God bless it. Oh, that hurts. Right on the end of the damn nose. You little bastards. Now I'm going to take care of you. I'm done with you guys. Risky.
You all right, boss?
Have I still got a stinger in my nose? Right in the end?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right, you little bastards, you're done for. That's it. It's over. History. Had enough.
Let's get him.
Boy, that's a way to piss me off. So I gotta smoke the hell out of them.
Using smoke, Jim convinces the bees that their hive is on fire. Instinctively, they go back inside to salvage their food. As they gorge on the honey, the bees become lethargic and less aggressive.
I think they're too far off the chain, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they are.
After a few minutes, the throbbing pain of a sting gets worse.
And it's bleeding. Yeah. Little bastards. I mean, I'm gonna look like Bozo the Clown probably by the end of the day here. It really is amazing how much it hurts. The venom is very similar to rattlesnake venom. And if I get stung right between the eyes and the forehead, both of my eyes swell shut. And it feels literally like a cigarette burn, like a burn, like you're having a burn on your, wherever they sting you. It takes all your attention, You can't even think. This many bees and how insane they are would have killed us. We would have all been dead by now. And so thank God for the bee suits.
In my bee suit, I'm Superman. But without it, I'm running right next to you.
But the bees aren't the only killers Reed and Jim have to deal with. They find a venomous centipede.
Look at how big he is. My God, these things are horrible. You know, if you get stung in the abdomen or the head, they'll kill you. They'll bite you, you know. Their venom is really horrible. Their bite is like 100 times worse than a bee sting, than an Africanized bee sting. It's really horrible.
They also find a deadly black widow spider.
And it looks like she has 3 egg sacs. They are just deadly.
Reed won't be able to save the honey. The bees are too wild. Because he doesn't like to use poison, Reed uses soapy water to drown the bees, which kills them instantly.
All right, you nasty bees. Black widow, everybody's going down.
We don't know how many stings it takes to kill a person.
There are people, 1 sting kills them. Some people 10, some people 40. Then there's the guy who took 3,700 stings and lived.
Oh, dear. So really bad, huh?
Oh, my gosh. Nuclear.
Really?
I wouldn't go back there for about a week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, we killed almost all of them. There's still a few flying around.
Yeah, there's one right there. God, don't let him in. I know.
Darn them. They're just something else, I'll tell you right now.
They
were meaner.
The last time I went out, And I'm standing there, and I heard one buzzing, and it got in my hair, and I'm going like this, and I ran in the house, and I was sitting there, and I'm going, something's in my hair. I finally went and got a comb, and I had
Combed
one.
it out,
Yeah, it was dead, but.
Oh, really?
I whacked it. I didn't get stung, but I whacked it.
You're seeing the tip of the iceberg, all right? Do not go near them because an average hive has 40 to 60,000 bees in it.
The next job is in the middle of a residential area where the bees are frightening people in neighboring homes.
Let's go take a peek at it and see what the situation is.
Okay.
Killer bees have a large attack range of several hundred yards. The owners of the house Reed has been called to are away, so it's up to him to investigate the problem on his own.
You know what we're gonna have to do? Smoke them. Oh, they're mean already. Let's go get the smoker.
The problem is obvious. Reed notices the gap between the brick wall and the roof eaves. This is the door to the beehive, so he needs to seal the bees' entrance. That neighbor is way too close.
Ouch! Damn it, right on the nose again.
Reed gets stung again through his net.
I hate these little bastards. Maybe I can scrape it out.
He pulls the bee stinger out.
The Africanized bee was nicknamed a killer bee because of their tendency to defend the hive to the nth degree. They will attack with such ferocity and not just wound or drive away intruders, they will kill them and then keep stinging the corpse, whether it's a dog, a horse, or a person. Well, what we've done is entombed bees inside of the wall. Because this is a brick wall, they're living in the bricks, and there's no way to remove them without tearing the house down, and of course people don't want to do that. So we seal them in, and they die in the wall. Honey lasts forever. They found honey in the tombs of Tutankhamun in Egypt, and so it lasts forever. It's not going to go bad. It's not going to smell. The bees will die. They're just little insects. They'll dry out. No biggie.
Thinking their job is almost over, Jim sets up a bee trap, using a pheromone to attract and capture the remaining bees. But the bees coming back from the field keep accumulating.
Oh my God. We're gonna have to get bigger traps. About 10 times this size.
The trap Jim placed is already full.
I think we're gonna have to sump the trap.
Realizing the entrance to their hive is blocked, the angry bees continue to attack Reed and Jim. Reed sprays liquid soap on the bees, which covers their pores with a film that suffocates them immediately.
Yeah, they're insane. Let's kind of keep an eye out for pedestrians. In a residential area like this, it's really bad. I mean, they bomb waiting to go off. These bees could have killed somebody. But the traps are working well. Oh, look at them attack. Oh, look at that. I got one bee that stung my glove. Her stinger is out, and she is literally disemboweling herself as she's trying to... There she goes. She'll go die.
The worker bee stings his victim with his behind. The stinger has barb hooks that allow it to anchor inside the victim's flesh. The bee then pumps the venom from its poison gland. After stinging, the bee is held back by its barb hooks. Struggling to release itself, part of the bee's abdomen gets pulled out.
When a bee stings you, it's a kamikaze mission. She loses her life.
Left behind are the stinger and the muscles controlling the venom gland. These muscles continue to work autonomously to pump venom into the skin. An alarm pheromone is also released to mark the victim, so that more bees can come and attack.
That pheromone travels very quickly through the air, and so all of the attack bees then have a target. It's literally the target zone, because somebody's planted a stinger, and boy, let's drive this guy off or kill him.
These bees are really insane. All the bees this year have been completely insane, and they are wanting to kill me right now, even though we've trapped them and soaped them, and they're not getting out, so I don't know. So we're gonna get out Mr. Soapy, the compressor, and just soak these guys down completely. This is horrible. I have had instances where when the bees are this insane that we've had to get the fire department out and police department and cordon off a 4 to 6 block radius, go door to door and tell people to stay in their homes until we can get this under control. These bees are still attacking even after being what would normally be defeated, but I can see them. They're all over the neighbors' houses and just flying all over the place. It's not good. But of course, we've knocked their numbers down dramatically from what they were initially.
While most jobs only take about 30 minutes, Reed and Jim have been on this job for over 3 hours. They have to make sure the area is safe before they leave.
We will take care of it. We will defeat them. It just is, it's being a little bit of a trial here. Oh, God, we filled up 2 traps with bees so far, and that's just ridiculous.
In the end, it takes 3 bee traps to complete the job.
Well, finally, we defeated them.
There comes a point where they're actually defeated. They know that they have lost, and the remaining bees will not attack. They will bunch up together, usually in a corner or something, and just talk about, you know, oh, that was the worst day we ever had.
Well, I'm very relieved right now that we have a fellow named Jim that is Reed's assistant, and we've been training him for about 3 weeks, and he's working out really wonderfully so far.
It's hard to find someone because you have to be a little bit crazy. You have to be fearless.
The first job, it was incredible. They were attacking me like it was hail, and I looked at Reed and I said, I think I'm gonna run. And he said, just calm down, keep your heart rate down. The bees apparently feel the fear in a person. And there was, the venom was just, it was off the chain. And I was very scared.
And I looked over at him, and he was standing in his bee suit like this with these tens of thousands of bees bouncing off him. And he just said, boss, is this how it's supposed to be? And I kind of chuckled and said, yep, that's it. So we went back to work.
And I got stung about 20 times, 18 times, because the suit was sticking to my skin.
He didn't freak out. He felt like it, but he didn't.
Those people who tell you not to take chances are missing out on what life is all about. And that is risk, and that is going out there and experiencing different things. And I love adventure, and I love danger, and this job is perfect for me.
Reed's next job is at a tall patrol tower on the Arizona-Mexico border.
We're only 6 miles from the border here, so we get a lot of traffic.
Reed will be escorted to the site by the Border Patrol agents.
Hi, I'm Reed.
Hi, Danny Robertson.
Good to meet you, Danny. Good to meet you. We'll go down and take care of them bees.
Okay.
You want to get up there with me? And I forgot my walkie-talkies, but I think we might have some around, but, you know, I can always yell at it.
I brought mine. I got 2.
Oh, good. Okay.
He meets Chewy, the crane operator.
Very good.
Well, let's head on down and get her done.
Okay.
There are often dangerous drug smugglers or illegal aliens trying to cross the border.
This is an 80-footer, right?
My partner decided to climb that day, and he got up there.
James?
Yeah, he's been stung a few times. He got nervous. He come down pretty quick.
Yeah, I bet you he did. It's a beehive waiting to happen, Bill. I mean, I've
You know what?
I've done like 10 of these
When they put
towers.
this up, they didn't think about bees.
Of course, nobody does. Okay, Chewy, I think we're ready to go up.
Working 80 feet above the ground, they'll have little room to maneuver. If one of their protective suits is compromised, they'll have nowhere to run and hide.
Okay, you're all zippered in good?
Yes, sir.
The bees are starting to attack.
You guys might want to get in. These bees are bad. Yeah, he got stung. Randy's getting stung.
Even Chewy, the crane operator, has already been stung.
We have Benadryl and an epinephrine pin, so if you start feeling weird, just let us know. Oh, look at the views. There's old Mexico right there. Wow. Oh, these bees are ridiculous. My Lord. I cannot believe how many stingers I have in my hand.
It's starting to rain. This tower could be a lightning rod.
I just hope we don't get soaked because our suits will stick to our
oh, and then we'll
skin.
get what? Stung? Gee, can you imagine climbing up that ladder, Jim, and being stuck up there with them damn things?
Reed is unable to use smoke up here to calm the bees because it's too windy.
I have thousands of stingers in here. This has got to be a big hive. Just from the amount of protection that they're putting out, you know?
Yeah.
We got about another 15 feet to go, Chewy.
Yeah. I just gotta be careful here. I gotta use one hand only so I can keep this mask off my face because they're stinging me. I got stung here a couple of times already.
Roger that.
If Chewy reacts badly to his stings, the guys could get stuck up there.
Yes. These bees are insane.
Yep.
Okay, how much more do I need to go?
About another 5 feet straight up, and then we'll get a little closer to the pole, Chewy.
10-4.
Look at these guys. Oh, they're just all completely cuckoo now. Oh, this is insane. Oh, my Lord. Could you give me... Ouch. Damn it, I got stung in the shoulder. You bastard. Just enough to piss me off. Could you give me an expanding foam?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. These guys are just insane. Probably have the whole damn hive out already.
This bee entrance is too large to fill with his expanding foam, so Reed packs the hole with a screen. This also keeps the birds from poking holes in it.
I'll make a little screen sandwich here, or should I call it a scream sandwich?
With the bees now sealed inside the tower pole, Chewy brings them back to the ground.
Boy, they're still attacking Chewy pretty good.
I cannot believe all these stingers in my hand. Look at that. There's just hundreds and hundreds of them. Hey, Chewy.
Uh-huh.
Nothing but fun, huh?
Lots of fun, yes, sir. Lots of fun.
How many times did you get stung?
3 times.
3 times in the face?
Yeah, the face and also on my ear here. Yeah.
Oh, darn it. We have some sting stuff that we'll put on it.
Okay.
It'll help.
It will help. That, yeah, I need it because...
These things can kill you, can't they?
Oh, yeah. They're killers, man.
But killer bees don't respect borders. It all started in faraway Brazil.
Africanized bees were actually created. There was an experiment that went wrong. In 1956, at the request of the Brazilian government, a Dr. Warwick Kerr went to Africa to bring back 36 pure African queen bees because European bees were not good producers in jungle conditions and very sickly.
So he crossbred these 2 types of bees. The result was a more productive, but more aggressive bee. Unfortunately, they escaped into the wild. These killer bees soon colonized Brazil and the other surrounding countries. By 1980, the entire South American continent was saturated with killer bees. 5 years later, the bees moved into Mexico, and by 1990, they had arrived in the US. Today, killer bees are prominent in 10 states in the southern US and are moving northward.
They have been found in Wisconsin. I killed a beekeeper in Connecticut. They've been found up in Seattle. So they've gone up the coast because it's more temperate. But I believe that probably about half the states do have some Africanization at this point.
Reed has received an emergency call. He needs to go to an abandoned house full of bees which are creating havoc with the neighbors.
Ephraim, I'm Reed.
Hi, Reed. Nice to meet you.
I guess that they're in that house since it's an abandoned house.
Yes, sir.
Where are they located?
They're on the southwest window of the farthest to the back.
Oh, so they're right by your backyard. Oh, good
Yeah,
Lord.
they're right.
Your pets, you got...
I got my dog over here tied up, so she should be okay.
She should be okay. If need be, can you take her in?
Yes, sir.
Have you been stung at all?
Yes, sir, I have. God. Me, my brother, and my brother-in-law were in the backyard. And
just they went cuckoo on you, huh?
So we had to go in the house.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, boy. I'm not getting any closer without my suit on. I'll bet you some rattlesnakes in there, too, huh?
Yeah.
I would recommend you watch out through your window.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'll be inside watching.
Okay, buddy.
These kids getting home from school are at risk. They don't realize that killer bees are about to be unleashed. Of course, Reed won't start till he makes sure they're gone.
Boy, look at this jungle. This is ridiculous. One major thing I'm looking for, of course, is snakes. This is like Snakeville. But we'll hear them rattle. Unless they're a Mojave, then they'll just probably strike. Watch these electrical wires. I don't know if they're hot or not, so stay away from them. All right, no snakes, we're good to go. Oh, my Lord. All right, there they are. All right, we're gonna need smoke. Because of the proximity to neighbors and how many people live in this neighborhood, we're gonna smoke them and really try to keep them from going completely insane on us. That's right, it's a big old emergency, guys. Well, they're mean anyway. Darn them, I was afraid of that.
Ironically, though these bees can kill him, Reed still loves them.
Hi, guys. How's them bees, huh?
Reed gets stung again.
That's right, guys. Worry about the smoke, not me. This is too dangerous work. Whoa! Looks like we got the whole family here, and that is spectacular. That's right, guys. Your time has come.
This beehive has between 40 and 60,000 bees.
This is a worker bee being born. There's one there. There's another one there. And she'll be popping out here in a little bit. That is a bee being born right there. She's chewing away the wax covering on her cell. There's a bee that was just born. Yeah, now they're talking. She's just fresh out and she's talking with the neighbors, with the other bees. Yeah, yeah, you're part of this hive, yeah. Let me help clean your wings. Yeah, see there? Welcome to the world, little girl. They're born fully developed. They're born adults. Come here and look at this, Jim. Oh, her head's almost out. Look at that. Oh, boy, there's her eyes.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing.
Here she comes to save the day. Bees are very neat creatures. They're clean, clean, clean. They're all Virgos.
Hi, girls. What's up? Is it a party?
Not exactly, huh? Beautiful comb. Honeycomb, won't you be my... All right, there we go. Got it?
Oh, that's a beauty right there.
This is the rarest honey in the world, wild Africanized honeycomb.
Honey is fascinating stuff. It's a magical substance. It has all the nutritional things that are lacking in vitamin pills sometimes.
With the honey Reed collects, he creates award-winning honey butters and honey mustards.
The wild Africanized honey around here is absolutely delicious.
Reed and his wife, Fabrienne, have even opened up their own honey store in Bisbee.
Honeybees are very important to not only our economy, but our actual food source. About 40% of what we eat is because bees have pollinated something.
I'll shoo you off of
Ooh, I'll get... They're off the chain now.
here. Yeah.
Reed and Jim have to work fast. The neighbor's dog is tied up on the other side of the house and could get stung.
Boy, just today we're getting hundreds of pounds of honey. This is great. Better brush a few bees off if you can.
Oh, yeah.
Off the chain, you guys. Whoa, there's
Jim gets stung.
Ooh, they're pissed now.
Ooh, I can smell the venom.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're pelting me like hail.
Yep, hail, yes. I got it right through the dang glove.
Though he loves his bees, the admiration is not mutual.
These mean hives like this are just kind of a pain. Ow, you little...
He's already been stung 8 times on this job alone.
You know, these bees are so mean, I think we're just gonna hose them down. This is ridiculous.
When I do a killer bee removal, a big difference between myself and exterminators is I do not use any poison. Soapy water kills bees and does it very rapidly. But the honey then is fine. We do our best to save the honey.
Successful once again. That's the thing about doing this work. You can't not be successful. You have to be successful every time. It's got to be 100% or you failed and someone will die. Okay, everyone, do not open the door. Obviously, they're still bouncing off of me. You saw that. I mean, that was just off the chain, dude.
Really something. I appreciate your help very much.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
You made this this little place here a little bit safer.
Driving with a bee suit on is dangerous, but necessary when killer bees get into the truck.
We may as well roll down the windows and get rid of these little monsters, huh? There they go. Go on, girls. Get out of here so we can take our nets off anyway. Go on, get out of here. These guys were aggressive. Get and shoot.
So after a busy day with killer bees, the boys want to seek out more thrills and head off to the local fair.
I can smell them farm animals already.
Reed's the coolest boss I've ever had. We'll go out and we'll work really hard. We'll do 3 or 4 or 5 jobs a day. But every day after work, we relax and enjoy life, and that's what it's all about.
Whoa,
I gotta get me one of them. I just gotta get me one.
Woo!
Give it, kill it. Sit her on down. Oh, I forgot my bee suit. Damn it.
This morning, Reed has an urgent job in the busy town of Tombstone.
I really wish you'd come because it's right at the Chamber of Commerce, in the old bank building, and I mean, I'm sure we're gonna have to block off the street or have the marshal out because it's a tourist town. There's gonna be a lot of people around. So can you come on that one? Okay, great.
I did request that they, the marshal go over and put more tape up.
That's fine.
Yeah, just to make sure that no looky-loos, nobody gets stung, people get in the flight path, whatever.
Alrighty.
Okay, buddy? And I'll be up there ASAP. We'll see you soon.
Okay, babe.
Okay. Bye. Later. All right, guys, well, let's go. We got killer bees in Tombstone, and we got to go up and take care of this right now.
The Tombstone Chamber of Commerce is downtown. There are people everywhere who could be attacked if the killer bees get out of control.
I don't know, if we get too many looky-loos, I'm gonna wanna have a marshal down here to keep them away. I just don't want these bees to go cuckoo and sting somebody. Okay, thanks. What we'll do...
Remember, the attack radius of killer bees is several hundred yards. But they can spread even further.
Since they just moved in, there's no... You can just, keep the looky-loos away. Okay, cool. Okay, appreciate it. And we'll relight that. I want a lot of smoke with this because we're in a residential area and it could be... You never know when 400 tourists are gonna come by. Hey, Smokey! Yeah, we'll let it burn. Woo, that's hot, huh? Whee, yeah, there goes the hair. I think we're gonna have to seal up, a lot. Bees are very landmark oriented. And so when they first move into a place, you can see them all along the length looking around because it all looks the same to them. You can see them looking all over. It's like, where's home?
The only reason I still go on bee removal jobs is I have been blessed by not being stung yet. And I can't say that, I think it's a miracle.
Hopefully we can prevent a disaster. We use steel wool and fill them with the expanding foam and then use that to seal up the entrance because nothing can poke through it. Birds, nothing. Oh boy, there are holes everywhere here. A lot of holes up here. Of course, I got nice bare wires here. Hope that's not hot. Okay, steel wool. Cute. Be careful, you guys. I think we had more than one hive here. In fact, I'm sure of it. Really don't want them to be aggressive here in Tombstone. This is not good.
I got into a hive about a year ago out here, and they eat the heck out of me. I walked out of them, and don't think it saved me with all this hair.
Their job is done, and the town is safe again.
We're just doing the final touches on it now. There were 2 hives up there, and for now, we're gonna wrap up the sealant and put up the bee trap. Yeah, at this point, they're not gonna be aggressive.
Okay.
Reed first became interested in bees in the late 80s, when a friend who was working as a bee inspector at the Arizona Department of Agriculture supplied him with some European bees to start beekeeping.
Fine meal.
Honey mustard deluxe.
Everything's got honey mustard in it. Well, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be into bees.
Don't blame me.
You're the one that called me. I'm blaming you. You're the one that called me up and said, I got a bag of bees for you.
When the killer bees showed up in Arizona 3 years later, Catherine had a bad experience.
Yeah, we opened this wild hive that was in a stack of tires or something out there by somebody's house.
Yeah.
And I didn't zip my zipper, and about 30 bees went up really aggressively inside my net, and I didn't know whether to take it off or keep it on.
I know. What do you do? It's so confusing.
So I leaped in the back of the pickup, and my partner drove down the road, bumpy dirt road, as fast as the bees would fly off me, and then they followed us.
So you got 30 stings just in the head?
I did. I had a pumpkin head. It was
Lord, Kathy. Oh.
In 1998, Bisbee was the scene of the largest killer bee attack in the world. The bees attacked and stung 17 people, sending 8 to the hospital. It all started at this downtown building on Brewery Gulch Street, when its owner, inexperienced with killer bees, sprayed Raid in the walls.
The bees started coming out, and so he just went back home. He didn't even get stung. But then he started hearing the screams because, of course, the bees, when they perceive a threat, will come out their front door.
The bees immediately left the building and started attacking civilians. The bees' first victim was Deborah Strait, who was driving her car with the window slightly open when a few bees entered her vehicle.
So I opened the door so they could find their way out, and a whole lot of them came in, and I decided, you want the car? Take the car. So I got out of the car, and then hundreds descended on me. I was batting them away from my head and off my face, and then I realized that they were concentrating on my head. So I took my shirt off to cover my head, And then I realized what was happening. This was a killer bee attack, and if I got enough of these, I would die.
The first to respond to the scene was police officer David Gonzalez.
I got right to this point where I'm standing now, and I saw this lady screaming, running down screaming.
I was screaming, not out of fear so much, but I wanted some help, and I wanted it right now.
And as soon as I opened my car door, I got totally covered in bees.
He immediately ran up the hill to safety to his father's house.
He pretty much started swatting me with his fly swatter.
With over 100 stings on his head and down his throat, he was rushed to the hospital.
So I quit calling for help, and I walked to a friend's house right up the street and used her garden hose to keep them off of my face while she called the police.
Josie Mincher was the nurse treating the victims.
When I saw Debbie, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. She had bites, hundreds, thousands of them, all over her face, her body, everywhere. And that's just what I could see. It looked like a cheap horror movie with little wax balls all over her face.
I spent a half an hour just throwing up and throwing up and throwing up. And even before the pain set in, my legs would do this. We'd go into spasms. So I had a lot of venom.
There were stingers everywhere, in her ears, her nose, her mouth.
The killer bees soon spread from Brewery Gulch Street to the neighboring streets, attacking anyone in sight. The first medic from the fire department to arrive was Mel Ray.
As soon as I got out of my rig to go around to get my gear on, I just got swarmed, and I had about 200 bees land on my head and my neck, and I ended up getting stung almost 200 times.
When I walked up, there was only one fireman standing here hosing down the bees, and these bees were stinging birds flying overhead. They were stinging telephone poles, tires. It was complete mayhem, and it looked like a war scene, actually, with what I'd imagine a war scene to be, with cars parked, with doors open, running, lights on, police lights on.
There were people running around naked up the street, taking their clothes off, just throwing them off every direction.
For 3 hours, the frightened firefighters sprayed the bees, the building, and Reed as he worked under pressure to seal off the bees. Deborah survived over 500 stings thanks to immediate medical care.
Well, I'm glad you're all right. Do you have any scars?
Mentally,
Oh.
That's all. Nothing, you know, nothing. I mean, it didn't affect me. it's something that something you'll never forget. It's something you'll never forget.
I've never seen anything like it again. It's probably once in a lifetime thing, and I hope it never happens again.
Reed is off to a horse ranch that has 37 horses. Because there are numerous hives on the site, he brings his wife, Fabrienne, along to help.
They're not at all nice. Yeah. Address that today for you. Yeah. And I'll get rid of them once and for all. Yeah.
You lived out here long?
18 years.
Yeah, I've been down in Bisbee about 21.
Wow.
Yeah.
The horses are uneasy.
Horses got stung down there?
Yeah, down there they did, yeah.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And the horsefly spray, that's what tracks them.
You know, that's happened before. That's happened before. In fact, you know the Pursleys down there?
Yeah.
Jimmy and Norma?
Right.
They lost a horse, you know, a few years ago because they sprayed that fly stuff on them and then put them out in the lawn to mow the lawn, 2 horses. And these bees came out of something like this and just, Norma said you couldn't even see the horses. It was like clouds.
Eesh.
Oh, yeah.
Not good.
Killed one on the spot.
Wow.
Should have killed the other one.
Yeah.
Chased the dog off, sent Jimmy to the hospital, stung up Norma. Oh, well, you know, these things are really something else.
The horse rancher brings his dog to safety. In the last few months, Chad's been stung about 20 times in the head. They've got a lot of hives on this ranch.
Let's get rid of these bees.
All right.
I mean, we got 37 horses around here, plus dogs, and, you know.
Luckily, the first hive turns out to be a small one.
That's great. God, this thing must weigh.
Under this tire, Reed makes a fantastic discovery.
Check this out. There's a skull. Looks like there's another one. These creatures tried to get in to steal honey. The bees killed them, and so if they can't move something out of the hive, they mummify it literally. Another little skull, totally mummified. Oh, that is so cool. Probably rats, is what they are. Trying to get honey, of course. Wow. Looks like it killed a bull, too. Didn't mummify it very well.
The horses aren't safe yet. They can smell the danger in the air. Now it's time for the big hive in the shop.
At night, when you go in there, the whole building just roars. You can hear them. You know, I mean, they're very busy.
It sounds like they've been there a while also.
Well, we've been there about a year.
Uh-huh.
Oh, come on, guys. Come here, guys. Everybody go.
This time, the dogs are kept in the house.
I'll get Bud.
Thank you.
Fabrian's primary role on these jobs is to keep the bees calm by smoking them.
Oh, beautiful. Wow.
All right, excuse me, honey. We're gonna move this way. We're gonna try. Get it screwed down. Is it screwed down below? All right, well, let's break her.
Bring it over down.
Bring her down. Should break pretty clean right there. Oh my word. Now I'm starting to attack. Oh, hurry on into the house. Hurry on into the house. Look at all that beautiful comb. I am impressed. My God, there must be hundreds of pounds of comb here.
On this job, Reed is able to save a lot of honey.
These are all empty because they were ready for use, for storage. It's kind of like they build all their cans, and then when they need to, they can actually fill them up with honey or babies or whatever, and then slap the lids on. This turns into work, man. I don't need to go to the gym, you know. Oh, Lord. That is a heavy one. This is a big old hive. I mean, there's like 150,000 bees in here. Look at that. Beautiful.
Reed is happy. The bees were calm enough for him to collect a massive amount of honeycomb.
I would say don't be doing anything until sunset today.
Oh, okay.
A successful job. The ranchers and the horses are safe.
Walking on the water is the same as this. No need to distinguish bliss. You see the light and you swish the dish. No need to. I personally have had thousands of stings over the 20 years I've been doing this.
Apparently, as the more you get stung, the less resistant you are to the bee venom. So therefore, it can come a day when one sting and you could die.
You see it coming and you see it go. When time is up, then you will know that black is white. My wife, my friends, they definitely worry about me. They'll call me and say, "Are you okay? What'd you do today?"
I think the overheating is our primary concern.
I suffered a heart attack, and it had been a very, very busy bee season. I had been in the suit every day.
Reed is a very passionate person, and I believe he's always taken risks. You just can't change someone's personality.
Walking on the water, walking on the water, walking on the water, walking on the water.
Reed gets a call to get rid of a swarm of bees in a backyard.
One of your dogs got stung, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
But this is all right?
Yep.
Okay. If they get stung too much, you can give them Benadryl. Same thing that we would take
Okay.
as humans. Yeah, look at those things right over here, a swarm of bees. We're gonna need a ladder. Okay. And a bucket. We don't need to smoke them because they're not in that mode.
There's only like 2 or 3 in the house total.
Okay, and they'll go to the windows.
So,
Yeah. All right. You go ahead and get your puppy around front.
Okay.
And then we'll attack these guys, okay?
Okay.
Here we have a swarm of bees, which is nature's way of propagating the area with bees. You have a hive, an established hive, and certain times of the year, 10, 20, 30% of the bees will take off with the old queen that's already mated and go form a ball of bees in a tree to rest and shop for a new home. They're actually looking for a new place to live. You know, something that size will have 7,000 to 10,000 bees in it. Amazing, isn't it? We don't need the smoker for this. Come to daddy, here we go. Good girls.
Reed drops the whole swarm into a bucket.
And this is the most docile state for bees. Although I still wear a suit. I used to be able to do this without a suit on with the Africanized, but not anymore. These bees we're going to release into the wild. They're beneficial, of course, to nature, and we don't want to hurt them. And it's okay if they live out in the wild. They're just, you don't want them under your house.
Golfers on this course have been attacked by killer bees. there's a hive here in a dead oak tree. It's lying in tall, rattlesnake-infested grass.
We heard a rattlesnake, so crossing the fence, you're gonna
tap everything.
Tap everything, pretty good. You know, when it comes time to run, you'll have a pretty good jump right over that.
Right.
The tree is too old to remove, so Reed blocks off the bees' entrances to their hive.
They're coming out right there. Not anymore, they're not.
A lot of people, under the same amount of stress that he has on the job, would completely freak out.
The next job is a kid's treehouse that's practically falling down.
Let's get buzzed.
Priscilla, stay in the house.
Thank you.
Here they come.
Reed finds the entrance to one of the hives. The guard bees are getting ready to attack, so he gets the smoker ready. The cherry picker doesn't work. That means these guys will have to go up there on a ladder, and the treehouse is very unstable. Climbing ladders with bee suits on is a clumsy and dangerous task.
Can't be afraid of anything doing this job, that's for sure.
We could have 3 hives here.
Now we're going to put the ladder up against the roof so that we can actually get a handle on the wood and pull the wood off and expose the hive. At the same time, I'd really like to have someone in the room, Jim, smoking the bees, at the same time that we pull that thing off. See it? Hold on. Wow! Oh, my Lord. Let the games begin. Maybe this part we can get from the inside.
The smoke worked well on these bees to calm them down.
If there was a child up here, say with her friends, and they accidentally poked a hole in a wall, or if they just simply bumped against the wall and the bees started coming and attacking them through the window, they would have died. They would have had to crawl down the stairs somehow, and it's very unnerving when you're attacked. All right, honey and brood and everything. Look at that. Okay, the next step here, since we removed the comb, is to save as many bees as possible and hope we get the queen. We're gonna just take handfuls of bees now. All right, come on, girls. That's right. Good girls.
Because the bees are now docile, he can gather handfuls and will be able to release them into the wild for fruit pollination. Since killer bees are the only honeybees left in Arizona, they are necessary for farming.
Now we have another hive over here. Wiener bees. They're stinging. Oh boy, here they come. Look at them pour out of there. You got another bucket? This one's a bad one.
The bees are attacking.
Bees are bad.
The smoker didn't work as well on this hive.
Stop it, you guys. Oh, stop it. Okay, this whole thing's full. Oh my gosh, I can't let them coming out.
It turns out this other hive is much bigger than they expected.
Wow. Guys have been here for years. They had to be here for years. I'm surprised no one died. Oh, damn it. Right in the finger. Oh, you little bastards. A total of 8 feet of comb. I cannot believe this. I haven't seen this kind of comb for a long time.
Wow, this is a huge hive. There's got to be 100,000 or more bees in here.
Damn it, I got stung on the little finger right through the glove. I hate it when that happens. Wash the bees. These people are good to go. They can tear that thing down and be safe. You see, they're dead already. Very humane way to do it, because they die immediately. That's a wrap. We did it. Big one. You're the man.
As the bees move north and into the more populated areas of the United States, people are going to need to be educated about what not to do and what to do with these bees. If you get attacked, immediately cover your head and head for cover. That's the only advice I can really give about it. Run as fast as you can, straight line, none of the zigzag stuff.
After 20 years of dangerous work, Reed still loves it.
I think I like taking risks because life is short, and that's where the flavor comes from, you know?
This may look like a war zone, but it's not.
Cut!
It's a movie set. Every day, stuntmen put their lives on the line to bring storyboards to life. Professional stuntman Gaston Morrison is one of the very best. Still, he knows that even the simplest stunt can turn ugly in the blink of an eye.
Motorcycles and jump stuff and that kind of thing, that's sort of, it's real tough to stay away from getting injured.
For stuntmen, pain and injury are just a part of the job.
Nobody go in! Nobody go in! If you're gonna step it up and try to achieve new levels of skills, you're gonna get messed up. There's just no question about it.
My name is Greg. I am the AD on the show. First of all, I'd like to introduce our director. Come on up here, little guy. I don't think they'll be able to see you. This is Laura Chartrand, the director.
This is the set of a horror thriller called Chemical Evil.
Prior to that, we'll have the cars dropped in here. We've got a couple of junker cars we're putting in here. That's our barricade for this alley.
Professional stuntman Lauro Chartrand wrote the script and is now making his directorial debut.
Blow off the locks with a little cell phone device thing.
I've had this idea for a long time about this serum, if you were injected with it, and it could heal your internal organs, and once you were killed, your internal organs healed and you could keep going. You know, what could we make of that? And it just grew from there.
Motorcycle with the one passenger, slide around the corner, a little wheelie, and here it comes, open fire.
There's a really good story, and it's also set to be probably one of the biggest action horror movies made.
To make his movie stand out from all the other horror flicks being produced, Lauro is betting on what he knows best, stunts. In fact, when it comes to action, Lauro intends to break new ground.
On fire, going 60 miles an hour.
He wants to make stunts that no one has even tried before.
We're always taking chances. I mean, that's obvious. Unnecessary chances, you have to gauge that at the time.
Lauro has been a stuntman for almost 20 years and is very respected in the film industry. So when he decided to make his first feature film, he had no trouble recruiting some of the best stuntmen around.
Well, if we're sort of central on the alley and the camera's over there, that's...
We can be in here sort of thing.
The first person he called was Gaston Morrison. This former North American kickboxing champion has been a full-time stuntman for over 10 years. He's even doubled for Hollywood stars like Will Smith, Eddie Murphy, and LL Cool J.
Landing in here, I'm always trying to sort of be the best that I can be at whatever I'm trying to do. Not that I ever achieved that, but you know, that's my goal. That's kind of, I'm always sort of in the back of my brain. It's like, I want to be really good at this, you know? So, I don't know, I try.
Also in for the duration is Jonathan Kraut. His nickname, Johnny Crash, says it all.
He's another really, really talented guy that, again, trains, focuses. This is his life. This is what he wanted to do. This is what he's doing.
I guess you could say I'm an adrenaline junkie.
Even though it's barely 8 a.m., the adrenaline is about to flow for Johnny Crash and Gaston. For their first stunt of the day, they're scheduled to perform a bike jump off a very steep and slippery hill. The two bikes will jump off separate ramps placed on top of the hill.
That's looking pretty good.
Hitting those ramps at full speed, they will literally take off.
They look pretty good?
Yeah, they feel good. We're just gonna cheat the ramps as far as forward as we can, of course.
Yeah. Once we get camera guests in there, they'll see when they don't see them.
The shot will require that Gaston and John each carry a passenger. But first, they will try out the jumps without the extra weight.
All right, you guys ready down there?
The guy over on camera left is going to come off first, and then he'll come second so that he can see him and the Jeep. on his helmet cam.
Oh, okay.
Then it's away from your camera.
Okay.
I'd like to see them both leave, and then if we just stay on the last one as they go by.
All right, lock it up. All right, here we go. And action, Nathan.
For Gaston, bike jumps are normally exciting, but can sometimes turn sour. In 2002, on the set of the movie Rollerball, he almost lost his life.
As I went up the one ramp, I get up in the air, and I'm thinking this is the shot where they're looking at me, and they're gonna see the bike. They're gonna see the bike come up into the frame, and it's gonna be a good shot because I see the bike floating in the air. I said, I had to give him a little extra air. So I said, guys, be ready. I'm gonna give you a little extra air on this. So as I get up in the air, I'm like, this is too much air. I couldn't see anything. I had no reference. It was like pitch black. It was like I might as well put a blindfold on and I plucked my eyeballs out because I could not see anything at all. And I'm just thinking, this is it. I'm done. This is dumb. This is insane. I can't see it. I don't know when I'm gonna land. And as I'm thinking all these stupid thoughts going through my head, bam, the bike comes up, and it's like the bike attacked me. It's like, it just comes right up on me, and my legs are falling off, my arms flailed off one side, and I'm barely hanging onto the bike, and all the crews along the side of the bridge, and they're watching, they're like, this guy's gonna die.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, dude, that was really nice.
That's the funny.
Yeah.
That last jump was a good rehearsal, but they're still missing an important piece of the puzzle. In the movie's script, the bikes are trying to catch up to an old Jeep. But in reality, the Jeep will be going much slower than the bikes. If they come in too hot or off their marks, they could crash into the slower-going Jeep.
Paramedics are here. Paramedics?
Right here. Brightest jacket around.
There you go.
Thanks for coming. We're here just in case. I mean, everything's planned out, but if there's a problem, that's why we're here. And we're one of the groups on the set that they don't want to see used.
When you get to the bottom as well, just make sure you
I'm
clear
gonna stay
out of
straight.
there.
I'm gonna clear down so that you guys can have a spot to go.
Actually, guess what?
Practice is over. It's now time for the real thing. Gaston and John put on their crash gear while their passengers get ready for a wild ride.
Just hang on, just be at one with you. That's what we're doing.
The Jeep's driver, stuntman Mike Doput, triple checks with John to make sure that things are perfectly choreographed.
But I'm just gonna go right through the intersection. I won't slow down until I get through the intersection. Cool. So that gives you guys, and I'm gonna stay in the middle so that you guys, if you do come up on me, you just stay to your side. Perfect. All right.
He's not gonna be able to go near as fast as we can, so the thing we gotta make sure is we don't catch up to him in the air or anything, you know what I mean? So, happiness? All right.
A slight drizzle is falling, making the ramps in the road even more slippery.
Is that all right? That's good. Well, we'll get some more.
Give me what you can give me.
Yep.
It's looking sweet. Yeah.
All right.
You good for number one?
In stuntman jargon, going to number one means they're headed to their initial position before the stunt. At this point, the jokes stop. Gaston and John have to carefully concentrate on the job at hand. Their lives depend on it.
You gotta, in your head, you have to be perfectly calm, you have to be rationally thinking, and you got to be ready to do it just the way you've rehearsed it. And that's one of the hardest things to do, is to be able to focus out all the other sort of craziness that's going on around you and sort of tune it into and just do what you know what to do. That's the tricky part.
Hitting the ramps at close to 50 miles an hour, stuntmen Gaston Morrison and Jonathan Kraut pull it off perfectly. The director is happy with the shot, so it's time to go set up their next stunt. Back at his trailer, Gaston is getting ready for his next stunt. He will combine two of the most dangerous things a stuntman can use: fire, and bikes.
Last thing we need is gas dripping all out of the bottom of this.
Where do you want to land? On that wet strip there? Is that kind of your landing point?
Yeah, well, basically, yeah. Up the middle. Am I okay to step on this?
This time, Gaston will have to jump his bike through a wall of flames,
Up the middle, sort of along here.
over a parked car,
Landing in here.
to a completely blind landing.
It's a dangerous stunt. I wouldn't do it.
Any bike stuff is dangerous. The small ones will get somebody in trouble just as fast as the big ones. Maybe an inch, just bikes get away from you and, you know, you're balancing on two wheels. Shit goes wrong fast and it gets ugly, right? All it takes is a bike to land on your leg and it'll rip your leg off, you know, I mean.
Gaston knows what he's talking about. A couple of years ago, he came within a fraction of an inch of losing one of his legs when a simple bike stunt turned sour on him.
I'll show you my leg. I got some good scarring on the back of the leg from where the back of the bike came and chopped. Like there's a huge hole in my leg. It wasn't good. It was a bad deal. But it's you know, nature of the business here. Where are all the fire extinguishers going to be? We have in here.
One right beside the guy on the bottle.
Okay.
And one on the other side.
Nice. We're clean of flame when we land, hopefully. And if there is any, we'll need some people to put us out.
For Gaston, this is just another day at the office. But working for a director who's also a renowned stuntman himself adds a little spice to the mix.
The performers, they all want to do a good job for the guy because they know what he can do. And it's like, you know, and they know that doing it half-assed, he knows what a half-assed job is and what the real deal is, right? So there is probably a little extra pressure there. Yeah.
When I'm doing stunts, I know my own limitations and I push myself as far as I possibly can go, sometimes too far. And I expect the same thing from my guys.
I think I might want to use your bike again.
The setup is ready. It's time for Gaston and stuntwoman Kimberly Chang to get ready.
Is it for me?
Yes.
Brilliant. I'll throw them on. I'll be right back.
Is there any gunfire going on through this? Who's firing and who's...
My passenger's firing.
Firing.
And basically probably in the air when we pass through the flames.
All right. Do you want to try a couple of jumps without fire before we get into the fire?
I'd love to.
Yeah.
Trying it out first without the flames will let them get a feel for the ramp and also see where they will be landing.
Are you good?
Director Laurel Chartrand, director of photography Sherry Bailey like what they see.
You wanted air, you got air this time.
Now it's time for the real thing. Going through a 20-foot-high wall of flames is no small feat,
So, we ready?
even though they won't be in the actual fire for more than a fraction of a second. The extreme heat could severely burn them.
Oh, yeah, you love this, don't you?
Gas.
Oh, it's ice cold.
Gas. Kimmy's getting up.
Yeah, go ahead.
They are both wearing fire-retardant clothing and a protective fire gel on their exposed skin. The gel should protect them from direct flame contact, but either way, they'll feel the heat. The cameramen are fine-tuning their equipment. Special effects are about to go hot. Adrenaline is starting to flow. At the height of the jump, Kimberly will have to pull out an automatic handgun and unload 10 rounds of ammunition in under a second. Just a few minutes before noon, Gaston once again puts his life on the line.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Action.
Once again, Gaston pulls it off perfectly.
He's incredible. He's one of those stunt guys that can do anything, right? Multi-talented. You know, you can throw him in any position, any type of stunt, and you know the guy's going to give you 100%, and he's going to pull it off and look like a pro.
Get it? I feel warm in there. It's all warm.
That's good, man. The gun, she was firing the gun like right from...
Yeah, bang.
Gaston's skill is impressive. But doing stunts for a living can be unforgiving.
Good work, young lady.
In the long run, injuries are almost always inevitable.
Injuries are always a bit of a delicate subject. Most of my injuries have been from motorcycle stuff. Bikes beat you up. There's no doubt about that.
I think early on in a lot of guys' careers, they start to get a Superman complex. And it's easy to do because you fall from a building and you don't die, you know, whether you land on a pad or are on a cable, whatever the case might be. But you tend to start to get a little desensitized from all the big action because you do it on a fairly it becomes normal to you. And you tend to feel like, oh, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that. And you push it a little further until you get bit and break something or get hurt or something, and then you start to realize, okay, yeah, I'm still human, and things can happen to me, and you pull back and you start getting a little smarter as you get wiser. It's the same with anything, you know?
I know a few stunt guys. My injuries, just the tip of the iceberg. They're pins and needles and, like, x-rays and stuff all through, and yeah. There's some guys with some good x-ray footage.
Even for trained professionals, accidents happen when they least expect it.
You put the steering wheel.
In this next scene, Laura wants to film a Jeep as it is attacked by a sniper. The script calls for the driver, stuntman Todd Scott, to be shot in the head, while his passenger, actor and stuntman Mike Dopud, grabs the steering wheel and drives off screen.
And bang! Go, let's go!
The special effects team will rig the stuntmen with squib pads, used to simulate gunshot wounds. It's a simple shot. No dangerous stunts are involved. The engine of the old Jeep has given out. It now has to be pulled by a pickup truck to effectively fake its departure from the danger zone. They film the first part of the shot, and everything goes as planned. But on the second take, something goes wrong.
And action.
Go.
Cut.
Nobody go in!
The moment Todd Scott let go of the steering wheel, the Jeep made a hard left and hit a metal garbage dumpster. Mike Dopud is ejected on impact, while Todd Scott's head goes straight through the windshield. This was no special effect.
Yeah. Let's invite the paramedics to set, please. Guys, clear the way, guys. Clear the way.
The paramedics take no chances. At this point, it's impossible to tell the fake blood from the real blood.
You okay, Todd? All right.
Any discomfort on your back?
No.
Anything like that?
No.
That's fake,
No more than usual.
Let's just have a quick peek. What do you got for layers on here?
So,
Just two.
yeah.
Because that left shoulder is probably what would have got the...
It's fine.
Let's bring him to the other side. One hand's not strong.
Good. Okay.
Fortunately, it seems that it's all fake blood from the special effects.
I don't know. I took a squib, put my head down on the steering wheel, and then crashed. That's all I felt.
The windshield came on top of us, so it hit me here and hit Todd there, but we're okay.
Still, the shot is ruined and the Jeep is out of commission. First Assistant Greg Fawcett is not a happy man. Everybody will go home for the evening and lick their wounds, but they'll be back tomorrow for another full day of stunts. Even when things don't go according to plan, the show must still go on.
Oh, well, that's the thing. That's the challenge of doing these movies, though, is you try to figure out a way to do it now.
Back home, Gaston can relax and play with his young son, Cassius. But work is never far from his mind, as he built his beautiful condo right above his workshop.
It's all gonna be yours, baby boy. It'll all be crashed and wrecked by the time you get it, but it could all be yours.
He also lives right above his personal fitness center. Although he retired from competition several years ago to become a full-time stuntman, Gaston still trains as a kickboxer.
When I got into the kickboxing, that's the thing that took me away from the street, took me away from the trouble. That's what actually saved me from continuing a life of complete destruction.
Gaston is a man of action, and working on chemical evil gives him a full dose of it.
Maybe we could tweak it a little bit more so as I'm sort of...
Today, Gaston will act as the film's stunt coordinator. This means he's responsible for every stunt. He's got to make sure that the stuntmen are prepared and that the stunts are effective and safe. The big one today will be a motorcycle high side, where a bike crashes into another one, sending the riders flying in the air.
Go right up in this direction, lock up the back tire, skid it sideways. When the bike hits here, boop, that's when he pops off and flies into there. And a guy will probably want to jump off a little bit to help him get away from the bike.
This is a very dangerous stunt, and it will give Jonathan Krault a chance to defend his nickname, Johnny Crash.
I already know it's gonna hurt, and I've kind of made peace with that, so.
Get John to do a few by himself first, get comfortable with the procedure, and then you can jump on and have some fun.
Yeah.
Stunt woman Kimberly Chiang will once again ride in the back.
In a perfect world, that's where your bike's gonna end up.
For stuntmen, practice can make the difference between a job well done and a possibly painful experience.
All right, here you go.
Rehearsals are essential to get the stunt right, but sometimes tight shooting schedules mean there's just not enough time. In this case, the risk factor is multiplied. The bike stunt is complicated and dangerous, and Johnny Crash has never done it with a passenger on his bike.
That's the kind of rush I like. It's like skydiving or bungee jumping or anything like that. You know, you get that rush and.
Two up! Two up!
Stunt coordinator Gaston Morrison is nervous.
Just do one up for now, man. Why does he want to do two up?
He would like Johnny Crash to try it alone first, without his passenger. But Johnny doesn't want to waste any time.
Oh, I want to do a couple. All right.
Gaston lets him have it his way, but is worried he's made the wrong decision.
You all set? You all right?
Yep.
This first try was anything but successful. Although they managed not to hurt themselves, Gaston has seen enough. He stops the practice and asks the special effects guys to dig a trench so the bike's rear wheel can have some additional grip.
Movie magic, it's all about the cheats.
Even though this should help stop the bike, Johnny Crash will have to hit his mark perfectly.
If I were you, John, I'd run up a couple times like you did before.
Yeah.
Put it in the spot, not come off. Put it in the spot, not come off. Put it in the spot, not come off. And then when you feel 100%, like you know where that bike's gonna slide, where it's gonna hit,
Yeah.
then we can go for it. So you're just gonna line it up, right? Not coming off?
So with the new setup ready, Johnny Crash will try to hit his mark. Again. And again. And again. Until he hits it perfectly. Johnny Crash found his mark, so it's time to practice the full stunt.
Okay, let's do it. So we are gonna run out of rehearsal time.
The clock is ticking, and this practice is taking longer than anticipated, making everyone work just a little bit faster than they should. This is when most accidents happen. Not bad, but not good enough. For this stunt to work, Johnny Crash has to hit the downed bike at exactly the right spot so that both driver and passenger can be ejected over the bike. Anything else will ruin the shot and could be very dangerous for the stuntman.
Still your front tire hit first, right? Just want to try and bring that back end around a little more. Right.
Once the cameras start rolling, they will land straight on the ground. No padded mats for the real thing.
If you do it like that last one, I think you'd, but harder, you'd come off pretty good. All right? Yeah.
Johnny still needs to practice, but time is running out.
Come on right down, because we're moving on to that next.
Copy that. We'll bring our stuff and start setting up.
Keep kindly.
Do we have time to do one more quick one? Because we got it if we do one more.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
One more. I hate doing one more.
I know.
It's always trouble. One more is always trouble. I don't know.
All right.
Justin.
After practicing this difficult stunt more than a dozen times, Johnny Crash still gets pinned under his bike. He'll just have to hope for the best.
Time is the major issue always, and usually it's like, well, you know, we gotta go, scratch the stunt, we won't do it then. It's like, okay, hold on, no, we can do it, you know. So you get put in a bit of position quite oftenly like that, and that's 9 times out of 10, that's where people get hurt.
Technicians and special effects specialists are setting everything up for the stunt. Director Laurent Chartrand gives his final directives to Gaston and his stunt people.
When you get hit, lay it down that way.
Okay.
And then you're off into that direction.
Okay.
So then when he goes that way too.
Okay.
And high side.
Okay.
There.
All right, well, you guys are on.
This shot is a very important one for the trailer. The tension is high. Everyone is nervous.
I'll be right here on a
If anything were to go wrong, you guys go that way. That's your safe line.
Everything is resting on Johnny Crash's shoulders. The 31-year-old stuntman knows that successfully completing this stunt will boost his career.
I've been doing this for about 8 or 9 years, since I sort of moved here and started trying to break into the business. A lot of people break in by having a special talent that people need, and they go looking for them. I wasn't one of those people. I was looking to get into the industry and had to learn sort of what I needed to do along the way.
Jonathan Croft, this is his life. This is what he wanted to do. This is what he's doing. And another guy where you don't, you know, you can say to him, John, I want you to fall off here. I want you to jump your bike from here to here. And he won't like, well, I don't know. And, you know, he'll tell you exactly. He won't hum and haw. He'll just say, well, this is what I need to get it done. This is how I can do it, you know. It's just no nonsense. I like guys that are straight, you know, and you don't have to worry about it.
You ready, John? So, you guys are launching, right?
Yep.
Pushing off a bit?
Yep.
Okay, give me some air. All right. Looking, have a good ride.
Cameras ready? Here we go, locked up all around, and roll cameras.
Coming in at twice the speed he practiced at, Johnny Crash flies in head first, zoomed in on Gaston's crashed bike. And pulls it off perfectly. While both the rider and his passenger lie supposedly unconscious on the ground, the hero grabs the bike and escapes.
Cut! Yeah!
Sorry, get you on the pan. Oh, you hit the camera?
That's the most reserved launch I've seen in a while.
Checking the gate.
Everyone is ecstatic.
Sweet one, Crash. Sweet one, bud.
Johnny Crash and Kimberly Chang did a perfect stunt, and no one got hurt.
Yeah, I get it.
Director Laurent Chartrand couldn't ask for anything better.
Picture perfect. You know, that's the way I envisioned it. That's the way they did it. You know, these guys know what I'm looking for. They're of the same caliber.
It's day 3 of the Chemical Evil trailer shooting schedule. The set is moved to the country. In the script, an army of good guys gives the final assault on a hacienda controlled by chemically resuscitated rebels. This is going to be the busiest day for Gaston and the other stuntmen. The first scene they film is a shootout in front of the hacienda. Over 20 men will be firing automatic weapons of all gauges and sizes. Although they will only be firing blanks, security around the guns is almost obsessive. And the most cautious of them all is director Laurent Chartrand. He found out the hard way how dangerous blanks can be.
This is what can happen. Things can go in here and you can end up with a zipper. Blanks are very powerful. They're full of gunpowder. There's no bullet, but they're full of gunpowder. So it's an explosion that's going on in the gun, and they project anything that might get in the way. So stuff can still come out the barrel, and it can get you in the eye. And what happened to me was, when you have a repeating gun, like a semi-automatic, what makes the shells eject normally is the bullet is going down the barrel and there's back pressure coming, and it ejects the empty shell. Okay? When you don't have real bullets, you have to have something to cause that back pressure to make the empty shell come out. So what they do is they screw a little fitting in there. So if your barrel was this big, it makes it down to this big so that you have back pressure to eject the empty shell. So you still get that effect of bullet or shells flying out, you know, when you see in the movies. So that was what was in the gun when I got shot. And the director at the time wanted a bigger flash, a bigger flame coming out of the gun. So a lot of the proper personnel were sent home. It was late and so on and so forth. So they poured gunpowder down the barrel on top of a full load blank, which made it even stronger. And it stripped the threads on that fitting and it blew it right out like a bullet. So when I was used as an example for many years, stunt coordinators would hire me and say, okay, this is the guy that got shot. This is why we're careful. This is why we won't let the camera guys put their face right there in front of the guns when they're firing, you know. They are real guns.
While Laura is directing the shootout scene, a second unit is hard at work preparing for the next stunt.
So I don't know if we can do a little pre-explosion. Like a little puff to have them come through the smoke and to obliterate the rams. Yeah.
In this one, 3 men are going to be catapulted into the air when bombs explode around them.
Egg test. 150 PSI.
To reproduce this effect, they will use a very basic but also very dangerous piece of equipment, the air ram.
There's a switch on here, like a little trigger switch, that as soon as they step on it, it compresses it, sends a signal to release a valve to let the air out. It's pretty simple.
Simple, but merciless.
Yep.
Countless stuntmen have been seriously injured by these pneumatic trampolines. Gaston Morrison is one of them.
There's a critical spot where you put your foot on the lid that you can ride the lid. So the lid goes up, and if my right arm was my foot, you want to sort of be able to ride that lid and propel yourself up. Well, I didn't step quite deep enough on that lid. I had a long run, and it was a little slick, and it was my own fault. I didn't get my footing perfect when I stepped on that lid. The lid went up, and it put my foot back towards my shin, and my Achilles tendon ruptured. So I haven't gotten back on an air ram yet. I plan to, but I'm still working to get the strength back in the leg as good as it could be.
Here, then I'll have another one straight on.
Stunt woman Melissa Stubb is the stunt coordinator and second unit director. She is one of the very best in the business and knows what it takes to make a good and safe stunt.
Something like that. We'll do some rehearsals and see how far they come. And
The special effects team will rig everything up so that this peaceful backyard can look like a war zone.
You guys come over about 6 inches this way.
This includes planting fake bombs in the ground.
The biggest concern is shrapnel, usually. So try and avoid it by putting our own mortar in the ground. There's gonna be a small, probably a 1.5 to 2 ounce black powder lifter, which is a black powder wrapped in a cardboard container and tape.
To simulate exploding bombs, the FX boys use a mix of black powder and gasoline for the bang and the flames. And they fill their mortar with cardboard, peat moss, and other soft debris to accurately recreate exploding soil.
This gives the dirt effect without any rocks.
By blowing up their own dirt, they reduce the chance of projecting loose rocks.
And this is a flash pack to make sure it lights.
Okay, I'd like all the guys to tell me when you're ready to do the test. I'd like all the boys to watch the test.
Stand back and enjoy the ride.
Laura and Melissa want to do a test blast to make sure the flames are high enough and wide enough. It will also give the stuntmen an idea of what to expect.
Fingers in your ears, everybody.
Okay, folks, here we go. And going hot. Going hot. And 3, 2, 1.
Cool. Nice.
The explosion is spectacular, and with just a little tweaking, it will be perfect for the job at hand.
Actually, I like the flame, but I want more dirt.
Oh, we can put
I
more
want
dirt.
more blackness, more dirt.
Oh, do we have any lamp? No, we don't have any lamp black. No.
Well, dirty dirt, whatever you got.
Well, we can't throw anything in. So.
No, I don't mean dirty dirt. I mean, I don't care about the color.
We'll throw more dirt in. Sure. I think that amount of flame looks good in there. I think, and it's nice and high. I'll keep everyone safe, but it's look good. I think that was good.
Once again, Jonathan Krault will be at center stage. He has done several successful air ram stunts before, but he is nervous. These unforgiving machines have ruined too many careers.
I've seen so many guys lose their knees and leg muscles to these air rams. I was doing one night with a buddy of mine, and he tore his muscle right here, went off, and his quad ripped totally. He had 2 baseballs in here, so straight to the hospital to stitch it back up and stuff. And you can ask any of these stunt guys, numerous guys have blown their knees on these things, because if you don't hit it just on the right angle, they're just such strong mechanical devices. They'll rip and tear tendons and,
All right, guys, let's lock it up. Everybody walk away. Walk away. This is a rehearsal.
On your own timing. 3, 2, 1, go.
They start off by rehearsing without arming the air rams, and then gradually increasing the pressure up to 300 pounds per square inch. That's enough power to send a grown man flying through the air.
Ready, and 3, 2, 1, go.
The rams are all set. The effects are hot. It's time for the real thing.
John, try not to throw this arm, it looks like you're jumping, right? Try and have both hands and lose it after, your hands can separate after, okay?
The stuntmen will be inches from the fireballs, so everyone puts on some fire gel.
And 3, 2, 1, go. Cut. Yeah. Thumbs up, everybody.
Nobody walking in. Everybody just stay right where they are.
Go cold on the rams, please.
The violence of the explosions, so close to the running men, took the breath out of everyone on the set. This is what stunts are all about. With his head still reeling from the last stunt, Jonathan Krault wastes no time and starts to get ready for his next performance. With Gaston and 3 other stuntmen, they will try to perform a world premiere. To have 5 stuntmen simultaneously set on fire from head to toe and firing automatic weapons at the same time. As with every stunt, good preparation is the key to success.
For my setup, and I think most everybody else is going to have the similar setup, I've got some of my dry Nomex underwear, which is fire-resistant, fireproof underwear, so you don't get burned, of course. I got a dry set hanging up. I'm going to put that on my skin. Then I've got a set of a fire suit, which is actually a racing suit. It's 3 layers, protects you against fire as well, so you want to sort of layer up. It's all about layering up. I'm going to put that over top. That's going to be dry as well. And we have All our people with our bins, they're gonna put a gel, fire gel, which is another fire retardant that's gonna wet a layer of the Nomex underwear to provide that much more protection. That's gonna go over top of the suit, so now we've got 3 layers, and then we're gonna have our costume that goes over top of that, and we'll put the accelerant. That will be what sets up the flame.
This is a shirt that's been treated with fire retardant so that it burns slower, and we want to test our fuel to make sure that this is going to give us a nice and large enough flame.
Stunt coordinator Melissa Stubb uses gasoline to soak the shirt.
Acetone.
And acetone to give it even more punch.
Light it.
Right in. Flamethrower in.
Out?
Nope. Okay, put it
hit it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you want to be human marshmallows, I am going to invite everybody. Nobody goes behind this truck. There is explosives being placed there. I would like to invite everybody to the front of the 2.5 now, please.
With a stunt as big and dangerous as this one, nothing is left to chance. They check and rehearse every single thing that could go wrong. And that flamethrower certainly fits in that category.
How's the eyebrow? Put on your eyebrow. Stop over here.
Okay, give it again and give us a straight.
When you're getting into that flames, you're linked straight across. So I don't think we have to worry about a back row situation. But I think, yeah, if you're not in the flames, instead of keep marching forward like this, you know, react to the flames and you turn and boom and get into it and just get yourself lit. You know, even if you have to, if the guy next to you is lit, bump into him, you know, reacting to the flames.
Does Laurel want the zombie walk?
No. I
can tell you right now, that's not what he wants. It's
No,
just
he definitely
normal.
doesn't.
It's definitely normal.
You have rigor mortis is not yet set in.
Damn.
It's almost like you're superhuman. You just, you're aware, you know what's going on.
It's time for the final preparations. The tension is getting higher and higher as the time draws near. Full-body fire burns are extremely dangerous and everyone needs to be fully prepared. Any mistake could have serious consequences.
I'm just thinking you guys might want to go at least on the top. 1 layer wet on the bottom, maybe 2 layers of wet on top. Just put a little more guard on your shoulder blades where most of the fuel is going to be.
I just sort of cupping my mouth.
Yeah, I heard that last couple of
Just trying to blow down.
Yeah, well, I last
Helps a little bit. I can also have that wet layer on too. So.
Everything is ready. The stuntmen are impatient and fidgety. It's time to do the shot.
Lovely. It's getting dark.
They're running late and the sun is setting. They need to speed everything up or they will not be able to film the stunt.
We gotta go, bud. We gotta go. Let's do this.
Once again, time is not on their side.
Work out the gunfire. You might like fire. You get lit. Try to fire if you can. Okay? Does that make sense?
Gentlemen, are you ready? Here we go. Light the flamethrower.
The stunt will be shot from 2 angles. For the first one, the men will not be set on fire.
Okay, ready, and action.
You guys,
I couldn't get to those other guys on the outside.
go get your red stuff on.
Gaston, Jonathan, and their 3 fellow stuntmen put on their final layers of wet Nomex underwear. The clothing has been wetted down with fire gel, a water-based gel that is essentially thickened water mixed with oils and other skin moisturizers. It is supposed to protect human skin from burns for up to a minute. They will also put the gel on any exposed skin. This should keep the stuntmen safe from burns for the 20 or so seconds the stunt will require.
So, gas.
Yeah, man.
Boom. Go down.
Yep.
Spray from your head. You're on your back. Go on your stomach.
I'm on my stomach when I first go down.
Yep.
Yep.
I'll get your head, shoulders, feet.
Yep.
Flip you over.
Yep.
Go from your chest down.
Okay.
Okay? If you're still hot, go over to your stomach.
And you're gonna sort of spray.
Yeah. Away from your face on when you go over. Same and on the back.
Fire safety team, right here.
Right there.
The boys are gonna run over there to about the cement mixer if they can make it. If they're too hot before they get there, they will go down. But so you gotta run from here to there to put them out, okay?
Once they are set on fire, they will not be able to breathe. Their masks will fog up instantly. Blind and choking, they will still need to follow the script. The director wants them to follow the truck and shoot at it. Their hearing will be their only clue. Each stuntman will be under the care of a fire team. One person with a chemical extinguisher and another one with a fire blanket. The second their man goes down, they will run to him and put the fire out.
You okay, Chad? Can you breathe? Talk to me. Yeah, ready. At the test.
Look at your man, guys. When they go up, they're gonna look all the same.
Another source for concern are the guns they're shooting. Gunpowder and fire don't mix very well. If the guns overheat, they could literally explode in their hands.
All right, guys, camera's going up. Phones away. Everybody walking away. Can't build.
Okay, roll it.
Roll camera.
Run away, run away.
Ready, and action!
They're basically blind once they're lit up. You know, things can happen. You can get burned, and it's hard to pay attention to all of them at once. If somebody gets in trouble, it's very dangerous.
Everybody got their guy? Yeah. Anyone good? All right, count off.
That was a great one.
That was nice.
Yeah, everything's
Worked out well.
Gloves.
Thank you. Now, you guys gonna put all this stuff back in my bucket?
Well,
then,
yeah,
I guess?
we'll get it into your bucket. Don't worry, you take care of yourself.
Got a little warm at the end, but like no actual heat. Could have definitely gone a lot longer than that. I thought it'd be getting hot right away and you'd feel it.
Unbelievably cool. It's
all right.
Good work. The thing is it's tricky to see. You get hit with the thing. You just kind of got to do what you've rehearsed, right? So get hit with the flame, boom, go down, come back up, walk and fire, and all of a sudden, then you can't see shit. There's flames all licking all over the place. And I could just barely make out my cement mixer, and I just boom, went down at the cement mixer.
There's a lot going on in that shot.
Yeah.
A lot going on.
Yeah.
So.
And then it's hard to breathe after that. Then it's like, put me out, I gotta breathe.
And then
it violates every instinct, every being, every atom in the human body. You know, why is your brain gonna do that? Because, you know, something else in your brain says, I can do it and survive. So, you know, it's a weird deal. There's a lot of overriding, talking your angel, devil kind of stuff going on, you know, throughout the whole process, so.
Officer Sid McGregor has one of the most dangerous jobs in the world.
Go on.
As part of the Polar Bear Alert Team, he has to come face to face with nature's deadliest land predator.
The bottom line is, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, it could be potentially fatal. Hey, bear! Bear!
Darting a bear from a helicopter requires great skill and concentration.
There's not really any room for pilot error. If something goes wrong, you don't have the height or distance to auto-rotate. You're gonna hit the ground. There he is.
In the dead of night, the risks are heightened as visibility is restricted. Even in pitch darkness, Sid McGregor puts his life on the line, chasing bears from the town. The remote town of Churchill is Canada's most northern seaport in northeastern Manitoba. It lies on the east coast of the Hudson Bay at the mouth of Churchill River. Churchill is now known as the polar bear capital of the world. Every year, from September to November, approximately 200 bears cross directly through the town as part of an ancient migration path that leads them north to colder climates. Polar bears are one of the most dangerous animals in the world. They weigh as much as 1,300 pounds, can stand as tall as an elephant on their hind legs, have sharp, jagged back teeth and canines, and can run up to 20 miles an hour. As nature's most fearsome carnivore, polar bears consider anything they encounter, including the people of Churchill, as potential prey. Throughout the late 1970s, human polar bear encounters were so high in the province that Manitoba Conservation was forced to develop its own polar bear police force. Officer Sid McGregor is the most experienced member of the Polar Bear Alert Team. He is the last line of defense for the people of Churchill against hundreds of hungry polar bears.
Polar bears are very dangerous. I mean, they hunt for a living. That's how they exist, and they have no fear of humans. It's the biggest enemy a polar bear has is a bigger polar bear, and the bottom line is, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, it could be potentially fatal.
Close encounters with these massive bears are a routine part of Officer McGregor's job. Each morning, he heads out to check 12 large covert traps that are placed around the town's limits.
Here's one of our culvert traps here. We can get out and have a look at it.
In order to entice the polar bears into the trap, Sid baits it with seal meat. When a bear climbs in and grabs the bait, the back door drops and the trap is sealed. Polar bears rely on their extraordinary sense of smell, over 20 times more sensitive than humans. They can detect a seal 10 football fields away, hidden under 3 feet of ice.
We smell something. As a human, you have to be fairly close to it. These things are smelling for miles, and when you see them out on the land, their nose is constantly going, and it's basically like a radar for them.
After resetting the trap, Officer McGregor continues with his patrol. Within minutes of securing the bear trap, Officer McGregor receives a call that a polar bear has been spotted at the town's waste transfer station. The door of the garage bay has been accidentally left ajar, leaving an open invitation to this born opportunist. Inside, hundreds of bags of household waste await transfer to the landfill. The smell of decaying food and waste is a siren call to any hungry bear that can detect the odor from miles away. Bears who have become habituated to eating garbage pose a considerable risk to the people of Churchill. Simply putting out their trash could bring them face to face with a hungry bear.
There was a local resident went rummaging through the rubble and found some meat in one of the coolers, stuffed it in his pockets, and walked down the street. And some of the reports were people seen that bear follow him and stop, and it basically stalked him, till which time it attacked him and dragged him away by the head. It killed him.
Once at the transfer station, Officer McGregor scans the area for the bear. He won't risk getting out of his truck until he gets a clear sighting of it.
There's a bear right up there. He can smell that garbage in here, so it's an attractant. You can see along here they put this tin up and that. The bears were actually pounding holes in the walls and getting inside this building at the garbage.
Spotting the bear, Sid hits the gas and drives head-on towards it, making as much noise as possible. Although polar bears are not afraid of humans, they don't like unfamiliar noises. To scare the bears away without harming them, Sid uses a shotgun loaded with cracker shells. Cracker shells are a non-lethal explosive device similar to firecrackers.
Been around probably before that one.
Keeping a close eye on the bear, Sid continues the chase in an effort to drive the bear away from town.
Problem being now is if we wanted to dart this bear, we would pretty much have to do it from a helicopter because we still have open water. Like, I mean, it's frozen over a little bit, but there's no way it could support his weight or our weight. And should we drug that animal now, and he went in that water, and the drug took effect, he would drown in there. And you can see he's not, you know, town is over this way. He's not intent on going there. He wants to come back here, so he'll lie down because he can smell this, and then when it quiets down, he'll come back out. We'll wait and see what happens.
Before finishing for the day, Officer Sid McGregor has to check one last bear trap.
We're gonna check on a trap that a local helicopter company was flying by and said the door is down, so we're gonna go see if there's a bear inside that trap.
The traps placed around the town of Churchill capture almost half of all the bears in the area, decreasing the need to tranquilize them with a dart gun.
Door is down. Oh yeah, there's a bear in there. This is a subadult bear. He's not very happy about being in there. It's been processed before. He has ear tags. And we'll load this guy up and haul him away.
Even though the bear is safely secured in the trap, Sid is always aware that he's only a few feet away from one of nature's most fearsome killing machines.
You're hooking the back of the truck up to this hitch. This bear is right here. So it raises the hair on the back of your neck a little bit when he's, you know, snorting and huffing at you and growling with a deep, low growl. And I mean, he can't get you, but that's pretty close to be to a wild animal, you know. It's makes you think about what you're doing and have respect for that animal. So it's different that way.
As soon as Sid hooks up the trap to his truck, he heads off towards the polar bear jail, located on a strip of wasteland on the outskirts of Churchill. Although polar bears pose a serious threat to the citizens of Churchill, the job of the Polar Bear Alert Team is also about preserving the life of the great ice bear. The polar bear jail is composed of corrugated steel and contains 20 cells, enough to hold 16 single bears and 4 family groups. The jailed bears are held here without food or water for up to 3 weeks so that they don't associate humans with a free meal.
Come on, buddy.
This does not harm the bears because during the fall season, they carry half their body weight in stored fat and have evolved a fasting mode to replace the hibernation periods other bears employ. Halloween falls right in the middle of polar bear season, which makes trick-or-treating a little dangerous for everyone, especially the children of Churchill. Polar bears are immense, powerful wild animals that attack as fast as lightning and show little remorse for anything that gets in the way of an easy meal. Sid McGregor is one of several officers that are patrolling the streets of Churchill.
We don't have this many people out on the street any other given night. As well, it's definitely more of a concern at night than the day. We can't see in the dark and they can, so that's where we're at a disadvantage. And let's face it, when he's right in town like this, the chances of him having an encounter with a person or a human being is far greater, just by sheer population density, so reaction time has to be fast. B291.
It's 3 a.m. and Sid is out for the third time.
Where's he at? There he is.
Sid gets a fleeting look at the roaming polar bear as it heads towards the back of a resident's house. Without a second thought for his own safety, he pulls out his shotgun and heads off into the darkness after it. Sid takes a moment to reload his gun before heading towards the railway track in order to cut the bear off.
There he is, right off the edge of our nose here. That's part of it. I mean, this is the same bear, so yeah, he's quite content on coming back. We can play this game all night, really. Nature of the beast. So we'll see you in an hour.
Roger.
All joking aside, that's probably not far from the truth. Well, he's, you know, we've had 2 calls with him tonight, but there's a lot more traffic earlier. I mean, it's 3 in the morning, so as there's less and less people around, unless he makes, you know, a fuss in somebody's yard or whatever where they hear him and they phone, he'll wander around town more. Like, he'll get deeper into town before somebody sees him. And it wouldn't be good. You know, I mean, you've seen him and you've seen where, like, he's right in the back of somebody's house over here. The guy that owns the lodge, that's his residence there, and he's on the other side of his fence. And if he wanted to be inside that fence, he would. I mean, that'd be nothing for him to break. Overly concerned about us anyway. I mean, he ran away, but not, he wasn't really in no hurry there towards the end.
Lock the early birds, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see you in a while.
The morning after Halloween, Officer McGregor heads off to the helicopter pad with his dart gun in hand, as the polar bear that he chased throughout the night has been spotted roaming the outskirts of town. Officer Sean Beaubier conducts operations from the ground.
We have a helicopter going up. We had a bear in town 5 times last night, and he kept coming back, wouldn't stay away. So what we're going to do is go up with a helicopter and tranquilize the bear and load him up and take him off to the polar bear holding facility. We just want to get him away from the community, and we know he won't come back. And we'll release him probably at freeze-up time.
Darting a polar bear from a helicopter is one of the most technically difficult operations that the Polar Bear Alert Team has to perform, as polar bears are very intelligent animals that are not fooled easily.
Good morning.
I had too much coffee.
Where did you see him?
That's where he went in the bush.
Okay. He might be tough to get if he went in the big bush, yeah.
Yeah.
But if he's in that big bush, they generally won't come out. I mean, they're hidden pretty well. And if he's been through the drill, like some of the bears have been darted with helicopters before, and they get wise to it. And they'll hide under trees or go to an edge of a lake. They almost seem to know that we won't dart them by a lake, because if they go into the water and they go to sleep, then they drown. So we won't dart them by water. So it's almost like they get wise to that, and they know our moves.
Once in the vicinity of where the polar bear was last seen, the pilot circles the area, carefully checking for obstacles within his flight path. The pilot spots the bear and moves into position, hovering only 100 feet above land. This is one operation where there is no room for error.
If something goes wrong, you don't have the height or distance to auto-rotate. You're gonna hit the ground, and usually those things don't turn out too well.
Trying to shoot a tranquilizer at a moving target from a moving helicopter demands a lot of skill. Not only is it difficult to hit the bear, but the dart must be precise and strike it in the shoulder or neck. The helicopter pilot is an important partner in this effort. He or she must be able to work with the team and have a good understanding of bears and their behavior. The pilot must be able to bring the helicopter in close enough and fast enough for the shooter to get a good shot.
You know, it's nice to have a pilot that has a lot of experience, because you're flying low level, everything happens so fast, and as far as the darting part, you have to be ready, hanging out that window at the right time, that you're gonna get a shot.
Once the bear has been tranquilized, the pilot brings the helicopter up and hovers above the animal. It's crucial to be high enough not to disrupt the bear, yet close enough to swoop down quickly if necessary. Typically, the drug will take effect in about 3 minutes, after which the bear will fall to the ground. As soon as the pilot sees the bear isn't lifting its head or showing any signs of movement, he knows it is safe to land. Since helicopters can land almost anywhere, they will stay fairly close to the animal, within 300 feet or so, and carry the equipment from there.
1-9 is an old bear. To immobilize the bears here, we use telazol, which is a combination of taletamine and zolazepam, and it's basically a major muscle relaxant. I mean, you could compare it to a Robaxacet times 1 million. They can hear and smell and see us, but they can't move.
142.
Initially, they'll check the position of the bear to make sure that it is breathing properly, then record its vital statistics for future reference.
233. Fat, 3. Tooth where?
Males commonly weigh between 900 and 1,300 pounds,
All good.
although very large males have been recorded in excess of 2,000 pounds, standing more than 12 feet high. The Polar Bear Alert Team are always on edge, constantly watching over their shoulders for the unanticipated arrival of other bears. As soon as they have gathered the necessary data, the bear is carefully placed in a net and flown off to the bear jail, where it will spend up to 3 weeks before being released back into the wild. Hudson Bay is a large, relatively shallow body of water spanning over 750,000 miles in northeastern Canada. It is bounded by Nunavut territory to the north and west, Manitoba and Ontario to the south, and Quebec to the east. The population of polar bears in the Hudson Bay area has dropped 22% since the early 1980s. Climate change is their #1 threat. Polar bears need solid ice platforms from which to launch hunting expeditions for ringed seals, their primary prey. But longer, ice-free periods restrict the time they can hunt each year. The Hudson Bay is only frozen in winter and spring, so from July to November, bears must live off their stored fat reserves. Because the sea ice is melting earlier in the spring, it forces the polar bears to land before they have developed enough fat to last them through the summer months. This manifests itself in a drop in the weight of polar bears and affects the birth and survival of cubs. Numerous scientists have warned that if global warming continues to persist at its current rate, the polar bear is unlikely to survive. Polar bear and human confrontation can often be fatal. For Sid McGregor, there is one experience that he will never forget.
We had a call just after 6 o'clock one evening, and I responded to that call. It was a couple of streets over from my residence. I went over there, and on one side of the street was an adult male polar bear. Across the street was a snowbank with a 3 or 4-year-old little boy playing on a toy. My heart started racing because that bear was facing towards that snowbank, and I thought that's the way he would go. The little boy didn't even know he was there. I was able to pull up on an angle and shoot a cracker shell right in front of that bear. When it exploded in front of it, it turned around and went the other way. If he would have stepped foot onto that road, I probably would have ended up destroying him. The bottom line is you're accountable for the decisions you make, and you know, hopefully you don't make a wrong one. The last thing you want is for something to happen, you know, like in that situation to that child. That would have been awful.
Officer McGregor gets a call to say that a bear has been spotted in Churchill. When a bear is in town, it becomes the #1 priority for the entire polar bear alert team.
He's in town already, so we're gonna have to pick up the pace here.
Traveling at high speeds along the icy roads of Churchill demands all of Sid's attention. At this speed, there is no room for error.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we got him here between the cemetery and that Rural Research Center.
I'll come up the back road.
The bear is now wandering around the town's cemetery. Sid cuts through the back streets in an attempt to get to the bear before it comes into contact with an innocent bystander. Sid gets a visual of the bear and slows down, as he does not want to spook it into running in the wrong direction. Once he gets in line with the bear, Sid fires a starter pistol, scaring the bear away from town.
Picked him up a little bit. Go on. going to another bear call. This one we'll leave it for now because they're not bothering the place right now, but they're on the move. Everything is freezing more and more. Like another day or two, that'll be frozen right over. And that's really what they like, is when everything's frozen over, because they just go in a straight line. They're not going around ponds and stuff.
Officer McGregor heads towards the coastline, where there has been a sighting of another polar bear making its way towards town. Once the winter months set in and the Hudson Bay starts to freeze over, polar bears begin to head north along the coast in search of ringed seals, traveling up to 3,000 miles in their search for food. Until the ice forms, bears will not have eaten since they came ashore nearly 5 months earlier during the summer, which makes Officer McGregor's job all the more dangerous. Any encounter could easily turn into a life or death confrontation.
There's always an unknown, and there's a risk that something could happen to you at work. You know, everybody hopes that everybody comes home safe at the end of the day, and we go from there. Is there a chance something could fatally occur? Absolutely. It's occurred in the past in different places, and hopefully it won't occur with me.
Although the bear can see and smell Officer McGregor, it is not afraid of his presence and continues to walk towards him. The bear climbs over the icy rocks with ease, taking a few seconds out to smell the air. Sid does not want the bear to get too close, as it could come over the rocks within seconds and brutally attack him. He fires off a round of cracker shells and the bear scurries off, disappearing behind the rocks. Sid gets back onto the main road to see in which direction the bear is heading.
Well, remember when it coming out, I seen those tracks there? He wasn't scared of us, but he didn't like those cracker shells, so that's a good thing. That's about as close as you want to get. And I mean, let's face it, if we didn't have those cracker shells, we could have been lunch. The slowest guy would have been lunch. But no, it's like this time of the year along this coast and that, myself personally, even if I was on my time off, not working or whatever, I wouldn't be without a firearm down here. Well, look at him. He just happened to be there along the shore, and he's coming all the way. He wants to go north. And that's the direction he's going. He's going to follow the shore. Hopefully he'll stop over here somewhere, because if he follows it long enough, he'll be right near town.
Scientists believe that the polar bear evolved from a group of brown bears that became isolated by glaciers in an area near Siberia. The stranded bears underwent a rapid series of evolutionary changes in order to survive on the ice. The polar bear's silhouette is markedly different from that of the brown bear. It has a larger, elongated body and lacks a shoulder hump. Instead of a dished face, it has a Roman profile with a long, elegant nose. Other adaptations include a longer neck, useful in keeping the polar bear's head above water when swimming. Warm, thick fur, and huge paws which help spread the bear's weight on thin ice. The polar bear's teeth also differ from those of the brown bear, which lives on a largely vegetarian diet. Polar bears are pure carnivores, with longer, more widely spaced canine teeth used for seizing and holding prey, and sharp cheek teeth designed to shear off chunks of meat. While brown bears hibernate in winter when food is scarce, polar bears do not. During an Arctic winter, there is no shortage of food, as it is prime season for seal hunting. Instead, polar bears experience a walking hibernation in the summer months, when the ice has melted and the bears are forced to live off their fat reserves. From October until the end of November, traveling through the subarctic is extremely treacherous. There are about 1,200 polar bears in the western Hudson Bay region, and Churchill has about 1,000 residents. This dangerous ratio keeps the Polar Bear Alert Team on their toes. With so many bears roaming around, a routine patrol can turn into a life-threatening encounter.
Not frozen enough yet.
To his surprise, Officer McGregor suddenly finds himself stuck in the semi-frozen terrain.
Does anybody have CAA?
Miles away from Churchill and with no help in sight, Sid wastes no time in calling his fellow agents.
220, Donald.
220.
How'd you like to come down the lowlands here? Do you got a tow rope?
Roger.
Thanks. Oh well. Back to life, eh? Not exactly like you could call CAA. Especially when you live in a town that doesn't even have a tow truck.
The subarctic is a beautiful but unforgiving place, where temperatures can drop to 76 degrees below zero, and where hypothermia and frostbite are a constant danger. Sid stays in his truck until help arrives. Within the hour, 2 fellow officers arrive at the scene. They quickly attach a tow rope to his truck and pull it onto even ground. Minutes after his fellow agents leave the scene, Sid spots a subadult bear moving towards town. He decides to dart the bear to prevent it from coming into contact with the residents of Churchill.
Hey, bear! Bear!
After loading his dart gun, Sid gets in his truck and drives slowly down the coast, following the bear's every move. Unfazed by his presence, the bear continues to head towards Churchill, a scenario that must be avoided at all costs. The drug used to immobilize the bear is Telazol, which temporarily affects the bear's muscular coordination and brain function. Although Sid has a clear shot of the bear, he has to take his time and carefully shoot the dart between the bear's neck and shoulder. This is one of the few areas on a polar bear where the fat layer is thin and where the drug will be released directly into the muscle tissue. Once in the muscle, the drug will circulate faster than it would through fat tissue. Although Sid lands a perfect shot, the polar bear has time to head into the rocks before the drug has taken effect. This is an extremely dangerous situation, as Sid cannot see the bear and has no way of knowing if it is still conscious.
Here we're loading up some 12-gauge shotgun slugs, just in case.
Over the past 200,000 years, polar bears have evolved into highly skilled predators. Officer McGregor knows them well enough to fear them. He cautiously approaches the rocks. If the drug has not taken effect, the bear could attack him, and he will have no more than a few seconds to react to the situation.
Lovely. Bear! 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 I just have to put him in the right position. Young male, anyway. No ear tags. Brand new bear.
The effects of the drug are not long-lasting, and that means Sid must work quickly.
That's a recovery position. That keeps his breathing. His teeth are good too. We check for the wear on them, whether the canines are broken or not. And also with this guy, what we're gonna do is we are going to take this premolar tooth, and that'll get sent in to the Canadian Wildlife Service, and that's how we'll know the exact age of that bear. So what'll happen with him is we'll get him to an area where we can work on him, and then we'll measure him up. His fat, I could tell you, is a 3. He's in good shape, this bear. And we'll put ear tags in him, and we'll put a tattoo on either side of his lips in here. And that'll be his number. He'll be X17. How are we gonna get him out? Get a little bit of help here, and I'll be right back.
Realizing that the bear is far too heavy for him to get it into his truck by himself, Sid calls for backup.
I'm at the lowlands just down from the
Luckily for Sid, 2 fellow officers are in the vicinity and arrive within minutes.
Just get Sherry to watch his head.
They sling a rope around the bear's paws and begin to pull it out over the rocks, always treating the bear with great respect and care. The drug allows the bear to breathe normally, and this helps to keep its body temperature at the right level so that it does not get too hot or stressed. As soon as they get to a clearing, the bear is placed on a stretcher and loaded onto Officer McGregor's truck.
We'll do him up right here, right? Okay, boys, watch out. Okay.
The team gets to work. A plastic ear tag is attached to the bear for identification purposes.
Who's Daryl and them?
A premolar tooth is also extracted.
You got it? Once we
The
know
age of the bear can be determined by examining a thin slice of tooth and counting the layers, just like the rings in the trunk of a tree. A sequence of numbers is then tattooed onto the inside of the bear's lip. Both ear tag and tattoo have the same number. If the bear is caught again, they will know its history and vital statistics. Once they have finished their work, Sid transports the bear to the polar bear jail. The tranquilizer will wear off within the hour. Hopefully, after what it has been through, the bear won't want to come back towards town anytime soon. When the bear jail fills up, the polar bear alert team have to transfer some bears into the wilderness. The bears that have been at the jail the longest are the first to go. Transporting a polar bear is a dangerous operation, with little room for error, especially when the bear in question weighs 1,056 pounds and goes by the name of Brutus. It takes 8 men just to lift him onto a stretcher. Brutus is a 10-year-old male who was caught for the first time in 1999 and has been captured and released 8 times since.
Usually before a bear goes out, it's immobilized, but we give it what we call a top-up, and it's a hand injection of 2 to 3 cc's of Telazol, which ensures us a little more time. On average, that bear is out about 3 hours before he can totally be up on all fours.
A fellow officer stands by with a shotgun in hand in case the drug has not properly taken effect. Once the pilot of the helicopter is ready to go, he gives ground crew the signal, and the airlift commences. They head towards Seal River, 25 miles north of Churchill. Within a matter of seconds, all traces of civilization disappear. The subarctic has remained relatively untouched. The only recognizable plant life within this bleak terrain is the boreal forest, where the diversity of vegetation is low. Only hardy species can survive the long winters and make use of the short summers. Once the helicopter is in the vicinity where Brutus is to be released, the pilot circles the area to see if there are any other bears. Polar bears are master ambushers, and it would take but a few seconds for one of them to attack and kill a member of their crew. As soon as Sid gives the pilot the okay, he finds an open area to land. After landing, the polar bear agents have to physically release Brutus from his net. They must make sure that every move is carefully calculated as the drug is beginning to wear off and Brutus is slowly waking up. One of the crew members, shotgun in hand, keeps an eye on Brutus as he struggles to free himself from the cargo net. Sid heads over to Brutus to check on his condition.
Brutus! Hey, big boy. Nothing. Starting to come out of the drug. When he comes out of the drug, his head will move first, then his front will come up, then his hind will come up. So it's reverse of when he goes into it, and that's the good part of using Telazol. For the person administering that drug and dealing with that animal while it's immobilized, you can tell the effects of the drug, and it'll tell you what state that bear is in, whether he's, whether he's going out or whether he's coming out. So it's a pretty good tool as far as our work goes. Good job, boys.
Sid struggles to put Brutus into the recovery position.
To get his foot out.
Moving a polar bear that weighs as much as a car is certainly not easy.
I just want to pull his foot out, so I'll push and just pull it out because he's kind of lying on it. There we go. Did you get it? There we go. The other one should be. Now it's. There we go. Perfect. We'll flip it back. There we go. He'll be okay like that. It's not the cleanest bear, but he just finished doing 30 days, so he's out on good behavior. We'll mark him up with a green dot, and he'll be on his way. We have sort of an agreement with Nunavut, because some of the people there still hunt bears, but they don't like to hunt them if they've had drug in them. So if they spot this green dot, they know this bear has had telazol in him. And for us, when we're dealing with bears and we see this green dot, we know that we've had him before, and you know, it's gonna help us determine the course of action that we're gonna take with him. By spring, it'll all be washed out after he's swimming lots and rolling around. It's, what it is it's a cattle marker. Same thing farmers use for marking cattle. It's just our cattle up here are a little different. There you go, bud. Looking dapper. And we're set. All right, Brutus, we'll see you another year. Hopefully won't see him again for a while. Yeah, it's time to go, boys. Most satisfying part of my job is the part of releasing these bears back into the wild. It's a good feeling to know that they're going out into the land to where they belong and just returning to doing things that bears do. The bottom line is you have to believe in what you're doing, and you have to care about what you're doing, and not only caring about people, but also caring about the animals you deal with. And you know, it's something down the road you want your children to be able to see a polar bear, or your grandchildren, and you know, it'd be a tragic thing the day in the world that nobody can see a bear because, you know, things weren't looked after properly. And basically, I do this work because I believe in what I do.
Thanks to the dedicated work of Officer Sid McGregor and the Polar Bear Alert Team, the people of Churchill are able once again to live in harmony with the Arctic's great white bear.
Well, thank you very much, sir. You're very welcome, as always.
Mickey Rogers and Ken Tully spend all their working days surrounded by tons of dynamite.
Anybody who plays with explosives on a day-to-day basis is either considered to be an idiot, fool, or somewhat of a risk taker, I guess.
They are professional blasters, hired to demolish structures using high-impact explosives.
Just that small piece that they're cutting will take your arm off, your leg off, have your face off.
Fire in the hole!
It is a world of constant danger where any mistake can lead to fatal consequences.
I've been fearful of my life on many occasions over 30-some-odd years.
We've got to stop this spinning. We're going to be in serious trouble.
unlike other professions, you don't get a second chance.
You only get one shot at it.
You mess up, you're done.
Charleston, South Carolina, break of dawn.
You guys all set?
Mickey Rogers and his team from Advanced Blasting Services have been working here non-stop for several months.
Silas and Junior, get on the hand drills, okay? John Henry's gonna be down probably till about noon.
They have been hired to demolish not one, but two old bridges. The Grace Bridge was first built in 1929, and the Pyramid Bridge, running parallel to it, was built in 1968. They have been replaced by the brand new Arthur Ravenel Jr. Bridge, a $700 million marvel of engineering and design. The old bridges are almost gone. All that is left are a few support columns in the middle of the Cooper River and a 250-foot span on the shores of Charleston. During the last 12 months, Mickey Rogers and his team have blasted everything else to smithereens. But they've kept the best for last. 3 remaining columns that pose a high amount of risk.
I love taking risk. Without it, life would be boring.
The first one he'll tackle is a behemoth in the middle of the Cooper River. It is over 4,000 cubic yards of concrete, perched right next to Charleston's main navigational channel.
We have big ships that come through here, cargo ships. If we block this navigational channel, it's millions of dollars a day. So our field of debris can only be less than 100 feet.
Mickey and Ken will use close to a ton of dynamite to break it apart. That's a lot of firepower considering that the new bridge is only 46 feet away.
If we happen to hit that bridge at all, of course there's going to be a lot of investigating on the amount of damage that was done, if any, and if there was damage, there's going to be monetary cost to repair the damage.
Each one of those supporting cables is worth more than $1 million. Mickey will have to ignite enough dynamite to take out a city block, yet he can't have rocks flying more than a few feet away.
Getting together your loads? Yeah, just give them stuff to get ready while we're up there loading the cap.
As far as high-risk blasting goes, it doesn't get any better than this. But you can't have rocks flying everywhere. Mickey and Ken will have to detonate the explosives one at a time.
In this blast, there'll be in between 1,700 pounds total in the shot. That doesn't all go off instantaneously. The maximum weight going off at any particular time would be 6 pounds.
This here would be obviously the blasting cap, the working end. We put this inside the explosives into the hole, and we come out at the end of the hole outside. This is our 25 millisecond surface delay, which we clip to the next hole. So in essence, we have every hole going separately by a minimum of 25 millisecond delay.
So if everything goes according to plan, the column will be destroyed by 300 separate blasts, starting at the bottom and traveling to the top less than a second later.
I need a total of like 117 full sticks. Fire those in there and put the half sticks on top, and I'll get rid of those half sticks. They're not sitting around sweating.
To load this structure, Ken and Mickey will have to ride 150 feet into the air in a small basket full of dynamite.
In our industry, dynamite is probably one of the riskier things to work with because it is based with the nitroglycerin. And as the heat gets to it, the age gets to it, it begins to sweat. And what's sweating is actually the glycerin. And if you're not careful, it'll not only give you headaches, but it becomes very unstable.
I can remember a safety bulletin when I first started back with the Atlantic Explosives, coming around that an old blaster had been cleaning his garage, doing his spring cleaning, and came across a case, parked case of explosives that had been left uncovered, open to the ear, which would induce the sweating and the nitro coming out even more. and he went to dispose of it on his own. And they found 11 pounds of bone and flesh scattered through the trees on the woods road he was walking down carrying it. It just went off while he was walking. So depending on the state of deterioration, it can become very volatile.
Fortunately, these guys know what they're doing. Mickey has been working with explosives for over 35 years.
A good blaster takes good common sense with him, listens to his guts, listens to good advice from others, studies what he has to do well in advance, knows what he has to do, and goes out and applies it.
It will take Mickey and Ken a full 2 days to load the dynamite into the 300 holes. It is a physically exhausting task.
Down a little bit.
In each of the holes, they will put between 2 and 4 sticks of dynamite, separated by PVC spacers.
The spacers in there so that we can keep the explosives closer to the outside where the rebar is, as well as maintain the amount of explosives in relation to the amount of concrete we need to break to a point where we're breaking it, but we're not throwing it out on too far away from the column.
The fact that the PVC spacers are hollow also helps in designing the blast.
Once we put a stick of dynamite on this end and a stick of dynamite on this end, in case we have a cap failure, the explosives of one or the other will ignite the other one.
Once the dynamite and spacers are in place, the blasters fill the holes with stimming bags. They are simple paper bags filled with gravel.
And we tamp it, it breaks the bag and interlocks the stone to help maintain the energy from the explosives within the hole, so that it doesn't just rifle out the hole like a rifle barrel or a shotgun. It is contained in there and has to break the concrete in order to escape.
The last thing they put in the holes is a piece of clay. It is used to both seal the holes and to give the gravel in the stimming bags a fraction of a second to lock up without rifling out from the energy.
Hand me your caps there, kid. Gotta go the other way, around.
The cage they're working in is very small. Close quarters like these can lead to accidents, as Ken and Mickey have no room to maneuver.
Is that a oops?
Yeah, that's a big oops.
Fortunately for Ken, no one was working where that pole landed.
Mickey, why don't you just throw me like a half dozen pieces of that PVC and I'll just keep them over here.
But it's a good reminder why everyone on site needs to wear a hard hat.
Thanks.
The column has been drilled to Ken and Mickey's exact specifications. Each hole needs to be at a precise point and depth. But these columns are reinforced with steel rebar, making the drilling very tedious work. It took almost a month to drill this column alone.
So the drillers come up and they'll run into a piece of rebar and not get the hole to the required depth. They have to step over and drill a new hole. Sometimes I'll hit it, as you see in there, about 4 feet. Typically, they'll hit it in the first 3 to 5 inches and hit the outer mat. A hole this deep that they didn't get to full depth that I don't load with explosives, we will still stem, again, to prevent a blowout from this hole rupturing through this hole and losing the energy out through it. So we'll still stem that up the same as if it was loaded.
Blasting is not an exact science, and even the very best of blasters know that they cannot take anything for granted. Eventually, something will go wrong.
There's definitely a bad blast, there's an absolute terrible blast, there's a good blast, and there's a terrific blast, and I suppose I've been involved in all of them.
To the right, please.
An absolute, just down and dirty, stupid blast is one where you've got a bunch of misfires, there's a lot of live explosives that didn't go off, and then that becomes extremely hazardous. That's where my job becomes very, very hazardous, and the risk, if you will, is definitely prevalent. When you have a misfire of one or more holes or one or more caps, and you have to go back in and investigate and find them, disarm them, or reshoot them, that in itself is a high degree of risk. That's when you could lose your life.
When we're maneuvering around up here in this man basket, we have to be careful that the cables aren't getting intertwined and with the tubes off the holes that we already have loaded. We don't want to, again, hook one and stretch it, have it snap apart. Double risks there is that, of course, then we risk not detonating the dynamite in that hole, and
If there happened to be enough of a snap and created some static electricity when that tube broke, there is a risk that it would detonate that cap and we'd have a premature detonation while we were up here.
If a premature detonation was to happen at this stage, over 100 pounds of explosives would blow up in their faces.
Some people think it's pretty dangerous. I enjoy it. I enjoy what we do immensely. It's great when you put something together and, you know, 2 or 3 days of hard work for that half second of fun. And when it all comes together right and it goes as planned, it's a nice feeling.
Oh, I'm a lumberjack and that's okay.
After loading the top cross member is finished, Ken and Mickey will break for the day.
Work all night, my dear papa.
Despite the blaster's good moods, this day ends like most of them, with a major nitroglycerin-induced headache.
We like to use a nitroglycerin-based product because of the energy that it has.
They wear protective gloves to prevent absorption of the nitroglycerin through the skin, but the fumes from the half sticks they used are merciless.
By the end of the day of handling that stuff, you'll have a headache. And it's like getting slammed in the forehead with a sledgehammer. You know, they're bad.
It's day 2 in Charleston.
We're just coming around the corner.
Here.
Blasters Mickey Rogers and Ken Tully will need the full day to finish loading up the explosives in the column. The Coast Guard has given them the final okay to blast tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. It should leave them enough time to finish preparing the old bridge's foot for its final farewell. It's a beautiful, balmy morning, but storms are expected throughout the area later on today. Right now, that has got Mickey's full attention. He brought with him a piece of equipment that every blaster must have, but loath to use: a lightning detector.
The rain doesn't bother us, thunder doesn't bother us, lightning does bother us. If it hits any of our tubes there, it'll immediately give initiation to all of the explosives that are loaded. If we have explosives on the ground, if it hits this steel barge, it could send them over to and give us premature initiation of the explosive, which is something we obviously don't want to have. We set all the cranes down, all the drill booms down and everything, because they're like a lightning rod. Basically, we'll just move away from the area until the storm passes. When it passes, we'll come back and go back to work. It's in increments, starts at 100 miles out. We can dial it up to 100 miles. It'll let us know as the storm approaches. Once the alarm goes off, we'll hear it, we'll see the light flash, and we come down and we switch it back then to 50 miles, and we track the storm coming near us. Once it gets in within 25 to 10 miles, you need to be concerned. You definitely want to then start to wrap things up and close up the shop and get away from the area that's already loaded. That's pretty much what it sounds like when it goes off. She's ready. When the storm approaches, we'll be ready.
With storms threatening to stop their work, they need to speed everything up.
Is that enough? Need more?
That's all we got right now.
With the help of their powder crew workers, Mickey and Ken prepare everything to embark on yet another trip aboard their suspended cage.
All right, we're ready to go up and start again where we left off. What do you think, kid?
Be a long day.
Hope the storm stays off us.
Mickey and Ken have been working together for several years. They are the perfect match for this kind of work. Ken has got a degree in geology, and even if blasting is not an exact science, his approach is highly scientific.
There's more to it than probably most people would think. We're not just out there throwing dynamite in the hole and letting her rip. You know, things are sequenced out, designed to move one way or the other or come together and drop. You know, we've had legs that we've just shot this way. We have some that we pull the middles out first, try and contain the debris field in the center. There's a lot that you can do with your designs.
Mickey learned his trade on the job. He started working with explosives as a teenager and has never looked back. He is a hard-nosed and strong-minded businessman. After fighting his way up in this industry for over 37 years, he is now a reference when it comes to high-risk blasting.
Once you get out to the job site, it's all guts. I mean, you can You can go by the theory of spacing and burden and powder factors and all of those things, and that'll give you a close edge to it. But when you really want to cut it to the edge where you need to, especially in high-risk blasting and so forth, there's no book that's ever been written. If it has been, it's not accurate. That can take you right there as long as you follow the letter of the book, if you will. What takes you right there is your gut, your history, just your common sense of where you've been before and what your guts are telling you now. There's probably not a shot that I've ever done that I haven't listened to my guts. Even though the book will tell me one thing and my guts tell me another thing, I'll go with my guts every time. Every time.
We don't need these?
No.
Sure?
We don't need 48 sticks.
How many did you get?
I don't know.
Above all, Mickey and Ken are great friends.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with you.
He's my confidant. He's my partner in crime, if you will. I trust him with my life. I trust him with my family if something were to happen to me. I trust him with my business if I were gone for a day, a month, or a year. I love the man to death. I just do. He's like a brother to me.
Mickey Rogers, he's a very intelligent man, a good friend. And, you know, he's a good guy.
We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out.
While Mickey and Ken were having fun on the north side of the column, something unexpected appeared out of the south. Storm clouds. The lightning detector should have beeped a long time ago when the storm was over 100 miles away. It did not.
We've lost some battery power here. So, that's less than 25 miles away, so.
In the blink of an eye, a good day suddenly turns bad.
I don't see any lightning yet. Well, there we go. Now we got a little lightning.
They should have been warned a few hours ago that this storm was coming their way.
The wind is moving this way, so we're hoping it'll stay off of us. There's the thunder.
There's quite a bit of activity there.
It stays off to the west.
Yeah, we're out of here. We could leave. We have to leave for a little bit. See what this storm does.
We're going to go ahead and unload the explosives, put them back in the container, move away for a while, see if this passes.
Let's get whatever we can covered up. This lightning's moving in big time. We're out of here.
Even though Mickey took all the right steps to try and stay on top of things, they have just a few minutes to try and prepare for this fast-moving storm. Their suspended cage is still full of dynamite. If a lightning bolt hits the crane, the electricity could travel to the cage and detonate the explosives. With that much powder, it would destroy the barge, possibly damage the column and the bridge, and definitely kill anyone still in the vicinity. The tension is high. The storm is getting closer and closer. Everyone is scrambling to try and secure the explosives. At this point, there is no more doubt that the storm is coming right their way. For Mickey, it is a race to make sure that everyone is accounted for and transferred to a safer area. Like a good captain, he will be the last one to leave the ship.
Gonna get wet.
Have you heard it's supposed to settle in?
Scattered.
They managed to evacuate everybody, but Mickey is still worried. A direct hit on the loaded column would have disastrous consequences.
Time to leave. That was close.
This lightning strike hit the new bridge's lightning rod. That's way too close for comfort, and Mickey guns his boat's powerful engine. Under normal circumstances, this fiberglass boat would be relatively safe from direct lightning strikes. But today, thanks to the film crew, it is full of electronic equipment. As they race to shore, lightning is hitting just about every high point around them. But within a 500-foot radius, this boat is the high point. Watch closely the upper left corner of your screen. That blue cargo crane is about to get a taste of Mother Nature's wrath. Just as the boat finally reaches the harbor, the rain starts coming down. The torrential downpour confirms that this working day is officially over, both for the blasters and the filming crew. The structure survived the storm, but they lost a lot of time. Mickey and Ken will have to work very fast to finish loading the dynamite. The Coast Guard has reconfirmed their blasting time at 11 o'clock and not a minute later. The traffic in the navigational channel is simply too heavy to stop any time later. But in this business, being rushed and working fast can be risky.
If I don't do my job right, people get hurt, property gets hurt. And I just don't want to go to... I want everybody to go home at the end of the night, you know, go home to their families. So that's first and foremost.
Back on the crane, Mickey and Ken are racing to finish wiring everything up. The storms are gone, but it's still windy.
Okay, slide us over to the right leg, please. No. We can't spin or we're in trouble. Hold it right here, right here. You okay there?
Yeah. Tighten us in just a little bit.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
If the basket keeps on spinning, the cables will become completely intertwined, and they risk stretching them to the breaking point. That could create static electricity that would initiate the blast.
We've got to stop this spinning. We're going to be in serious trouble. Okay, take us up. We got to untangle that mess.
They must also make sure the cage doesn't hit the column.
Can you hold us right here?
Crushing one of those red blasting caps could be a fatal mistake.
If that accident does happen, chances are it's going to be your last accident you see if you're in the wrong place.
If mistakes are made, then people die.
Okay, lay us back a little bit.
This is the last stretch before the blast.
We need to be able to count how many holes we came down. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Take us to the left leg.
Mickey and Ken are hooking the surface delays to the dynamite in the holes.
This is good right here. Get us tight.
The blasters want to explode the bottom holes first, so that gravity takes the columns down and away from the new bridge as quickly as possible. That way, the top of the column should come down several feet before exploding. When everything is hooked up to Mickey's satisfaction, they have to take the lead line and hook it up to a remote detonator.
Take me to that corner.
What Mickey's doing is right, we've ran our lead line from the column over to the rock island around the legs of the new bridge. He has a remote receiver with him. So he will get up here. When he's in place, he'll call, and we'll do a test just to make sure things are transmitting and receiving properly, that the firing mechanism on the receiver is actually working. and then he'll do the final hookup with the lead line. I'll take the key and power off of this to make sure there's no incidents.
Get you there.
Go ahead.
Ready for a test? Yeah, go ahead.
When Mickey hears the receiver click, he knows that the machine is receiving the signal from the transmitter.
Firing. Keys out.
Everything is set. Mickey makes the final connection. The system is armed. All they have to do now is to go far enough away to be safe from the blast, wait for the final okay from the police and the Coast Guard, cross their fingers, and let her rip. It is also at this point that they start second-guessing themselves.
Now it's time to pray.
James, you got a copy?
I always say a little prayer.
5-minute warning.
So that things go well, but more so that people don't get hurt.
I get a nervous gut feel, butterflies, every shot. It's not that I'm not confident, but I'm not cocky either.
Good luck.
Just before I push the button, it's a rush. It's an absolute rush.
1 minute.
1-minute warning, James.
I look for the rush. I seek the rush of the adrenaline rush.
Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Heads up! Fire in the hole!
In the blink of an eye, a 150-foot-high structure is reduced to a pile of muck. 1,700 pounds of dynamite exploded, and as choreographed as a ballet, the rubble falls to the foot of the column.
Thank you.
In super slow motion, we can clearly see the detonation signal traveling through the yellow tube from the foot of the bridge to the column, igniting the dynamite at the foot of the column and allowing it to work its way up to the top of the structure. Each hole is separated by 25 milliseconds. It took just over half a second for the signal to travel from the bottom to the top. Mickey and Ken will review the blast and analyze it frame by frame, but clearly it was a success. Nothing came close to the new bridge, and the navigational channel wasn't blocked by any large chunks of concrete.
This is a job that I wake up in the morning and I enjoy going to work every day. Sometimes it's sad to go home. Not that I don't like going home, but I love my work. I love blowing stuff up, you know? I mean, what kid doesn't, you know?
With the satisfaction of a job well done, Mickey and Ken will be able to relax for a while. Before they can blow the last two remaining legs, the contractor will first have to lower the steel, a delicate operation that will take several months. They will need that time to prepare their blasts, because those two last columns will be the most challenging ones on the whole project. While Mickey and Ken are preparing to blast the last legs of the old bridge, another blaster is tackling a different kind of job.
Which hole is it? There's two of them. One here, one here.
Okay.
Jim Reedike has been hired to take down 3 old smokestacks. The chimneys have been out of commission for several years and need to be taken down for safety reasons. The 2 smaller stacks are 80 and 100 feet high, while their big sister reaches over 225 feet.
they're in bad shape. The concrete's deteriorating a little bit. It can be taken down in a controlled manner now, but in the event that they got any worse, it would be very difficult to get them down and quite expensive.
The smokestacks will not be blasted like the bridge leg in Charleston. They don't need to be blasted into pieces. They only need to lay down on the ground.
You can't make this kind of mass crumble. You'd have to put a million holes in it to go to do that, and that doesn't make any sense because we just want to knock it over and lay it down so that they can clean it up with their equipment.
Jim has blasted numerous smokestacks, and he knows a lot of things can go wrong.
You know, I've been doing this for a long time, and I have a strong faith in the Lord, and so I can trust him with all of that and all those circumstances, and, you know, do the best that I know how, because I'm not in control of all things in all circumstances. I'm going to shoot these two stacks first on a separate machine, and when I see that they have gone and they're moving, then I'll push the other one. For a couple reasons. I don't want one interfering with the other. I want to mitigate the ground vibration, reduce it as much as possible so it's all not hitting the ground at the same time.
Jim is also using dynamite. Mickey and Ken used almost a ton of it to blow up the bridge leg, but Jim won't need more than 60 pounds to bring down the three giants. All he needs to do is cut the base of the smokestacks at a 45-degree angle and let gravity do the rest.
Okay.
But he needs them to fall in a precise direction. They're standing right next to buildings that are part of a chemical plant. Jim has no room for error. Once the explosives are connected, Jim and his assistant pull the wiring up to where Jim wants to detonate the dynamite.
Once we get out there, we'll check the continuity of it, make sure it's okay, and we'll be ready to go.
Go ahead and hook them up, Chester.
They're using an electric detonation system.
Yes.
Once the wires are connected, the system is hot.
5 minutes and counting. And hold that.
Everyone is ready.
1 minute, Mike, 1 minute.
The blasting area has been secured and evacuated, and Jim Redike doesn't like to waste any time.
Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire! All right, hit the big one, hit the big one, hit the big one.
Oh, beautiful. Nice job, Jim.
Thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord.
Watch it, watch it.
Oh, a little rock.
There you go, thank you. Way to go, guys.
All clear.
The three chimneys fell exactly where they were supposed to. No one was injured, nothing was damaged. For Jim, it's just another day at the office.
1 to 10, I'd give it a 10. So I'm delighted that it did as well as it did. So got a few fine debris in there, but everybody's happy.
Back in South Carolina, Mickey Rogers and Ken Tully are preparing to blast the last two legs of the old Pierman Bridge.
I don't know how to run this.
You don't know how to run it?
No. I ran this one.
Hey, whatever you do, don't hurt me.
They've saved the best for last.
So this is by far the most critical shots of the entire job because of the environment that we're in here.
They're working only 80 feet away from a private marina where several luxury boats are stored for the winter. If one of these towers were to fall the wrong way, the ground vibrations would knock the marina building right off its foundation and could make the storage shelter crumble to the ground. The damage would cost millions of dollars.
Easy, sailor.
It's the swing on the basket.
I just remembered I don't like heights.
Like it or not, Mickey will once again have to climb almost 150 feet in the air in a man lift to load the column.
I remember my first trip up with Ken. My hands were so tight on the lift all the way up, and I just couldn't wait to get down. The thought of being so high with nothing underneath me, even though I was in a cage and I was tied off, you didn't even think about that. And then when it came time to actually do the drilling and/or loading the explosives in the hole up that high,
Half-stick PVC, half-stick.
my mind was so focused on the work at hand, it didn't bother me anymore of being so high. And therefore, I overcame my fear of heights. However, I still refused to get on a ladder and clean out the gutters of my house.
We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out.
Blasting can also be a family affair. Since most of Mickey's regular crew is working on another project in Florida, he's had to find helping hands elsewhere. Mickey has brought his wife Deborah and son Michael, the youngest of his 3 boys. Deborah Rogers has worked full-time with Mickey for several years. Michael, only 19 years old, is still learning the ropes.
This is backwards, bass act.
He in his mind thinks someday he's gonna be a part of ownership, and I welcome that, but he's gotta pay his dues. He's treated just like any other employee out there, and he knows that. He gets no special favors from Dad, none.
Yo, yo.
My oldest son had worked for me before. I fired him 3 times.
Look at what you just did. Look at that.
Hey, that's not even stapled. You see they used your coffee cup. Come on now, boys, children, let's go.
Worst it's gonna go is that way. We got that to protect that way. We got nothing really to hurt here. And if we do that, we'll do that in these 4 holes, and then we'll go up. We'll lighten it up as we progress up then. Okay, but this has got to get smacked.
No, we always hit.
They will start by exploding the smallest of the 2 columns. It's about half the size of the one they did in the water, but it's still over 2,000 cubic yards of concrete and rebar. That's more than 8 million pounds of material that needs to be blasted to pieces. Going with the theory of spacing and burden, Ken calculated the amount of explosives needed to break the concrete. Containment of the blast is crucial. They cannot have rocks flying anywhere near the marina, yet they need to be sure to break everything up.
What are you thinking about? You second guessing or what?
I'll just check it.
According to Mickey, the secret is to pulverize the base of the column.
This has got to just blow apart. That's where you got to start breaking it enough so there's no way it's going to hang up and fall this way or this way. You break this and then let gravity take it the rest of the way down. It's almost 11 o'clock.
3 cases, 1.5 inches.
Mickey and Ken will have to use close to 500 pounds of dynamite to do the job. And sculpting the blast is the only way to do it.
We're hoping to accomplish that by shooting the inside out first, radial cracking here, giving us a little bit more relief for when this hits. It'll want to go more than that way. Then this is going to be solid. This will have radial crack in it. That'll be gone. Follow me?
Even though Ken is still struggling to safely maneuver the hydraulic lift, the loading is right on schedule. They can't afford to lose any time with this smaller column, because that would jeopardize the loading and blasting of the second and bigger column.
What do you got going in, Ken?
5 sticks.
Total?
Just like the first time, Mickey and Ken are using shock tubes to detonate the dynamite. It's a small diameter plastic tube that has an inside liner coated with a high-velocity explosive powder. When the electronic detonator shoots a spark inside the tube, the powder explodes and the contained explosion travels inside the tube at a speed close to a launching space shuttle. To clearly illustrate this, Mickey has hooked up a small length of shock tube to his remote detonator.
We'll set this over here. Ready? The old fuse travels at about, let me think, about 44 seconds per foot. This travels at about 18,000 feet per second.
The column is loaded, and Mickey and Ken hook their 500 pounds of dynamite to the remote detonator.
Now we need to find a safe haven for this.
It's almost showtime.
Now the butterflies start until the shot's on the ground.
To have the best possible view of his work, Mickey has set up camp on the top of the bigger column, which is a mere 280 feet away from the blast.
We got clearance to go?
Ken is on the other side of the column and is coordinating everything with the local authorities.
Give me the 5-minute warning. Five-minute warning.
Go ahead.
1-minute warning, please. 10 seconds.
It only takes 0.6 of a second after Mickey pushes the button for 8 million pounds of concrete and rebar to be pulverized into a pile of gravel.
Good shot, Ken. Thank you.
The explosion was well contained. Nothing came close to the boats or the marina.
Perfect. Picture perfect. Exactly what we wanted it to do, intended it to do, and it did it.
In slow motion, we can clearly see the shock tube signal going up the column and igniting the dynamite in each hole. The dust hasn't even settled yet, and already Mickey and Ken are preparing to blast the second column. It's twice as big and will need almost half a ton of dynamite. It's standing a mere 50 feet from a pier that they cannot damage and no more than 100 feet away from the marina's offices. 1,000 pounds of dynamite could catapult rocks almost a mile out. This time, it's Ken's turn to bring in outside help. His wife Annie and 2 of their 3 children are sitting in a big pile of gravel, filling up stimming bags. The kids love to watch Dad blow stuff up, but Annie is more conscious of the dangers involved in this business.
Every day is dangerous in every aspect of it that he does. Every time when the moment of the big bang, I know he's always close to the shot at that moment, and the outcome has always been excellent, but there's always that chance that it will not be. So it's always a moment of panic in my heart that I just want it to hurry up and be done with, and I want to hear from him just the moment after the shot goes off. Ken, how is everything? Is everything fine? You know, as soon as I hear his voice after that shot goes off, I could almost cry because the stress level in my heart is so high. I try not to think about it, but you know, just talking about it now, it brings those emotions and feelings. My hands are trembling. But as soon as I hear his voice after that blast goes off and everything's fine, I'm just like, okay, we're good to go, you know, and thank the Lord.
As much as Annie loves her husband and trusts his judgment, the thought that their children might one day follow in their father's footsteps makes her shiver.
I told them they can go into architecture and they can create the structures and let Daddy blow them up. That's where I'm trying to go. But they're intelligent children as well, and they would be learning from the best. And if that's what they wanted to do, I would support it. But architecture, woo, woo.
Okay, what's going in these holes here? You got plans?
3 sticks. Stick PVC, stick PVC, stick.
This is the last standing column of the old Pyramid Bridge. Mickey and Ken kept the most challenging one for last. It's 16 million pounds of concrete and steel that's got to come down as smoothly as a sandcastle. The stakes are high. Although the blasters have successfully demolished over 50 of these structures, this is the one that everyone will remember.
In this industry, you're only as good as your last job, sometimes your last blast. word gets out that I've not done a good job, it'd be difficult to find another good job.
The pressure is extremely high, but Mickey and Ken still work the same way they always do. Safely, quickly, and all the while having fun and enjoying working with each other.
What's on the paper? Full, half full?
Yeah.
I knew that.
28-inch
That was a
PVC.
test question to see if you were sharp or not.
28-inch PVC.
28.
Just to add to their load, they have to work twice as hard as they normally would.
How come you got the good holes?
I didn't. Trust me.
The holes were drilled several months ago by inexperienced workers. Some of them are full of hard-packed dust, while others aren't straight or even deep enough.
Yeah, I don't care how good a blaster you are. You're only as good as your driller. If it isn't drilled right, you won't shoot it right.
They are down to the bottom holes of the column. Everyone is exhausted, but the show must go on.
I give every shot the same amount of concentration and whatnot. These two last ones here that we did the other day and this one here are probably the worst as far as the area surrounding us. Paul, while you're over there, you may tell Trey those cars in that parking lot right there got to be on the other side of the building at least.
Cars in the parking lot, okay. All right.
Loading up the last holes and connecting them, Mickey, Ken, and Michael managed to finish the job right on schedule.
That one I've been looking for 3 days.
What?
That last stick.
Mickey will connect everything to the remote detonator. Everything will be ready to go. After laboring for more than 18 months on this project and forever changing Charleston's skyline, after putting their lives on the line for more than 100 blasts, after handling more than 50 tons of dynamite with their bare hands, it all comes down to this last one. This will be Mickey and Ken's signature blast.
1 minute coming.
Heads up! Fire in the hole!
3, 2, 1, fire.
Once again, everything seems to have gone as planned.
All clear.
In super slow motion, we can clearly see the blaster's perfect control over the dynamite. They kept the debris field to a minimum and managed to break up the column to the contractor's specifications. A successful 55-year-old businessman, Mickey Rogers could now retire with the satisfaction of a job well done. His right-hand man and partner is ready to run the show.
That's good.
And his sons will eventually come and work for Advanced Blasting Services. But although playing golf and flying his own airplane are nice, Mickey just loves to blow stuff up.
I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever retire. I might start taking some longer vacations. As far as just getting out of it, I don't know. As much as I want to, I don't think I will, to be honest with you. But don't tell my wife.
Well, off to Rhode Island for another one.
This program contains scenes that some viewers might find disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. The city of Los Angeles has the largest population of homeless people, drug addicts, and street gangs in the United States. Being a paramedic in the LA districts of South Central and Skid Row is brutally demanding, and a place where severe psychological stress is a day-to-day occurrence. Weaving an ambulance in and out of heavily congested traffic requires great skill and alertness.
one of the top dangers of our jobs is actually responding to the incidents.
Paramedics work in extreme conditions. They are constantly at risk to contagious diseases and acts of violence from unstable patients.
As I turned around to pull the gurney into the hospital, he punched me in the face.
In the dead of night, the stakes are heightened as events can spiral out of control in a matter of seconds.
Hey, hey, where are you?
The city of Los Angeles has long been a destination for people in search of the American dream, where luxury cars cruise the high streets of the rich and famous, and where the cost of a house can run into the millions. But for the people of LA living in Skid Row, life couldn't be more removed. It is home to one of the largest stable populations of permanent homeless people in the United States. Population estimates range from 7,000 to 8,000 for this district alone. Cardboard condominiums and camping tents are used as makeshift homes. It's a place where heroin is easier to buy than a quart of milk, and where crack pipes light the streets like fireflies.
Just anxiety attack, yeah, that's what she's saying.
Both substance abuse and mental illness are higher among homeless people than in the rest of the community. For paramedics Chris Baedeker and Greg Lewis, working a 24-hour shift in LA's drug-infested Skid Row means they must put their lives on the line in order to do their job. Within a single shift, they can receive 10 to 30 calls. The minute they leave the station, they have no idea what or who awaits them. Within 15 minutes of starting their shift, Chris and Greg are dispatched to a downtown hotel that is notorious for housing drug addicts and people suffering from mental illness. Driving to the scene of an emergency is one of the most dangerous parts of their job. Maneuvering a 2-ton ambulance at high speed through intense traffic is a high-risk activity. Chris has to pay attention to what's going on at all times.
It's really one of the top dangers of our jobs is actually responding to the incidents. We're going lights and sirens down the street, and we're relying on people to react to us appropriately. And as with most things in our line of work, people don't act appropriately. Like everything else, if we can't get there, then the problem can't get resolved.
As soon as they arrive at the hotel, Chris looks for the security guard who leads them toward the patient.
Yeah, that's
Watching their backs is the engine company, who will step in if Chris and Greg's lives are ever put in danger.
Oh, I forgot about them.
2 nights ago, he was laying in the hall.
655. Which one?
The man in need of medical assistance is a known drug addict with a history of violence. As they enter the patient's room, Chris notices a strong smell wafting out, an indication that rigor mortis has already set in. The man has already been dead for at least 48 hours. In order to officially pronounce him dead, Chris has to make sure that he is not breathing or has even the faintest pulse. Chris then checks under the bed for any weapons or drugs that may give him a clue to the cause of death, staying constantly aware of used needles that could prick him and possibly infect him with HIV or hepatitis. The city of Los Angeles has a drug death rate that's 10% above the state average. Here, overdoses are almost routine.
Yeah, we see this pretty often, actually. A lot of times, people in these big buildings will not see each other for a couple days, and so they just do a welfare check, and then they'll find somebody who's deceased. So.
The guy's just out of jail, they haven't used in a while. They come down here, they get out of jail. Twin Towers are down a little ways away. Come down here, buy, shoot up, use the same amount they used to, and they overdose, and that's it.
As soon as the Los Angeles Police Department arrive at the hotel, Greg hands the crime scene over to them. The police will determine if there was any foul play.
Don't see any signs of trauma. Security guards in there say he's a known heroin user. We didn't find anything around there, but we didn't really find anything trauma to him or anything like that. And he's only been a day or two.
Just as they're about to head back to Station 9, Greg gets a call from the dispatch center advising them to go to a nearby hotel. The hotel manager placed a call stating that a woman was lying in the corridor suffering from a severe seizure and needs immediate medical attention.
He just told me where he would be.
Like at the last hotel, and in order to find the patient quickly, they must get in contact with the hotel security staff who will be able to give them the specific details they need.
She had a seat, like I went up there.
Did you see her have a seizure? Or?
Well, she's like this on the ground.
Oh,
you know what I mean? She's pulling and she's doing a fish on the ground. And then I'm on the phone with you guys and they're saying, tell her not to move.
Yeah.
And so she's like, she's quiet. Then I go, there's a fight going on in another room. I go over there.
Yeah.
When I come back, she's passing me on the stairway, man, like with a beer. I'm like,
with the beer?
What are you doing up? Yeah, the beer wasn't open. Looked like it had been dropped a couple times.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, she's going to 467. She's 467.
467.
They call her green eyes. Very, very peculiar looking. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. We'll know her when we see her.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, thanks. See you out there. Is 467 this way? Oh, right down here.
Right through here. Take a right. Last door.
Damn it.
The sight of human suffering is something that both Chris and Greg have to endure every working day. They are constantly surrounded by legions of sick, homeless people and drug addicts inflicted with incurable illness.
Do you want our help? Do you want our help?
Why don't you open up the door and talk to us?
I'm all right.
You don't want our help?
I'm okay.
Are you green? Green eyes? Okay.
Okay.
You're cool? Okay. Well, what happened?
I just had a seizure.
You had a seizure? Do you have seizures?
Although the woman requires immediate attention, she refuses to be taken to the hospital.
Take for your seizures.
I haven't seen a doctor yet.
Huh?
I haven't seen a doctor yet.
Chris tries in vain to convince the woman that she needs medical attention.
You don't want to help at all?
The engine crew stays grouped behind him, not knowing who or what lies behind the door.
All right, well,
Paramedics can never let their guard down. Even when it's a routine call, as a moment of inattention can quickly turn events upside down.
we're walking into places that we haven't been to before, that we're walking into someone's home, looking for them without too much information. So as we go into their door, we don't know what to expect or what to find. And it's always potentially hazardous in the area that we work in.
Chris continues to try and persuade the woman to let him examine her. Once again, she refuses, and therefore there is little more Chris can do. One of the most frustrating parts of any paramedic's job is when a patient is in serious need of medical attention but refuses to be treated. Unfortunately, this is just one of many realities that they have to deal with on a daily basis. Los Angeles is the gang capital of the world. With 700 street gangs and 40,000 members, it's a ratio of about 1 police officer for every 4 gang members. Being a frontline paramedic working in the ganglands of South Central LA is not a job for the faint-hearted. Each year, there are around 425 homicides, and almost half of them are gang-related. There are 3 firearm-related deaths in Los Angeles every week. Drive-by shootings are a regular occurrence. 2/3 of all child and adolescent homicide victims in LA are victims of gang violence. Jessica Cullen and Carlos Morel know that every time they are dispatched to a call, their lives are at risk.
I think that South Central, South Los Angeles is one of the most dangerous areas in LA. Had just started working down here, and I had a patient that was a diabetic, altered, and was taking him into the hospital, and as I turned around to pull the gurney into the hospital, he punched me in the face. So it was I got kind of blindsided by it, but you always have to be looking and be aware and be ready for something like that can go on. And I went home and regrouped and came back the next day, and still doing my job today, but it just makes you keep eyes in the back of your head and on your toes at all times.
It's Carlos and Jessica's first call of the day. A 32-year-old man is dying of AIDS and must be taken to the hospital.
We're in Sentinella's catchment, so yeah.
Once at the location, Jessica heads into the house to check the patient, while Carlos prepares the stretcher in order to quickly transfer the patient into the ambulance.
Hi, sir. All right, we're gonna take you to the hospital, okay?
Sure, can you walk? Can you stand up and walk?
That's fine.
He is saying that he's having trouble breathing. It's been going on for a couple days, and this is her cousin, and she called us today.
Probably all over 100 pounds.
Yeah, we'll just set this up.
See? Carlos has to be careful when carrying the man out of the house, as infection can occur through a break in the skin or through the eyes. The tiniest rip or hole in his equipment can be a gateway for disease and contamination.
Ya, es todo. Así, mire.
Levanten los brazos.
Getting their patient to the hospital is their #1 priority. Any fear of contamination has to be put aside.
Okay. Sounds like it.
Paramedics who work in South Central Los Angeles have to be emotionally resilient. Dealing with life and death situations is something they face daily.
Aquí, levanta. Sí, doble, sí.
Yeah.
Did you get a blood pressure, Marshall?
Sir, your doctors are at Harbor.
Su doctor.
We're gonna take him to Harbor, okay? All right.
¿Tiene 30 cuánto usted? ¿Cuántos años tienes? 32. 3, 2. 32. A ver.
¿Qué problemas médicos? ¿Qué otro?
7752.
¿Toma medicinas? ¿Toma medicinas? ¿Más? Y problemas médicos con tu corazón, diabetes, HIV.
A ver, una pica.
Their patient has low blood pressure, which is making it hard for Carlos and Jessica to administrate fluids. This initial procedure is necessary for easing the transfer of the patient from paramedic to doctor. Carlos takes the wheel as Jessica continues to administrate medical attention.
At this time, we've been able to obtain an IV. So I'm gonna just keep trying to get an IV on this guy because his blood pressure is really low, but he has really poor veins. They're, you know, the community, people get it because there's a lot of drugs or unsafe sex, and then they don't have the proper care, so they don't make it to the hospital. It's just sad. The biggest thing that has changed my perspective on life and working in South Los Angeles is that I see things that most people will never see in their life. The kind of conditions that people live in, that children are brought up in, the kind of sicknesses. They don't have the money to get health care, so very sick people, you know, gangs, violence, child abuse, all sorts of things that most people will never experience and may not even know exist. I see it on a daily basis.
Once at the hospital, Jessica and Carlos rush their patient to a waiting team of doctors and nurses.
Get an IV, and he just keeps kind of dazing off in and out. So, hi.
As day turns to night, paramedics are still working around the clock responding to 911 calls. Each year, paramedics receive approximately 25,000 calls for assistance following acts of violence. Chris and Greg's first call of the night is in a downtown area that is known for street gangs. They're responding to a man who has multiple stab wounds.
We're going to another intersection for stabbing. And it just says stabbing, generalized central wounds, doesn't give us any info on a patient. Our main concern is our safety and security, not only with what we wear to protect ourselves, but having police, LAPD be on scene and secure the scene before we rush right in.
When responding to a gang-related call, paramedics and their engine crew stay in constant radio contact with the Los Angeles Police Department in case any violence breaks out at the scene of the emergency.
We've got one in the chest and one probably in his back.
Okay.
We haven't turned him yet.
Okay.
But he's moving good air, he's talking.
Are you having trouble breathing? Are you having trouble breathing or just hurting when you take a breath? Take a breath.
The man has sustained severe stab wounds to the chest and back. Passers-by said that he was attacked and dragged up the street by two other men who then left him for dead.
Huh? Oh, he's stabbed in the chest.
Paramedics need to account for all injuries as well as hidden weapons before they decide whether they should move him to the ambulance or treat him right away on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I saw those two. Side too, huh? Okay. So that's
What's that?
5. What's that?
Okay.
No, it's on. What is it? I don't think we need that.
1, 2, 3. Put your hands down. Keep your hands this way. Okay. Put your hands here.
The injured man has lost a considerable amount of blood. Greg has to administer fluids in order to stabilize him before they transport him to the hospital.
Don't move.
Don't move your arm, it's a stink. Don't move. We gotta give you fluid.
Hey, open up your eyes, okay? I need to know you're okay. Your stomach hurt you at all?
I think so. We'll call you back if not. You been drinking today? Drugs? Yes, no? No. He is complaining of pain on inspiration and palpation. We have good lung sounds bilaterally, good chest rise and fall. We have one, which is...
Once their patient is safely secured within the back of the ambulance, Greg phones ahead to a local trauma center notifying them of their patient's condition.
We have in the back of the rescue, 15 liters mask O2.
5 or 6 of them, so I got them pretty good.
This one, no. Take a deep breath.
An investigation into the stabbing was conducted by the LAPD. The patient's attackers were never brought to justice. LA paramedics work a 24-hour shift. In that time, they can receive as many as 15 calls. Paramedics Carlos Morel and Jessica Cullen's first call of the night is to a 25-year-old woman who is suffering from severe asthma. The patient's address is situated in the ganglands of South Central Los Angeles. Even though this call is not related to any criminal activity, the area is well known for gang-related homicides. Carlos and Jessica will have to stay aware of their surroundings at all times.
Thank you. Hi, ma'am. Do you have asthma? Okay. Real quick.
Put it up on the bed.
Get a room O2 set.
She's got bilateral wheezes. So
Asthma is a chronic disease that affects the tubes that carry air in and out of the lungs. This causes symptoms like wheezing and troubled breathing, especially at night and in the early morning.
after we get this blood pressure.
Are you 25 years young?
More than 20 million people in the United States have been diagnosed with asthma. It is also responsible for claiming 5,000 lives a year. Carlos administers the medication albuterol through an inhaler, while Jessica checks out the woman's vital signs, such as her heart rate, blood pressure, and breathing rate.
Keep breathing then.
We might take a driver on this one just because she's been intubated a lot. We are not in California's catchment, so let me contact them and see. Do you have a doctor at California Hospital, ma'am? Yeah, just until, okay. I'm holding that down so the medicine comes out, you don't have to. They have a boundary, okay? But the way you're breathing right now, I need to get you to a hospital, okay? She needs a mask. Can you hold that down so I can get another blue cap, Carlos?
I got it.
She can't. You got the blue cap? Okay, perfect. That's what I want you to do.
I need to get an IV on you, all right?
Is there enough albuterol in there?
You can adjust it.
7.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize.
299.
That's okay. As best as you can, we need you to try and breathe slower again.
10 pounds. The patient was just discharged from your facility yesterday.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to do.
Yeah, that's where she was released from.
All right. You hold this now.
I'm going to drop some.
You try and get this.
Okay, just a quick prick, okay?
Please, just stop, please.
We need to do it.
Already can't
Listen, okay.
Please, no, for real.
Don't pull away, okay?
Just give me a.
Let's
I'm
try.
gonna stop. Just give me the 4x4.
Paramedics must also act as psychologists. They need to manage their patients' anxieties as well as their stress levels.
Thank you.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, we're gonna give this sub-Q or subcutaneous just under the skin. I can't get to it because where she's sitting. So we'll just use this. We'll just fold it in there.
Now that the woman's medical condition is beginning to stabilize, Carlos has to shift his attention from the medical to the emotional trauma of the patient.
This is the last time, all right? So we get to the hospital.
This is medicine. It's going to help your breathing,
Keep it just like that.
Okay?
Just
it's
like
going to help your breathing. It's a really tiny needle. You can barely feel it, okay?
Please get that off my face.
Okay.
It is important that Carlos continues his efforts to make the woman feel that she is going to be okay, reinforcing the feeling that everything is under control.
You're not a bad mom.
You're not a bad mother.
Don't say that.
Will you stop that?
You're sick. You can't take care of your baby if you can't take care of yourself, okay? You're okay.
I'm taking you to the hospital. You're going to get taken care of, okay?
Can we get the
I'm not going to
O2
poke
set
you
on her?
anymore, so you don't have to worry about that, all right? Here, hold my hand.
Okay, but I can't breathe. I don't want to be intubated.
Okay.
Just concentrate on breathing slower. Yeah, exactly. We got you.
Okay.
We got you.
We're almost there.
We're almost there.
You're doing this all by yourself.
I'm so tired. He's going so slow.
You're strong. He's not going slow. Okay? You're going as fast as you can.
Oh, you guys, please don't let me die, please.
Okay. We're not going to. That's the last thing I want to hear from you, okay?
No.
Still right on the side there. No, we're almost there.
All right, we're going to take her off this. Just get the O2 ready so that we can pull her out.
Tell him I'm tired.
You are
I'm
tired.
so tired.
We know that.
Okay.
Tell him I'm tired.
You ready?
Yeah, go.
Tell him I'm so tired. Please.
Okay.
Tell him I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Okay.
I'm so
You're
tired.
Okay.
Once at the hospital, the woman is taken to the emergency department, where doctors will be able to administer the necessary treatment.
She's been intubated before, which means that she's had a tube put down her throat. When she can't breathe, she says she was tired. I'm feeling tired. I'm tired. She feels like what's going to happen is that she won't be able to breathe for herself, so we have to breathe for her. So we put a tube down her throat to protect her airway, and then we breathe for her. And she doesn't want that to happen. There's different ways that you can breathe for people, and she wants to get to this hospital so that they can do a different procedure, a procedure that we can't administer here. So we did the best we could with what we had. We got her here. We didn't have to intubate her, but she's more anxious because it's happened 8 times already before. She was just released from a different hospital for the same condition yesterday.
Chris and Greg arrive at Station 9 for the first time in more than 6 hours. Sharing their experiences with their crew is all part of being a member of a battalion that faces life-threatening situations every shift. The last thing they want to do is take their stresses home with them.
Don't put him under pressure. He's really going to jack the dinner.
Just when Chris and Greg are about to relax and sit down for a much-needed meal, they are called out to another potential gang-related incident. A young man is in need of their assistance. Dispatch tells them that he is lying unconscious in the middle of a downtown street.
They're responding to another intersection call for a 19-year-old male, victim of an assault. The only comments say, perhaps unconscious.
Chris gets more detailed information from the dispatcher while en route to the scene. This will allow them to prepare the proper response materials for the medical attention they will need to give their patient.
Here we go. Anybody see it?
The injured patient is unconscious, which means that they have a legal obligation to get him out of harm's way and into the ambulance so they can administer the necessary treatment. The patient is a 19-year-old man who is severely intoxicated and is bleeding heavily from his mouth. Things get out of control when one of his drunken friends tries to drag him away.
What's up? Hey, where you going, man? Hey, what? Hey, where are you? Hey, stay back.
The chief fire officer calls the Los Angeles Police Department for backup. Suspicious of the crowd that surrounds them, security steps in and acts as a buffer, enabling the paramedics to do their job.
What's your name, man? What is he?
That's my brother. That's my brother.
Okay, what's his name?
Get checked out.
Any one of these bystanders could be responsible for the patient's bloodied face.
Huh? Okay, how old is that? Birthday.
86.
How old are you? That's it. Do you know if he has medical problems? 2000 what? 2. What year is it right now? How old are you? I'm 31. Right, how old are you? I've never had that happen before. No, you're not even making your face, and you're not answering my questions right. No, you're not answering my questions, man. Hey, dude, come here. Look, it's easier with me than with the cops. Why don't you come and let us check you out, all right?
Come take a seat, brother.
You're not all right. You're not answering my questions right, man. All right, you banged your face and you're not answering. You're not just gonna walk away. That's fine, but he's not in any shape of mind to be leaving right now, okay?
Yes, I am.
You're not talking to me. You're not answering the question. Let us take your vital signs, check all that stuff, and then you're on your way. You're not all right. You're failing all. You almost fell over now. We're taking you. That's it. Sorry, you failed. Scoot back. All the way. Scoot your bum all the way back.
For some bleed, you don't have to help me.
We do have to help you. We can't leave you. You can't even take care of yourself.
All the way back.
Just scooch back.
Hey, if you can't stand up by yourself, you gotta take this to the hospital, man. For some bleed, y'all don't need to help me.
I believe that you think you're all right, but you're not acting like you're all right.
How about you listen to us for a second? If you can't stand up on your own, we'll take care of you.
No, stay there. Don't. Stay, don't. Come on.
You're making it harder on yourself.
Don't.
No, I'm not making it harder for you.
Don't. We'll take care of it. We're just going to get you up to the hospital. They'll see what... Come on. Just scoot back.
Hey, if you can't stand up by yourself, we can't leave you here.
Scoot back. Okay, you're going to get up and you're going to fall over again.
Okay, but still though, if I fall,
let them handle it then. Jail or hospital, what do you want to do? You're 19 years old. Then try to do it. He stands up and he falls over, so we can't just leave him that way. We're trying to convince him not to do the whole hog time thing. I don't want to do that.
Chris reminds his patient that because he was found in an unconscious state, that they have a legal obligation to check him out, and they can't just let him walk away.
Take care of you.
They have to transport you to look at you because you're their responsibility now. And if you don't, it might make it a police matter, and we don't need to make it a police matter if you just work with us so we can help you and help them do their job. That's all I'm asking you to do. You sit back, we all go together, and we're out of here, and you can stay with the fire department. Okay? Does that sound fair? Not at all? What can I do to make you do what I'm asking you to do?
Leave me alone and then we go home.
Okay, we can't leave you alone right now because you have to get transported by the fire department. What else? What else?
Why do I have to get transported?
Because they found you in an altered state and unconscious, and they got to check on you.
Okay.
What else can I do?
Okay, I'm letting you know that I'm all right. I can go home.
Okay. Do you have your ID on you?
No, sir. I don't know.
Let's check it out. Let's see what you got. It's okay. Just relax.
No. The red stripe mean none?
Okay.
Not 21?
This officer's going to keep talking to you. Keep listening to what's going on.
We're not? We're going to go for this one. He's acting like that, but he stands up, he takes 2 steps, and back he goes.
You got your ID over here. Where you going, buddy? Where you going?
The patient refuses to listen to the advice of the police officer and gets up and walks away from the scene. A paramedic's job is not only dangerous, but it can also be thankless.
Now you're going to be jaywalking. Yeah, he's refusing to be treated. Obviously, he's under the influence of alcohol and he's not making clear decisions. And for our protocols, and he's not answering questions appropriately, that we can just let him go. Obviously, he can't care for himself. We're going to leave it to the police to try to restrain him, and then we can take him against his will because he's not thinking clearly. So he ran down the street, and the cops didn't chase him. So it's not our job to chase him. We're not the police business. So.
When working as a paramedic in the city of Los Angeles, the body is put under chronic stress for short intervals. This increases blood pressure and stress on the heart.
That acute stress that you put on your heart, it's not, when you work out, you're supposed to warm up and cool down, that kind of thing. But, you know, from a dead sleep to your max heart rate in less than 5 minutes is just not healthy for your heart. And it's not like you do it once a week or twice, you know, you're doing it several times a day, in the middle of the night, you know, that kind of thing. You're sitting in the middle of a meal, calm, relaxed, and then next thing you know, boom, it's that acute stress that gets on your, that really starts to, that's what kills a lot of guys.
The city of Los Angeles is the largest city in the state of California and the second most populous in the United States, with just under 4 million registered residents. Los Angeles is one of the most ethnically and geographically diverse cities in the country, with its residents speaking 224 different languages. Over the past 10 years, the city of Los Angeles has had over 100,000 shootings, 12,000 homicides, and locked up 450,000 youths in local jails and youth detention facilities. There are 6 times as many gangs and twice as many gang members as there were 10 years ago. After being called out 5 times throughout the night, both Carlos and Jessica eventually get back to Station 57. Working day in and day out on the front lines of South Central LA can desensitize even the most experienced paramedic. They are part of a tight-knit family that relies on each other for emotional support and understanding.
We do a 24-hour shift, and we do a 24-hour shift every other day for 3 shifts, and then we have a few days off. You spend about as much time here as you do at home, a little bit less than you do at home, so this is our second family. We do everything. We eat, sleep, do everything at the station. And over time, you start to meet certain people. You're always tight with the family that is your home station. But then as you start working at other stations, you get familiar with other people, and you learn how they work, and you become a tighter knit family. So if something happens to one of us, it happens to all of us. It's not unheard of to have someone who's sick and have as many firefighters as possible go visit them at home or send them something as a note that we're still thinking about them.
It gets tiring, but I think what makes it the best being down here is all the guys that I get to work with.
That's us.
That's us. Thank you. Thanks.
Engine rescue ODS. Engine 57.
Even though they've had little sleep and nothing to eat for almost 10 hours, both Jessica and Carlos must put their own needs aside. The husband of a pregnant woman is called for assistance as his wife has gone into premature labor.
Oftentimes, the call may be something other than what the caller who called 911 is. So sometimes we'll go on respiratory arrest and it'll be a seizure. Sometimes it'll be a shooting when we thought it was difficulty breathing. So we're always prepared for it to be a different call than what we got on the screen.
Carlos knows that serious complications with a pregnancy can be fatal not only to the mother, but also to the unborn child.
Okay, they're bringing her out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Nick, can you do me a favor? Push the box
Cálmate,
over?
señora, cálmate, okay? Respira más despacio. Más despacio.
Being a paramedic in the city of Los Angeles requires many skills. Speaking more than one language is not just an advantage, but a necessity.
Ahorita vamos para atrás.
Okay. ¿Tiene problemas médicos?
No.
¿Tiene alergias a medicinas?
No.
¿Y tiene dolor también o solo no puede respirar?
Aquí poquito y no puedo respirar.
¿A usted? No?
Once the woman is in the ambulance and calm, Jessica and Carlos begin to get her vitals and determine the urgency of the call. Stabilizing her is the #1 priority, so by the time they get to the hospital, the doctors will be able to quickly diagnose her ailments.
So right now we're just getting the blood pressure and stuff on the patient, just making sure that everything's stable before we get going to the hospital.
128/92 is her blood pressure. She has a heart rate of 98.
It is also important that they get a medical history from the patient's family members. Jessica and Carlos need to establish if any of the medication that she is on will conflict with the treatment that they are about to administer.
So while we're getting her history, trying to figure out if this has happened before and what the hospital did for it, we're getting her blood pressure, as my partner said. I'm going to start an IV on her, and then we'll put her en route to the hospital. Many individuals act as a unit in order to carry out a specific mission. And if it's patient care, which it often is, that requires that we each know our job, know our place on scene, and know how to carry it out. So one person may be talking to the patient, the other person may be getting the important information that we need for our reports, yet someone else may be checking lung sounds, another person will be putting on the blood pressure cuff. All these people need to act together at once so that we can give the best care as quickly as possible. And since time is of the essence, everybody needs to know what to do, and there can't be any questions or thinking about it. We just need, and that's where the training comes in. By the training that we are given, we're able to act quickly and appropriately and efficiently. Her blood glucose, or how much sugar she has in her system, is normal.
Once at the hospital, the woman is taken into the maternity ward. $60 million people enter the United States on more than 675,000 commercial and private flights. Another 6 million come by sea and 370 million by land. In addition, 116 million vehicles cross the land borders with Mexico and Canada. The illegal drug market in the United States is one of the most profitable in the world. The U.S.-Mexico border is the primary point of entry. As such, it attracts the most ruthless, sophisticated, and aggressive drug traffickers. With this voluminous trade, drug traffickers are able to conceal cocaine, methamphetamine, marijuana, MDMA, and heroin shipments for distribution in U.S. neighborhoods. No more so than LA's Skid Row, where Class A drugs are sold on every street corner. This means that both Greg and Chris are constantly called out to drug-related incidents. Their 6th call of the day is to a Skid Row mission where they respond to a woman who's been taking hard drugs for over 25 years.
We're responding to another mission to a 40-year-old female said heroin overdose.
There are approximately 90,000 heroin overdoses in the United States each year. Within a few minutes of arriving at the mission, Greg and Chris transport the woman to their ambulance, as it will be much easier for them to control her convulsions.
Okay, I'm gonna lay down flat, okay? Just stay still.
Melinda, lay back. Lay back.
Don't reach for anything. There you go. You're filming a show, okay?
A heroin overdose reduces the body's breathing, blood pressure, heart rate, as well as reducing the body's temperature.
Okay. You take medication for that too, or just for...
The breathing slows to the point of respiratory arrest, where a lack of oxygen to the brain leads to the loss of consciousness, coma, or even death.
Sit back, sit back.
We couldn't even control you.
Oh, that's right.
You're down here.
Both Greg and Chris are familiar with the woman.
What medications do you take? Do you know them? No. None of them?
As with many people who overdose, the woman finds it hard to respond to outside stimulus. Even so, Greg continues to talk to the woman as he must try and keep her awake. The last thing he wants is for her to slip into a coma.
You used yesterday morning or this morning?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Sit up. Melinda, Here's a bag. Hold that in front of your face. Okay? Because I don't want you thrown up over the rig, because...
I'm not going to throw up all of you guys.
How long have you been using, Melinda?
27 years.
27 years.
My sister stuck a needle in my arm at 11.
At 11, you're shitting me.
Nice.
How old was she? These are rubber bands that they use to use as like a little tourniquet to get their veins to pop up.
You can take them off.
And a lot of times they're wrapped around the balloon ends to keep the balloons tight, because the heroin comes in little balloons about yay big. How much is in a balloon?
It's a nickel.
Huh?
It's a nickel.
A nickel? How much is in there? So how much makes a gram? You said you used a gram.
A gram?
Did you? How many balloons is that?
About
How many balloons is that? Huh?
About 20.
20 balloons at one time?
No.
How much are you using a day right now?
That's what I said.
Oh, you're using that in a day? So she's using about 20 balloons worth of heroin a day.
The content and purity of street drugs is always unpredictable. They're often cut with contaminants. In the past decade, quality has risen while price has dropped, increasing availability and, sadly, the number of overdoses.
She's just going through a withdrawal. For her, the last time she used it now is a long time. So she's going through withdrawals. She also has a condition where she fidgets like this, not taking her medication, and the heroin abuse causes her to fidget like this.
I'm sure he knows what.
And so she's trying to kick it. She's trying to get in a program. She tried to go to the mission, and they do their best to help. They can be selective sometimes, and she can't sit still and is fidgety like that. So they can't give her a bed, so they call us. She wants to go to a methadone or rehab clinic, but we don't transport to rehab clinics. We transfer to ERs. Down here? How'd you do that down here?
Salvation Army.
Why don't you go there? She was just being a... Whenever we have a patient suspected heroin overdose, something like that, and then we bring them back, and you're trying to get maybe information out of them, an ID, something like that, instead of reaching into pockets down where we're at, where most places you can do that, you can't do that where we've had 3 or 4 guys get stuck. They reach in, usually guys that don't work down there, they reach into a pocket because they're used to doing that, and sure enough, there's a needle in there and they get stuck. And I mean, there's nothing you can do, it's instant. You're exposed, and you got to go through all the procedures and protocols to find out if you're all right.
Can you sit still so I can pull this out? I don't want you to fall off. Here's your other shoe, too. Here, bend this leg, too, because I don't want your... There you go. Yeah, we're pretty much done. Say bye. Hey, watch this. A lot of times we'll have heroin overdose. We give them Narcan, which counteracts the heroin, and they immediately come out of their high or overdose, and a lot of times they'll go right into withdrawals, and so sometimes that'll upset people that we took away the high even though we saved their life.
Paramedics rarely hear back from the patients they saved from the dead. More often than not, they have to be satisfied with their roles as unsung heroes, knowing that what they do makes a difference. Cutting down and processing trees may sound like a simple task. But for the timber faller, each tree is a potential killer.
Widowmaker, a tree that will kill you and make your wife a widow.
And the powerful chainsaws they work with can amputate a limb in a second.
When you cut your leg with a chainsaw, it kind of just grinds it up.
The rigging crews that hook up the logs to be dragged out of the slopes have to be on guard constantly.
Some can actually be very, very sharp.
very, very solid, and they can actually impale your body.
Logging is one of the riskiest jobs in North America and accounts for more deaths than any other profession on the continent.
4 years ago, I got hit pretty good with a tree. I thought I was done for.
Last year in the United States alone, over 80 loggers lost their lives on the job.
Danger zone.
Today, on flat ground, most of the logging is done by highly rapid machines. But these machines are useless on steep canyons. Logging on slopes is still done by fearless men called skyline loggers. The United States, with 750 million acres of woodland, has the fourth largest amount of forest in the world. Half of the 28 million acres of Oregon are covered by forests, and a quarter are owned by commercial landowners. These landowners hire one of 1,100 logging companies in the state, who then contract loggers. In the eastern part of the state, many families live off the forest. The loggers here work year-round, often at high elevations in the canyons of the Wallowa Mountains. At the foot of the mountains in the town of Joseph, experienced timber faller Rick Jones prepares the blades of his chainsaw almost every night. He sharpens his blades with precision to make sure they will cut efficiently the next day on the job. Rick gets paid according to the number of trees he cuts down in a day. So the more trees he cuts, the more money he will bring back home to his family.
I kiss my wife and my son, goodbye in the morning, and I want to come home safe.
Every morning before the sun rises, Rick picks up his partner, Kelly Couch, and makes the 40-minute drive up into the mountains to their work site.
You hear anything about the weather, Kelly?
It's unseasonably warm.
Damn fog. On these roads, you just want to watch out for log trucks. I think we'll be getting above this fog, don't you, Kelly?
Yeah. As soon as they've driven above the clouds, the fog clears out. Their work site is in Tope Creek at an elevation of 4,400 feet.
It's kind of nice having Kelly around. It's probably safer. I don't have to push it so hard.
Rick drops off Kelly on the south side of the canyon so that he is far enough away to make sure the trees he's cutting won't fall on his partner. Rick needs a lot of equipment to be able to cut trees. He puts on a back harness full of gear, including a radio for communication in case he has an accident. He also needs to load up with jugs of gasoline, oil, and water. His heavy chainsaw has a 3.5-foot blade. Including the safety padding under his clothes, he carries close to 50 pounds of extra weight every day. Rick has 26 years of experience as a timber faller. Here he is doing a partial cut, which will allow the remaining trees to regenerate themselves without having to replant more trees. For the last 20 years, he has been working for a logging company from Enterprise called Big Time Operators. The company owner, Mike Wiedemann, is always the first and last man on site, every working day.
We're gonna go right up there by where just this side where that deck is.
Yeah.
It's the next skyline road.
I'll get that cut out.
Where's Kelly guy going? Is he in the back end?
He's staying back there, and I'm just going to stay on this side.
Rick always needs to stay ahead of the rigging crew who extract the logs he cuts. He needs to cut at a fast pace.
I can't think of anything else around here that I could do that I'd like more. Not that I'm not a people person, but I don't have to deal with the public. I mean, you know, I go out and work by myself, and I kind of really like that aspect of my job.
On an average day, he can cut down over 200 trees. But in the winter, he will cut less since it's harder to move around on the snow-covered slope. The chainsaw produces excessive vibration and noise, so earplugs are necessary to avoid damaging a logger's hearing. To cut down trees, there is an efficient, time-proven method. First, with his chainsaw, Rick does a notch called a side cut on the side facing the direction he wants the tree to fall. He always has to watch over his head as he cuts. Then he does a back cut behind the tree. Once the tree is almost cut, the weight of the tree makes it fall in the direction of the side cut, away from him.
I like the challenge, the physical aspect of it, and I like the danger, the risk. Kind of keeps life interesting.
It was about 12 years ago. I was following a fairly good-sized tamarack, and you can see how the limbs are up in them like that, spindly. And I had to wedge it. It was probably a 4-foot tree. And I was wedging on it, and a chunk of snow broke out with a limb stuck in it, hit me in the head, cracked 2 of my teeth in half.
In East Oregon, the forests have a lot of dead or dying trees called snags. These snags can fall very easily over unsuspecting loggers.
What I got going here is I've got a tree I need to fall, and it's got 3 tamarack snags in front of it, and have grown into it and died. And I need to make sure all those trees go down together. And hopefully it's not rotting on the stump. It could be rotting up high, and when it starts to fall, the top would snap out of it and come back. That's why I'm gonna push it over with that green tree. Hopefully it all stays together.
Rick proceeds first by only cutting side cuts in the trees, one by one. He moves slowly from tree to tree, hoping they aren't going to fall too early. This technique is called the domino and is not recommended unless it's absolutely necessary. It's risky because while you are pre-cutting the trees, they could suddenly all come crashing down on you.
Now we have another snag right here, leaning into that tree. Even though this isn't a very big tree, I mean, ask any log cutter, you're just as dead from something small as big, so it doesn't matter.
4 years ago, I got hit pretty good with a tree. I could see it was above me, and I just looked up and thought, I'm done for it. And it come down and hit me in the chest, ripped my shirt, my pants, and I fell down, and then it kind of come down on top of me. And it hit me hard enough that I thought I was dead. And I broke my wrist in 6 places and broke my navicular bone. And I did this job sawing timber for 5 months with a cast on my arm. And responsibility I felt at work, I didn't want somebody to take my job, and I wanted the rigging crew to stay ahead of me.
Because the two timber fallers both log 25-foot wide corridors on each slope of the canyon, the rigging crew can move their skyline in a parallel manner. This allows them to extract the logs on both slopes at the same time. The 2-ton carriage rolls down on the skyline to the riggers down below in the canyon. The skidding line of the carriage rolls down. The rigging slinger unhooks the 3 choker lines, and the choker setter then walks in the brush to locate 3 logs to hook up. The loggers have to walk carefully through the cut timber because it is unstable ground. Once 3 logs are choked, the rigging slinger hooks the 3 lines back to the skidding line. And through a whistle communication system between the yarder and the rigging crew, the carriage pulls the logs up to the landing.
This whistle here is a whistle to the yarder. I'll blow a stop. And then I'll unclamp the car with 3 whistles. It unclamps. And then I give Dan 2. And that's up-ho on the skidding line.
Once the timber has arrived at the landing, the processor operator unhooks the chokers. The yarder operator then sends the carriage back down the canyon to the rigging crew. While they work below, the processor operator removes the limbs from the timber and measures the logs to length. Meanwhile, Rick's partner, Kelly, is working on the other side of the canyon. He also has his share of snags to deal with. Kelly is 50 years old and has been a timber faller for over 30 years.
Sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I can hardly wait to get there. But sometimes when I know it's not a very good patch of timber, the ground's pretty tough or whatever, you're not always as excited. I like being out. There's all these little snags and leaners hanging around in here, and they're not very safe to work around. Even though they're not very big, it doesn't take something very big to put a knot on your head, so best way to do is try to get rid of them first. It works, knock them down.
When the back cut does not move the tree forward, you need a wedge to lift the tree slightly so it falls in the desired direction.
It's got to be alive. I had a top fall out of another tree that I didn't notice. And I just happened to look up at the time that it hit me, and it drove a branch down through this area. It went down through my eye socket, down into my sinuses, and well, they flew me to the hospital and they took it out. With safety glasses on, you feel like you're running around blind because they really restrict your vision from glare to dust to sweat, ice, fog. No one's come up with a good safety glass.
These snags have no limbs left on them, and dead trees are often very fragile.
It could fall. I don't want to be working around something that you know could get you, even though that's not very big. It's big enough to get you, so.
The vibration from his chainsaw could break off the treetop, and a spear-shaped piece of timber could fall down and impale the logger. That side tree wasn't supposed to fall down. Kelly luckily got out of there in time. Suddenly, the roots of the tree he has his hands on lets go. He has seen this happen before.
You can see right here all the roots are rotted off of it, and there's nothing left to hold it. It could have been a close call.
Meanwhile, the riggers keep hooking up logs.
Okay, that's line.
On this lift, the logs are out of control. They are spread out, making it dangerous for the men down below. When logs swing like this, you have to keep your distance. The spread logs also put extra pressure on the skyline. Rick hears a bad noise.
I think my car just fell out of the sky, Rick.
Skyline break?
Yeah, I'd say our long splice probably came undone.
Roger.
Luckily, no one was standing or working under the skyline and its 2-ton carriage. They would have been crushed.
If line breaks, if you're standing in the way, well, you get hit. Well, it kind of goes like in a phone cord. Sometimes it'll just go everywhere.
The skyline cable is temporarily spliced together, but Mike will have to buy a new cable for tomorrow.
Got to cook our soup.
It's mid-afternoon and the hard-working riggers are getting hungry. While the riggers wait for dinner, they hook up another load.
Yeah, you got wet feet. 15-pound boots turned into about 45. Well, go ahead and eat.
Well, he got hit with a skyline here, what,
5, 6 months ago, broke his collarbone. He was out for 3 months. And what was it? About 4 years ago, me and him both got hit by the same log. Put us out for about a week.
take a lick and keep on ticking.
I've seen 3 deaths in the woods. Most of them are all preventable. One was just guiding the lines on the drum. The stick broke and he fell into the drum. The other ones were all hit by logs, standing in the wrong spot. So we tell you guys to take a couple extra steps back because you never know when they're gonna spin around. And it happens just like that.
One of the chasers that works up on the landing unbelting chokers, turn was coming in. Garter engineer looked over to see if the chaser was out of the way. He was. Looked away to land the turn. Well, the chaser had walked in for some reason. Turn logs landed on him, and he's paralyzed from the neck down now. Just mashed him. When I worked here about 7 years ago, we reached down to undo the shackle, and normally you can't pull them out by hand. Well, it was all wrapped around the trees, so I reached down there, undid the molly, pulled the pin out, and when I pulled the pin out, it just come unwrapped around those trees, and I jumped backwards, and it hit me right here, sliced me from there, but I didn't even have a chance to get out of the way. I mean, if it happens that fast.
When we use the cat for a tail hold, you run the skyline over the blade and under and hook it to the back of the cat. And for some reason, it pulled and it ripped the cat in half. I was standing on the deck of the cat when it went. So I hit the ground and I just got on the radio and said, "Man down." I punctured my lung and broke my back. So, man gotta make a living somehow.
Rick has finished his workday and parks his chainsaw in a tree. He heads off home to his family.
You line up this V with the front sight.
Okay.
Rick likes to spend time with his son, Grant.
Aha!
Did I hit something?
You hit it. This looks really good.
So how long is your drive?
Only takes about 45 minutes.
Well, that's a lot better than what you were driving.
Yep, it beats a lot better than, what was that other job taking, 2? I think about 2 hours and 20 minutes one way.
Did the bear attack you?
No bears, Grant. It's wintertime. Where do the bears go in winter?
To hibernating.
They hibernate.
They hibernate.
What about cougars?
Cougars? Well, I haven't seen one since that last one attacked me.
On this day, it's raining as Rick and Kelly go to work in the Wallowa Mountains. At an altitude of 4,400 feet, the rain quickly turns into snow. Rick drives to the back of the canyon to his work site. The snow has stopped falling. Rick's visibility is back to normal.
What I do when I walk down my strips is I scope it out, look for hazards I'm going to be working back into, like seeing snags, kind of just making a mental note of it. So when I work back up the hill, I know what to expect.
As soon as Rick starts his saw, the riggers know he is nearby.
I'm all right.
A bit of chewing tobacco and he's ready to go down the slope, where he will then start his logging strip, working uphill. He finds more dead trees.
A couple more white fir snags. We'll leave that tree, try to sneak it past that little leaf tree and hope it don't fill full of limbs come shooting back at me.
Rick's prediction was right. He watches as a shower of tree limbs comes falling down. These slanted trees want to fall uphill. He wedges his frozen tree to try to change the direction of the fall.
Set back on me. Watch this. If it's frozen, this wedge can come shooting out of there like a bullet. Oh, man. Come on. Hopefully it'll stay on the stump. Go where I want it.
The wedge flies out, luckily in the opposite direction.
It's frozen. There it goes. Not good. Watch it.
A small tree gets caught up.
You see that tree bent over? Big hazard. You wouldn't want to go walking by it. If you stuck a chainsaw in that and you didn't notice it, it'd just explode on you. Had a little sapling bent over like that. It was summertime. It was down under a tree, and he was bucking the log, and he didn't see it. It tore his whole face off.
Rick's saw chain becomes loose.
I'm gonna tighten up a little bit before it goes flying off. If it flies off and it's down low, it can, end up in your legs. When you're up here like this, it can end up in your face. I've been cut with chains that have broken, come around loaded and slap me in the leg and done some damage that way. This is a perfect situation, and I've had it happen to me. Trees close together. Only time you really have to worry about your bar tip. The bar tip is called a kickback. When you stick it through and it catches something in the wrong angle, instead of pulling into the wood, it actually catch the tip and kick back out around like that. When I got sawed, that's what happened.
When you cut your leg with a chainsaw, it kind of just grinds it up and there's no smooth edges. And I watched her for a good hour and a half trying to sew my leg up, and when she'd pull the knots tight, it'd just rip out.
Rick has to be very careful here. The top of this snag could easily snap off. One fatal miscalculation and he could be crushed.
Makes it fun. Well, you don't want to hit it more than once without looking up.
His eyes get full of sawdust. Finally, the snag lets go. The forest here is not only full of snags.
Bull pine, they call them around here. It's probably close to 100 feet tall.
When a tree is too long and heavy to be brought up safely on the skyline, the logger cuts it into shorter logs. Rick bucks the tree to the log length asked by the timber mill.
Been a real productive day. I'm still alive.
He meets his partner, Kelly, who walked around the canyon to find him and head home.
How'd it go today, Kelly?
It's another day in paradise, Rick.
You get any of those nasty white fur, big old lemmy snags?
Not too many. I only had one or two.
Really? Saw's running good, though.
Yeah.
Rick has his weekends off and likes to bring his son Grant to his grandfather's farm, where they load up the hay for the cows. These days away from the forest re-energizes the logger for the work week ahead.
What do you think about what I do for a living?
I think it's really cool and awesome.
You do? You want to do that when you grow up?
Yeah.
I hope not.
I would like to do that someday.
I think he's probably like a lot of kids that think their dad's great and can do anything and maybe Superman.
I'd like to work on my chainsaw.
I don't want him growing up to do what I do. Not that if he couldn't do it physically, mentally, whatever. I've had a lot of close calls through the years that I wouldn't want him to be what I am. I really wouldn't.
There has been a decrease in the number of loggers coming into the field because of how dangerous the work is. And few loggers want their children to follow in their footsteps. But in McMinnville in West Oregon, we find a young man who's a fourth-generation logger. Kirk Luato is 25 years old and the son of a logging company owner. He has studied forestry and might eventually run his father's company if things work out.
There's something about logging that gets in your blood. It's kind of like you have sawdust or you have just the wood chips in your veins that you just yearn for it, you just need it.
Their logging site is at an elevation of 2,000 feet, and you can barely see the top of the 75-foot yarder. But the show must go on, and he needs to move the skyline. As the supervisor of the rigging crew, Kirk coordinates the new layout path for the skyline cable. He uses a less heavy hay wire as the temporary line. He uses the skidder's drum to spindle up the hay wire.
There's a jagger up in here, and I'm holding on real tight. Chances are it could take my glove, my hand, put me through the arch and into the drum, so. Something sometimes you don't always think about, but.
Unlike the East Oregon loggers who were logging between canyons, the loggers at this site are skyline logging on only one slope. The land formation here allows them to keep the yarder in its high central location.
I'll have the hay wire, which I just loaded on the skidder. I'll have the hay wire going from here all the way to the yarder.
There's so many stobs out here.
With some help from the crew, Kirk will have to manually drag 200-foot sections of hay wire to join them all together. The total distance to cover between the yarder and the tailhold anchor is 1,500 feet. As the forest here will be completely replanted, the logging company is mandated to do a clear cut, which makes it quite laborious moving over the higher number of cut logs. Kirk needs to finish laying the remaining haywire sections down to the tail end. But to be able to do that, he will first have to walk across a large pond, as this water habitat is protected and cannot be logged. The water is freezing.
How deep is it? Pretty deep. I'm gonna have to cut across.
Okay, keep feeding me line. So trying to move my legs is an incredible task. Try not to fall over. If I get stuck in there, if I could have a really hard time getting out, could possibly end up being underwater for a little bit to just try to get my boots off.
Kirk has enough haywire line to be able to throw it to his partner on the edge of the pond.
I'm freezing, freezing cold.
I'll try and keep it nice and loose for you.
He will drag the haywire line to the tailhold while Kirk finds his way out of the pond.
Did you bring a change of clothes with you?
Yeah, I do.
All right, that's line, Kirk.
Is that line?
Yeah, that's line. Okay.
I am very cold. I am frozen. I'm gonna go ahead on the yarder whistles to signal to him to go ahead and start pulling his haywire back up to the yarder. It will send the skyline back out through the unit, back out to the cap. There it goes, it's cleared up.
The skyline is pulled in.
Right now, there's quite a bit of pressure on the haywire. We gotta be really careful working. This is called being in the bite. If anybody's in there, it's actually very, very dangerous. I'm gonna start up the cat here. I'm gonna park it behind something sturdy enough, like a stump, and then dig it in. I'm gonna dig the tracks in so that we're a secure anchor. Now that I have the cat in position, I'm gonna go ahead and give him the yarder whistles to go ahead and pick up the skyline, and hopefully it's gonna clear up everything.
The yarder tower pulls in the 1,500-foot-long skyline, suspending it until it becomes rigid.
If this skyline, or if this shackle, or if the strap or eye were to break right now, it could probably kill one of us. And that's it. We're ready to log.
Okay, Bill.
Go ahead, set the skyline down, put the car back on.
All right.
We're gonna get the car on.
Kirk is joined by the entire rigging crew. This top-of-the-line remote control sky carriage weighs 2.5 tons. The carriage is raised and the riggers can now go down in the brush.
Right now, I'm not walking on any solid ground at all. Right now, he's getting the right angle on this so that A, it doesn't come back and hit us, it won't swing into us at all, and B, that it goes out smoothly. Being out here long enough, you actually learn those angles without even realizing it. It's almost like a game of pool. You start to just see your shot, and you start to see your next shot and shot after that. Yeah, you're free.
The choker setter searches for log trunks under the brush.
Come on, Milo, hurry up. My grandma's faster than you.
At the landing, the chaser runs over to unhook the logs. But on this load, the lines get stuck between the logs. Before he gets hurt, he signals the yarder for help.
Turn comes in, you gotta watch for the logs moving around. A lot of times when they set down on the ground, they'll still roll. You gotta watch out for that. You gotta watch out for the machines, because machine, if he doesn't see you, he can easily come around, hit you. Gotta watch out for lines. So one line breaks or anything like that going out there. When he lifts the chokers up, they're very easily, they swing back and hit you.
At Kirk's house, Jenna, who's pregnant, prepares a late supper for her husband.
I know that this is a passion of mine, and I want to take everything that I know now and just keep learning every day from the older generation.
I could never ask him to not do it. It would take away definitely a part of who he is. So, and that wouldn't be fair. So I accept it. And I've vented to his mom several times, she's been through this before. And I remember the first time, he works, goes to bed so early, and she goes, "Oh, in a few years you'll like that aspect of it." Kirk's always said he wants me to have 6 boys so he can have his own crew, but I don't think so.
Be nice.
No, it would not be nice.
The next morning, it is pouring rain. Bob Luato, the company owner and Kirk's father, arrives on the work site. He trusts his son to get the ball rolling each day before he gets here, but nevertheless also enjoys teasing him.
How long are you going to be here? I thought you were going to be done already.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Well, I hope Kirk will eventually be able to take over the company and do what I did with my dad, and my dad allowed me to do, was to kind of come in and take over the business and start running it. And that's why I've got him doing what he's doing, to be able to train him to take over and learn how to run a company.
I know that my dad, he's always expressed how happy he has been that I've actually decided to come into the logging industry.
So far, he's working hard at it. He's still got some stuff to learn, but he's doing good.
Even if it's wet and miserable in the forest, Skyline loggers cannot let their guards down.
You can slip off and hurt yourself. You can slip, fall on what we call these stobs. They may seem pretty weak, but some can actually be very, very sharp, very, very solid, and they can actually impale your body.
When a log lift looks unsafe, they take cover behind trees.
without everybody working together, we can't accomplish anything. My goal is to try to get done with that job as fast and efficient as possible. But every day without an accident or without an injury is an accomplishment for me.
I see this other log sitting next to it. I'm gonna get what's called a bonus. So I'm gonna choke both of them together so they're both at the same time.
Even with only 3 choker lines, sometimes extra logs can be lifted.
Sometimes the choke will come loose. Sometimes it can actually come unbuilt. The log that I bonused with it, if that was choked individually and I had, let's say, a long end, if this log happened to hit this duff log or a stump, the butt would hit it, and it would actually, in turn, lift the top end of it over your head, and it'd swing it around whichever way.
You never know when a log will escape the cable rigging, but you know it can always be fatal.
In situations like this, Troy and I were been trained to face about 45 degrees, so we're able to look at the turn going in, and we're able to look at where the turn came from. We always try to place ourselves in a situation where we can actually run to get out of the way.
Like when they cut a chunk of a log off for whatever reason, sometimes it'll roll back down to you. Like, there's one sitting right up there, but it's long-wise, so it won't roll at us. But yeah, I've had stuff roll down. I've had tops come over at me. I've had sticks come at me.
Logs.
Yeah, it's just everyday thing. I've been hit in the face with those when they're swinging. They hit you in the face. I had my eye cut open. I got hit in the mouth.
The men are cold and wet, but waterproof gloves would be too slippery to work with.
I love my job, I love my job, I love my job, I love my job.
A couple minutes and they're soaked.
Troy, who's now on the other side of the logged corridor, warns the men about a difficult choke.
Hey, my log's some top of head hook here, so watch your ass.
All right. He choked a few trees at the end of the log. And what's gonna happen is they're gonna come out top of head, so basically, big bushy end is gonna come swing around back at us. So I'm gonna stand right here and I'm gonna be careful. I'm gonna give him the go-ahead sign. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. That was a good job, Troy. Good job. Bill, this is gonna be the last turn. Last turn, Bill.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Bringing the guys closer together, being able to work hard as a team, and getting done at the end of the day and being able to go home to the ones we love, that's an accomplishment that I have.
The skyline is brought down for the night.
My dad still does log some, by the way. He's still at 77. He's still working.
Oh, Mark got it.
Kirk's grandfather is a retired logger who is still very active. Kirk has also learned a lot about logging from him. Maybe his grandfather could also give him a few tips on bowling.
How'd you do on bowling last night?
We won all 3 games.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Grandpa turned it up at the very end.
Did he get his money from you?
He always gets his money from me.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that he was doing his job.
He was.
Yeah, so you need a raise now, huh?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Being the son of a logger, especially the man who owns the company, is a hard thing to do. And Kirk's risen to the occasion. I say now I worry more about my son than my husband. I worried about Bob when we were first married. It was very scary. He would come home and tell me tales, and oftentimes it was, I almost got killed today.
And it came from this side and it hit me and it knocked me out. And right in here is what actually cut my eye. It cut it about an inch wide. Cut about an inch wide all along my eyebrow, and I actually thought I was gonna lose my eye, but the rig and slinger at the time, I woke up and he had a sweatshirt pressed as hard as he could over my forehead, and he was able to get the bleeding stopped.
A month and a half into marriage, that was kind of a shocker, so I really try not to think about it. I don't go up to the job and watch him.
I know if there's been times I've come home from work and I don't even notice it. My wife sees my legs or something, she just like freak out, like, where'd that come from? And I didn't even know I had it.
I worry about my husband all the time. He's very good at what he does. He has many years of experience, but it's still a very dangerous job.
A man's got to know his own limitations. I think I know mine.
Bob brings his son Kirk to their next job, which is on the edge of a challenging cliff.
On the map, it looked like there was a few cliffs in this corner.
Yeah, there's a cliff, and it's probably about 80–90% ground. It's just like this. So it goes over and just curls.
And no roads to the back? I gotta walk back
you
there?
got to walk about 1,000–1,200 feet down off the top of the roads.
Okay. It looks good.
Nice timbers.
Challenging.
Challenging. That's what's great about logging. Every unit is different.
That's right, it is.
Every job loggers work on is different. Different locations, different terrains, and different trees. They must be ready for whatever comes up next. Back home, Rick tells his family where his next job will be.
We're supposed to move to that new job as soon as the snow's melted. My drive will be about 2.5 hours to the motel, and then probably another hour after that.
Oh, so you'll be staying over there.
Yeah. Right when baseball season is going to start.
For so many years, we've been labeled as bad people or people that don't care, lumberjacks that just rape the land and leave nothing left to grow. But I truly believe that I care more than anybody else out there about the environment. I do care what's going to be left for my children.
My job's not all about making money. It's about, you know, making a better forest.
We're not going to cut any more than what we harvest, and we're going to plant more than what we harvest every year.
Trees are just a crop, basically, and you just have to manage them over a long period of time, and sustainable forestry does that.
Oregon was the first state in the country to adopt an Environmental Forest Practices Act and has served as a model to other states and abroad. Kirk's wife, accompanied by her mother-in-law, comes to the work site for the first time.
It is the first time I've been up here and watched it all happen, so it's pretty cool to see what he talks about all day.
Loggers are a brave, fearless, and resilient breed of workers. Logging is extremely physical, dirty, and high-risk work, but it's also very rewarding. Sure, they'll admit it's a dangerous job, but they're glad to be the ones to do it. Racing their boats through the open ocean, flying their jets, and patrolling in helicopters overhead along southern Florida, the people of the United States Coast Guard are always ready to put their lives on the line to serve, rescue, and protect.
You're thinking about the people that you're there to help. You're thinking about the job that you're there to do.
The Coast Guardsmen stationed in Miami and Key West battle dangerous conditions every day to enforce the law and save lives.
Knowing that in the end, we're coming on top and we're going to win. It's the excitement of it.
Sit down right there.
The Coast Guard constantly faces unpredictable conditions. With dangerous and understood and respected part of their job, the members of the Coast Guard bravely put their lives on the line every day. The United States has numerous water borders to protect, and Air Station Miami is the busiest air and rescue unit in the world. They cover over 55,000 square miles of ocean. Air Station Miami has 8 HH-65 Dolphin helicopters and 6 HU-25 Falcon Guardian jets, with flight crews continuously on standby for law enforcement or search and rescue missions. While on duty, Petty Officer Eric Pointer works in the swim shop. On his 24-hour shifts, this award-winning rescue swimmer is always ready for emergencies, day or night.
Now, launch is ready 65 for SAR, launch is ready 65 for SAR. Missing jets here, southeast of Key Biscayne.
As soon as he gets the call, Eric heads for the locker room to get ready. The first step is to put on his wetsuit and survival gear. Meanwhile, helicopter pilots Lieutenant Marcus Kennedy and Lieutenant Lance Kerr come into the operations center. They get briefed on the mission.
For a missing jet skier, 10 nautical miles to the southeast of Key Biscayne. He was last seen around 1600, and I'll pass more details as they come to me.
All right, roger that.
All right.
I'll do ORM.
ORM is the Operational Risk Management Log. In it, Marcus fills in the flight details, writing in any potential risks associated with the mission. Lance surveys the latest weather reports, making certain it's safe for his team to go out.
Weather's looking pretty good. We got some storms coming from the south, but they look like they're dissipating into that building.
A good Coast Guardsman, probably with somebody that's got stamina and determination. You know, you gotta have the stamina for the long hours and to be able to be on the ready like you gotta be in the Coast Guard. Determination to go through the training and to really have a need to complete the job.
Got the search plan, got the goggles. You ready to go?
The helicopter crew is less than 30 minutes from launch and still has a lot to do.
It's not a normal 9-to-5 job. At any point in time, I could be shifting gears and doing something completely different.
I couldn't imagine coming and sitting at a desk from 9 to 5. Can I imagine myself being in the ocean and getting paid to be in the ocean all day? Of course.
The maintenance and helicopter crews are hard at work preparing the chopper for the mission. They have less than 30 minutes to get their chopper ready for takeoff.
And a lot of times when people hurry, they end up making mistakes. They forget a couple of things here or there. And I've noticed that whether you run or you walk, but if you do things quickly, we're still able to meet our launch window, and I can make sure that I've done everything correctly.
As Marcus enters maintenance control, he meets up with Justin Swearingen, the flight mechanic. Justin has already been verifying the maintenance logs for the helicopter they will be flying today.
1,500 pounds.
We all basically just work as a team. Everybody knows, their duties and their jobs through hours and hours of training, and everybody respects one another and each other's job.
The vests the pilots wear are called SAR Warrior vests. They are actually inflatable life vests filled with essential survival gear. Should a major problem arise, these vests will be their best chance for survival. Marcus signs the aircraft out. With fuel calculations complete, they're off to the runway. By now, the helicopter is inspected and fully fueled. They finish up packing the last of their gear. Time is crucial. It will be dark soon, which will make finding the jet skier difficult. Eric accounts for all of his survival gear. He's ready to go. Justin double-checks the night vision components. With nightfall coming soon, this equipment will be essential. The pilots quickly re-inspect the helicopter. One error and the mission could quickly turn into a disaster.
You're under a lot of pressure when you are conducting these search and rescue missions. It's more so pressure that I think than stress, but you know, we're trained to handle those pressures and perform well under them.
Message 2 has information Bravo, like to taxi for a Vigo departure.
Less than 30 minutes after the initial call, the Coast Guard flies to the rescue. Getting a rescue helicopter so quickly in the air is a result of tight teamwork. The pilot makes sure his entire crew is on the same page.
We have a missing jet skier, possible disoriented in Key Biscayne. We're going to go and do a predetermined search plan, and gain is going to be high, possibility of saving a life.
At night, finding a person that's in the water, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. And that's why the Coast Guard, we want people so much to wear strobe lights or have some kind of light source on them.
As day turns to night, the pilots must now use their night vision equipment.
We use night vision goggles, and the helicopter is really technologically advanced and helps us out tremendously with giving us the information to help fly through those kind of conditions.
Roger that. I got you looking good, 100 feet, 40 knots.
Speed's good for the door.
Flying over an ocean that has turned black as the night around them, the pilots are having trouble spotting the missing jet skier.
I wish you had his strobe light out right now so I can see him though. You see him at all?
I believe I do.
They cannot find the jet ski, which may have sunk, so they concentrate on trying to find the survivor.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a right crosswind right now. Should be a factor right now. Here's 50 feet for you.
All right, fellas, as we're coming up here, it looks like I believe I see a person in the water.
Marcus was mistaken.
You have him?
Nope.
Actually shows how difficult it is to see a person in the water with goggles.
Yeah, I know.
He may already be fighting hypothermia and drowning as a result.
I see him.
Lance thinks he may have spotted the victim. They turn around to take a second look.
Coming into the wind.
Roger.
Yeah, he should be out here to the right. I'm going to back it up a little.
To the right or to the left?
He should be to the right. Right, he's ahead of us. I think I see him.
Justin, the flight mechanic, thinks he spotted the swimmer just off of the helicopter's nose. The survivor is still afloat and conscious. The pilots prepare the helicopter for a hover 25 feet above the survivor. Eric suits up, preparing himself for the rescue swim ahead, while Justin prepares the hoist that will lower Eric into the dark ocean below. With one final check, the cable is safely secured to his harness.
Your adrenaline is pumping, and your adrenaline's going, and you're not thinking about yourself. At that moment in time, you're selfless. So you're thinking about the people that you're there to help. You're thinking about the job that you're there to do.
Second swimmer. Swimmer is ready.
Roger that. Copy it.
Roger that. Hold your position. Moving swimmer out.
Justin coordinates his hoisting efforts with the pilots.
Swimmer's going down. Easy forward and right.
Eric must be lowered into the water because at night it is too dangerous for him to do a free fall. Justin always keeps his eyes on the rescue swimmer in case something was to go wrong. Now that the jet skier is inside and safe, they switch off their night vision.
Survivor in the cabin.
The pilots must hold the chopper in a steady hover until Eric has fully administered the necessary medical attention and secured the survivor. Eric first checks the survivor's blood pressure and respiration rate. Hypothermia is a severe condition that demands immediate medical attention. They need to take this man to the hospital as quickly as possible.
We are in transit en route to Jacksonville Hospital.
Eric now turns his attention to the flight team and begins briefing them on the situation at hand.
Survivor seems a bit mild hypothermic, but we're warming them up back here, putting some blankets on them. Vitals seem pretty stable at this point. I got an IV going into them, giving them some fluids back. He seems a little bit dehydrated, and that could might be causing his ultra-mental status. He said he might have hit his head, so he had a possible head injury. Right now he's in and out of it. I'm just keeping him wait, and hopefully we'll get there pretty quick.
Roger that. You continue doing that. Right now we're about 10 miles to the south of Jacksonville Hospital. We'll be on deck there in approximately 5 minutes. We'll have medical personnel standing by to assist you with the patient. Hey, it looks like I'm clear to the south. I have nothing on TCAS coming down and to the right.
Roger.
The hospital is equipped with a helipad, but performing a landing on a rooftop in the middle of the city also has its challenges.
Collector's locked.
Clear for takeoff.
With the helicopter safely grounded, Eric accompanies the survivor into the hospital, where a team of doctors and nurses are standing by. Mission accomplished. Eric and his team can now return to the base knowing that they have saved another life.
All right, coming up. And nosing it over. Roger that.
This is just one of 4,000 cases the Coast Guard will face this year. Being dispatched on a daily basis to save lives is a part of their job. With a flyby of beautiful downtown Miami, the rescue team now heads back to their base at Opa-locka Airport near Miami Lakes.
Miami Air, Miami Air, Miami Air. 562 is back on deck. Roger, welcome back.
Air Station Miami has an army of mechanics continuously maintaining their fleet of Falcon jets and Dolphin helicopters. They must always be kept in top condition and be ready to go in seconds. Pilots Marcus Kennedy and Lance Kerr have to constantly train and fine-tune their abilities to accomplish difficult maneuvers with the Dolphin helicopter.
For right pattern, 9 to right.
This is a simulated tail rotor failure, in which the pilots have to practice a technique that allows them to land an aircraft with a failed tail rotor. This procedure requires the pilot to approach the runway with the nose of the aircraft skewed to the right. Then, through careful coordination of the controls, he executes a running landing, straightening the nose just prior to touching down.
2105 Miami Air, roger. Nice, that works so good.
The Coast Guard swimmers must also stay in excellent shape, and motivating young recruits is part of their job.
Hey guys, Miller says he loves push-ups. Clean and rest. Down, up. Down, up. Down, up. You know, there's not too many jobs out there where you can say you get paid to work out. Let's go! Let's go! Come on!
They now execute pedal turns in both clockwise and counterclockwise directions to allow them to have 360-degree views of their search areas. A helicopter's strength is its ability to hover. every pilot must master the various skills associated with hovering. The next challenge is flying backwards, which is a lot more complex and dangerous than putting your car in reverse.
What, Miller? It's such a beautiful day here in Miami. You want to do flutter kicks? Let's go, flutter kicks, get there.
The swimmers train the same way that military personnel do, the hard way. They must be able to carry twice their body weight, often in harsh conditions.
When you train, and you train as much as we do, and finally you get to go in and you get to do your job, I think it's rewarding. Point your toes. Let's go, come on. Let's go. Rescue swimming is a life for me. Hoorah, hoorah, rescue, rescue. There's no quitting in our job, and that's pounded into us from the very first day. Nobody in our job is a quitter.
Swimming is a life for me.
Now Marcus and Lance are flying 50 miles out into the ocean for their final and most challenging training today. Landing on a moving ship at night. This is the Mohawk, a 270-foot Coast Guard cutter with a helicopter pad. Lance and Marcus must wait till darkness before they land on the moving ship.
Mohawk, we have numbers and ready to copy, over. Roger, ready to copy numbers.
It's definitely the most riskiest maneuver we do is flying out over the water at night. Before you come in for a landing, they tell you what their speed is, so you have an idea of it. But they're trying to get as fast as they can to give you more wind through the rotor head, so it makes the helicopter makes it easier to actually come in and land. But it's all visual. It's all me, just depth perception of seeing how fast they're moving and how fast I need to catch up to them.
6562, cut in Mohawk, you are cleared for landing.
At night over the water when you're going to the cutter, it seems like a black hole. It's almost like you're in outer space and you're trying to dock with a space shuttle or something like that. The cutters, Coast Guard cutters are fairly small compared to most military-style ships. One pilot is definitely always on the instruments and the other pilot's always looking out. It's always been the most strangest thing to come and land and have somebody standing that close right in front of you when you're coming and landing. It's definitely by far the most unique thing that we do.
This is one of the most difficult maneuvers a helicopter pilot needs to do.
Circle, easy forward down.
Any mistake could be disastrous.
Here we go, lock. And we are locked. All right, we got 2 in on this side. 2 on my side. Roger that.
When the Falcon jet crews are not doing patrols for law enforcement, they work at the base doing collateral duties. The 2 jet pilots are Lieutenant Jason Barrett and co-pilot Lieutenant Stasha Kwiklinski.
I feel privileged not because I'm a woman, but because I get to do this as a job every day. So it's a really fun job, and I enjoy it, and the people I work with are really great. And I believe in what we do as a service.
This is a search and rescue call. This is the moment they've trained so hard for.
Launch a ready Falcon for SAR, launch a ready Falcon for SAR. Recreational vessel taking on water 10 nautical miles east of Fort Lauderdale. Now, launch the ready 65 for SAR, launch the ready 65 for SAR.
The helicopter crew is also needed on this mission as the dispatchers are uncertain about the state of the vessel and survivors.
What's going on? Call with District 7. There's a 26-foot Grady White taking on water about 20 miles off of Baker's Hollow. There's 5 POV, and they gave me this approximate location. They just faxed over the search area, and if you guys have any questions, just give them a call. Okay, great.
Great.
Want to get the stuff together, Stasha?
Yeah.
Get the search plan.
While Jason studies the mission, Stasha checks on the local weather forecast.
I just want to let you know the...
Jason calls the air traffic control tower.
We're going to be heading offshore today, east of Fort Lauderdale. 3 hours, we should be launching in 30 minutes. Okay, thank you.
If you guys need anything, just give me a call back on uniform.
Great, thanks much. We'll see you, we'll give you a call on the radio when we get out there.
All right, have a safe flight, guys.
Thank you.
Jason and Stasha head to the maintenance control room to get information on the aircraft they will use.
Guys, got a good plane for me today, headed out to the White House?
Got a good plane, it's all ready to go.
You got a 26-foot Grady White about 15 miles east of Baker's Hollow. We're taking on water, so we're gonna, if we can make sure we get a second pump on there.
Oh, you get a hold of the swimmer shop?
We'll get that pump for you. Appreciate it.
Jamar Jones, an aviation electrical technician, will accompany the crew.
All right, we'll meet you at the plane. Okay. See you in a flyer. Thank you.
Both the jet and helicopter are now ready for their cruise. The Falcon jet weighs over 12 tons and has a fuel capacity of 10,430 pounds, making it possible to stay in the air for more than 5 hours. Jason must inspect the jet before taking off. The helicopter crew is also getting ready. Pilot Lance Kerr performs a pre-flight check on the Dolphin helicopter. The drop master supervises the spin-up of the powerful engines to make sure they're both functioning properly.
At your side, 126.
Ready to take off?
About.
Taxi back checks complete.
The jet taxis out to the runway. They've been cleared for takeoff. In 25 seconds, the Falcon jet accelerates down the runway, hitting 150 miles an hour before takeoff. Its maximum speed is 470 miles an hour.
I put in the coordinates for the boat, and our search area is in there.
A few seconds later, the helicopter lifts off.
Got to turn a little prior, see, instead of parallel. I'd like to see parts due west, go to the head. Do you have a rescue somewhere on board, over? Second from the 6-2, yes. Alright guys, offshore here, going in search of this vessel that's taken on water. And they're approximately 20 miles out now.
While Marcus is piloting out for rendezvous with the jet, Lance briefs the crew on the final details of the mission.
If you see me coming to a decelerating altitude, that means we're not going to make it. Go ahead and below the floats. If the pump doesn't work, if the vessel is taking on more water than we can handle, we're going to go ahead and get them off the boat and hoist them up via the basket. Or if they're injured in any way, we'll adjust as necessary.
The faster-moving jet crew arrives on site first and locates the ship in distress. They relay the coordinates to the helicopter crew closing in.
Yeah, we got position 2553.
The jet crew will try to drop a pump to the sinking boat. A jet flying low over the ocean with an open hatch is very dangerous.
If you're down low and for some reason you lose an engine, it could be mere seconds before you have to impact the water. His first response should be to get the drop hatch closed immediately.
The drop master unlatches the safety pin and waits for the command.
Drop, drop, drop.
The pump is attached to a parachute that immediately opens and allows for the rescue equipment to be gently lowered to the boat taking on water. At a speed of 155 miles an hour, at 200 feet in altitude, the pilots have been able to drop the pump a mere 15 feet from their target.
Nice job, look at that.
The drop master must immediately close the hatch.
Roger, sir, we're setting up a pump right now.
10 minutes after the jet made visual contact with the damaged boat, the helicopter crew arrives on the scene.
Still outboard with the blue top?
That's affirmative. Trying to get the pump working.
The boat crew must operate the pump and work quickly as their vessel continues to take on water. If the pump can get the water out faster than it gets in, the boat will be saved.
We have the pump operating.
The jet crew is still flying nearby. They have a spare life raft if needed.
Julie Marie, this is Rescue Coast Guard Helicopter 6562. It's pumping, but we're still taking on water faster than the pump can pump it out. Over. We're going to place the helicopter in position to drop our rescue swimmer to swim on board. Yes, sir. We copy that just fine.
Speed's good for the door. Roger. Everybody review your egress procedures. Any lost comms in the back, just tap me on the shoulder and let me know what's going on.
Got you, horsepower F.
Roger. Okay, rescue surplus part 2 is complete. You're ready after free fall deployment of the rescue swimmer. Roger, go on hot mic check swimmer. Roger, on hot mic check a swimmer. Swimmer's ready. Swimmer's away. Swimmer's in the water. Swimmer's okay. Please left and back. Cease commands. Roger that. Roger that, so we should slide back a little more.
Request you say again, over.
Eric radios the crew to give them an update of the situation.
Hi, rescue swimmer, this is 6562, go ahead. 610 for rescue swimmer, roger. This boat's taking on way too much water. We need to get these people off of there. Then take them off one at a time. Over the rescue basket. Over. And that's a roger for the 652. We will then pick you up and take you to the rescue helicopter. I'll copy.
The first survivor jumps in the water to be towed toward the helicopter.
Okay, got ready for pickup signals. Okay, rescue surplus part 2 is complete. Ready after basket pickup of the survivors. Roger, target is at my 1:32 o'clock. This is my hoisting altitude, around 30 feet. I have a little bit of a weird lead into the aircraft since we're outside the wind here. Max is going down. Clear on the basket. Max is going down. Easy forward and right. Easy forward and right. Easy forward and right. Pushing the swimmer away at the rudder watch, forward and right 5. Easy forward and right, and hold. Basket. Survivor's getting on basket. This job still look good. Easy forward and right. Easy forward and right. Either ready for pickup signal. Roger. Approaching the water. Taking the load. Clear to move back and left. Survivor's coming up. Survivor's coming up. Survivor's this flow of the aircraft. This flow of the rail.
As Justin pulls in the first survivor, all he can think about is the 4 other survivors still trapped on the boat below.
Can you get out? Okay, survivors in the cabin. Hoist is complete. Come back into the wind. Roger that. I'm going to rig the basket for a second survivor pickup. Move the basket out.
Miami Air Station calls to check on the fuel situation.
Hey, how much fuel do you guys have on board right now?
Right now we got 600 pounds. You probably got about another 15 minutes on scene. 15 to 20 minutes.
With strong winds pushing the helicopter, the pilots must work very hard to keep a steady hover. With the mission nearing a successful end, the Falcon jet crew can return to Miami Air Station.
Kilo's on scene, hoisting the last survivor right now. And, all right, good gear, flaps, hydraulics. We are clear to land. Good gear, flaps, hydraulics, clear to land.
My parents are concerned about the risks that we take on a daily basis. They always tell me that there are bold pilots and old pilots, but there are no old, bold pilots. So that's kind of their constant reminder to me to be careful and not to accept unnecessary risk.
Back at the base, Eric gets a visit from his daughter and pregnant wife. The whole family will soon relocate to the Coast Guard station in Kodiak, Alaska.
My immediate plans are to go to Kodiak, Alaska. I'm actually being transferred there with my wife and my daughter and my soon-to-be-born son. A good friend of mine said, Eric, you haven't done the rescue swimming job unless you come to Kodiak. In Kodiak, the elements, the weather, they're that much more extreme. You don't necessarily want bad things to happen, but you want to be the guy on duty when those bad things happen. I'm excited about the harsh conditions in Alaska. The training that the Coast Guard has put me through is gonna finally come into one, and I'm gonna be able to do the job to the best of my ability. I'll leave the worrying part to my wife.
Located 90 miles from Cuba and south of Miami are 3 Coast Guard stations. At the end of the Florida Keys is Sector Key West. Here, the Coast Guard crews mainly patrol with boats. The Coast Guard base has 5 vessels, 2 270-foot patrol cutters, and 3 small patrol boats ranging from 25 to 47 feet in length. This 33-foot-long boat carrying a crew of 4 men is a rapid and stable machine. Capable of withstanding 35-mile-an-hour winds, it has a maximum speed of 60 miles an hour. Almost all 4 crew members are classified boat drivers or coxswains, boarding officers, boat engineers, and gunners.
We got people from all over the country that work with us doing this, and the key for us is train, train, train. We need to train, team coordination, get everybody on the same page.
The crew must continually train in dangerous pursuit tactics.
Everybody knows their roles before arriving on scene. It lowers the risk.
They must also train firing their weapons at moving targets.
Check fire! Check fire! Open fire!
I don't know personally if I need the risk. It's part of the job, and it's actually probably the part of the job that keeps me coming to work.
Open fire! Open fire! Open fire!
Some things you learn not to tell your wife or your mother. They get a little nervous.
The training exercise is finished. The crew goes on patrol. They receive a call about a stranded boater and respond immediately.
In case it gets ripped,
Roger.
This boat has run out of gas.
2-6 station, Roger.
Foxtrot Tango.
You got a life jacket on? Or on board your boat somewhere? Grab that line.
I got life jacket. Just need to see one.
Again, I didn't ask all that. I just asked if you had a life jacket on.
You're doing a safety check, aren't you, sir?
After you put on a life jacket.
So you basically wasted my time checking my shit. That's fine. It's your job. I'm not
Upon arrival, the Coast Guardsmen immediately suspect something.
I'm trying to go to a damn birthday party in Spanish Beach and I ran out of gas. Not bad.
Now what you need to do is come back here and sit down.
Why don't I just get on your boat and you guys check my boat out first?
That's not a bad idea.
Is that a better idea for you? All right? Gentlemen, I'm all about America, all right?
The man is intoxicated. This is unsafe on the ocean.
There ain't no goddamn weapon on this boat. Disgruntled, I'm pissed off. I ran out of gas. I couldn't get help. When I got help, y'all didn't care. How much you had to drink today? How much I had to drink today? Yeah. Simple question. Simple question. How much have you had to drink today? Had none. Yourself? I had 2. 2? Beers? What kind of beverage? 2 beverages. What type? They were alcoholic beverages. Okay. Beer. Okay. They're in the cooler.
Okay.
You do feel I right there too? Jesus Christ, we're not gas, guys.
Come on, jump on board.
How you going? Hey.
That's all right. Calm down. Notify station, we got one person on board.
Subject is very disgruntled, possibly intoxicated. Stand by for further information.
This aggressive man has the potential of becoming violent. He must be restrained for his own protection.
Man, you stay right there. Huh? You pissing me off now. Man, I am legal 100%.
5'5".
Oh, you gonna tell that boat man I called you money? Oh my God, you guys are kidding me. You guys are kidding me.
Another Coast Guard vessel will tow his boat to shore.
Sir, am I under arrest?
No, you're being detained right now. Sit down.
Am I under arrest?
You're being detained.
Am I under arrest?
No, you're not.
Let me the go.
Just relax.
Am I under arrest?
Where you're at.
Am I under arrest?
You're about to
fucking military. Am I under arrest? Am I under arrest?
No, you're not. You're being detained for yourself.
No, let me
For
go.
your
Am I
safety.
under arrest?
You're staying right here.
Am I under arrest?
We're going back to the station, do some field sobriety tests.
Where's my boat going?
It's going back to the station
With
with
us?
Yes.
Oh, sweet. All right. Then.
You gonna relax?
Now you said something, that's fine.
Okay, just relax. All right?
No clue in motherfucking thing what's going on. So. You got my glasses on.
And then we tow the vessel, or the 5'5" tows the vessel.
Oh, no.
Trust me, another Coast Guard boat. It's in our hands, all right?
Same place.
It's in our custody right now. We'll take care of it. If anything happens to it,
Good point.
That's on the floor.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not gonna hurt nobody. I don't like being like this.
All right, relax. Listen, we're almost there.
Am I under arrest?
Great.
I'm wrong.
We're almost there.
Yes, sir.
All right? Are you supposed to drink alcohol beverages with your medication?
I can.
You can?
Doctor says I can.
Okay.
It's some it sounds like chlamydia. Just pull. I'm not resisting.
That's all right. Just sit right back down. You're good. I just didn't want you to get wet.
Rag, guys. Tell me what you want me to do.
Step right up on those steps.
Grab my jacket.
Yep, I got you.
Pull me up.
Step on that top
Pull,
step.
pull, pull,
You're good.
pull,
You're good.
pull.
All right, let's walk over here.
I gave my word, man.
He is turned in to the local police.
We're going to transfer this case to Florida Fish and Game Commission. They have the capability to prosecute as a boating under the influence case. We're federal, they're state, so we're just going to button up our end of the deal, give them all our paperwork, and they'll take it from there.
All officers help train new recruits. One important duty is to maintain composure while potentially incapacitated.
Chances out in the field that he gets sprayed and the pepper spray comes back in his face as he's spraying. So it's not a surprise to him once he gets in the field what it's going to feel like. He'll know firsthand.
It's going to hurt, but I have to deal with it, get over it.
Cooey will spray the very irritating pepper spray in the recruit's face.
Eyes open. Find your subject.
I've been on scene. Partner, I need help.
Kevin, playing the criminal, roughs them up.
Get your eyes open.
Stop, Nick.
Guard your weapon. Keep talking.
Despite the pain, the recruits must learn to defend themselves.
Get back! Partner, I need help. Get back! Partner, I need help.
You stay back. You're not the aggressor. Look for him. Look for him.
I've been sprayed!
That's it. That's it.
Get out! Get out of the ground! Cross your ankle, put your hands on your side! Get down!
Break. Control yourself. Hey, quick brace. Quick breath. Open your eyes on the water. There you go. There you go. Open your eyes on the water.
Me, man!
Open your eyes as wide as you can.
The average effect lasts around 30 minutes.
Good job.
I just have to remember to breathe and control myself so that I can get through it and get over it.
Is it tight? It's gonna fall now?
No, maybe.
You're not the
That's
aggressor.
good.
You understand that? Okay?
Sure.
Eyes closed. Face up. Find your subject.
Get back!
Get back. Get
Guard
back.
your weapon.
I've been sprayed.
Straight.
Partner, help. I've been sprayed. Get back.
Guard your weapon.
Get back.
Get them eyes open.
Get back.
Get them back.
Get back. Get back.
Loud command.
Get back.
That's it.
Stay back.
There you go.
Get back. Stay back.
Remember, you're not the aggressor.
Get back.
Find your subject.
Get back. Stay back. Stay back. Help.
Good.
Stay back.
All right, Jessica, draw down.
Get down on the ground. Get down on the ground. Cross your feet. Get down on the ground.
Break.
Turn your head. Beat. Open your eyes on the water. Make sure you open your eyes.
No.
I know it's hard, but you gotta open your eyes.
No.
You gotta get it out of your eyes.
Okay.
Better?
Yep.
We've had people who doesn't even bother them. Like, they just wipe it off their face and then they go about like it's normal. And then we've had people not able to handle it at all. They got to stop drill completely.
You did good. Over here. Over here, come on.
On this 3-day shift, Kevin has not yet dealt with any illegal migrant smuggling cases, which is unusual for this time of year, and the weather seems appropriate for trafficking. He will check the computer for new intelligence. Cuba is only 90 miles south from here.
Looks like what I'm looking for on here, if we have any intelligence on go-fast vessels or chug-chug rafts leaving Cuba en route U.S. at this time. As of 10 o'clock this morning, we have a possibility of a chug-chug Cuban raft with a unknown amount of people that left, looks like Havana, Cuba at this time. Usually chugs or rafts like that only travel anywhere from 3 to 5 knots. So being 90 miles away, 15 to 20 hours before they get here. At this point right now, we have intelligence on black go-fast with white stripes, 2 outboard engines, which is common for the smuggling vessels. So it looks like as of today, the migrant activity is gonna be picking up. Once the weather lays down like it looks like it is outside today, our activity with the migrant smuggling tends to increase. It has been kind of slow with the weather, and that's our job. That's what we wait for. So I'm hoping with the weather laying down that we'll get an interdiction.
While waiting for a new case, the crew plays against other fellow Coast Guardsmen to keep in shape.
Out of all the units in Sector Key West, Station's probably the most competitive. We hate losing.
Come on, man. Ace.
It is late afternoon and the men have not yet been called out. Suddenly, the alarm sounds and they're off.
Now, northbound TOI, 30 nautical miles south of Key West. Boat crew 1.
Recent intelligence has spotted possible go-fast smugglers nearing shore. The men load up their .40 caliber pistols in the clearing station. These pistols are crucial for personal defense.
Stand by line 4.
It's an adrenaline rush, and just knowing that we have the vessels and the equipment to stop these vessels, knowing that in the end we're coming on top and we're going to win. It's the excitement of it.
We'll get in very close, just a few feet from another boat, and it can get pretty scary.
Station Key West, Talon 6, go ahead.
2-6, Station Key West. Roger.
They spot the suspect boat, which speeds off the minute they see the Coast Guard.
Key West, Talon 2-6, Talon 2-6. We're on scene, in position, 2432-08149 with a northbound white hull, 2 persons visual.
As soon as you put your lights and sirens on, they speed up. That's your max adrenaline right there.
Stop your vessel, stop your vessel. This is United States Coast Guard, United States Coast Guard. Para su barco, para su barco. Vessel still refuses to stop. Step 1 and step 2 is ineffective. Vessels continue in northbound course.
The chance a smuggler has a weapon is very high. And the way we prepare for it is we walk into the unknown.
These men are obviously involved in some illegal activity.
Station Key West, Talon 2-6.
West Node, you have clear field of fire to operator vessels. Over.
We have a clear, unobstructed view of the outboard.
This calls for warning shots to try to convince the driver to stop. The Coast Guard must do whatever it takes to stop this boat without harming the occupants.
4-1 on target and track.
On target and tracking. On target and tracking. Open fire. Open fire.
Bo aims his M16 and fires warning shots ahead of the boat. The Go Fast still refuses to stop.
41 ready.
Now Damien takes position to shoot out the boat engines with his shotgun.
On target and tracking.
Target is the outboard engine. Center cowling.
Open fire.
Open fire.
Open fire. Check fire.
Check fire.
Check fire. Open fire.
Open fire.
Open fire. Rock around.
Ceasefire.
The traffickers quickly realize that they have no chance in outrunning the faster boat. But that doesn't mean the fight is over.
Manos arribas.
Our crew must be on their guards, as these men could be armed.
Put your hands up. U.S. Coast Guard, show me your hands.
Get away from the wheel, get away from the wheel, get away from the wheel.
I got more people up forward.
Keep an eye on that one.
A Cuban family is found under the tarp.
Just a family. Just a family. Got any weapons?
You got any weapons?
These traffickers have no safety equipment. This angers our crew, who has witnessed too many unnecessary drownings in the past.
Speak English?
The migrant smugglers, in my opinion, are the lowest of the low. The most of them are parolees just looking to make a quick buck. They are not prudent mariners. They're some of the worst boat drivers I've seen in my life. I have no sympathy for them. They have no care for human life.
Adult, 2 children.
Got a knife.
They have no regard for their own lives, the lives of the Cubans that they're picking up, or the regards for the law enforcement units that are chasing them.
Hey, knife in there.
Once you get the restraints on them, it's a relief. The mission, you accomplish it safely, your crew's safe, the smugglers themselves are safe, and the migrants on board are safe.
Hey, I'm gonna put the 2 smugglers on the bow.
The migrants will be returned to their country, and the traffickers will be taken into custody.
Step. This way.
Boat over here. Sit down right there.
We take risks. There are some times where we, you think back and you say, oh my God, how did I live through that? And that happens sometimes, after a high-speed chase, when we'll all be sitting inside the cabin and go, did you see how close we got to that guy? And, there's a little laugh about it, but you can tell sometimes it's a nervous laugh. But we're all here.
The United States Coast Guardsmen are a courageous group of men and women, whether they work day or night, from boats, jets, or helicopters. They all work hard in protecting the public, the marine environment, and the security of their country.